Queen Cleopatra wants to eliminate me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 The Will of the Gods. As mentioned above, the Spanish nobleman Tang Wang served as the commander-in-chief. Tang Wang's exaggerated performance won the favor of the goddess Aesir. From the perspective of the goddess, she considered it this way. First of all, Tang Wang's background. His family has a certain influence in Spain. His father now holds an important position in the Spanish Royal Navy. Tang Wang himself, relying on his noble background, was promoted quickly after graduating from the military academy. He served as the captain of a battleship, which is equivalent to a layer of gold plating. The flashy resume looks rich and colorful. In the eyes of the goddess Aesir, he is much better than Li Baoque, who was born in the mud. The goddess personally believes that Li Baoque's command ability depends on luck, but she turns a blind eye to Li Baoque's diligence and the efforts of all staff. At the meeting, the head of the Republic submitted a list of recent rioters. The rebellions of varying degrees in 13 places in the Republic are unstable factors affecting military construction and economic development. This cancer must be eradicated in time. Took the list and looked through it. The first place was the Whitebeard Coalition, which had more than 100,000 soldiers and had fought against the Republican Guard for decades. The two sides were evenly matched and were the hardest to chew. If they can be used by me, it would be even better, Goddess S said to everyone with a smile. In the future war against the upper world, talents are most needed. Give the rebel leaders high positions and generous salaries, exempt them from their crimes, and I believe many rebels will surrender. When he saw the 11th-ranked Mitchell guerrilla, he exclaimed in surprise. In addition to the list, there are also detailed information about the rebels. The information clearly records, Mitchell, a black woman, a wanderer in the 18th century, an officer of the French Empire in the upper world, with a rank of second lieutenant. She once served on the Prometheus. The guerrilla's range of activities is in the eastern mountainous area of the Republic today, near the Ghost Sea. There are hundreds of them, and they have been encircled and suppressed many times without success, which is a headache for the Republic's military. This person cannot stay. Goddess S took a quill pen and crossed out Mitchell's name on the list. The head of the Republic obviously had doubts. Even big rebels could be recruited, so why couldn't a small shrimp stay? This is a matter of faith. Goddess S looked extremely ugly and slowly stood up. They oppose slavery and advocate equality for all, which is not allowed in my god realm. Yes, this is not allowed in any era, the head of the Republic sneered. This kind of thought is very dangerous and must be eradicated, another person said. If that person is still alive, he should be the most dangerous. That person refers to the current Li Baoque. Goddess S waved her hand and announced the adjournment. She concluded that the person in a severe coma died the moment he sank into the sea. Otherwise, the person who should be dealt with the most in the entire god realm is him. How could the goddess know that it was Redding who saved Joseph, something she dared not imagine? In fact, she had a way to judge, looking for her brother, the Pluto-Orisis, but she didn't do that, thinking it was unnecessary. At the same time, in the eastern coastal area of the Republic, Mitchum's guerrillas were moving quickly towards the bullish city. Coincidentally, it rained again. The rain in the other world was light yellow, mixed with black particles. It felt like burning when poured on people. This was a serious consequence of long-term air pollution, a kind of acidic rain. He ordered his men to wrap up their muskets, and a group of people ran in the heavy rain. Indistinctly, a castle appeared in front. Blavist prison, known as the Death Prison. The prison was built on a cliff, and only 2 iron ropes could pass through the front. There was no bridge on the iron rope, and it was traveled by a mechanical pulley. There were thousands of death row prisoners in the death prison, guarded by a battalion of guards, and the guards were extremely strict. It was known as the strongest and most solid prison in the Republic. Death row prisoners who were not guilty of heinous crimes were not qualified to be imprisoned here, and no one in history had ever successfully escaped from prison. In this operation, Lieutenant Mitchell was commissioned by a civil organization. This civil organization was similar to the later political parties and had its own purpose. Privately known as the Socialist Party, it is the behind-the-scenes supporter of the guerrillas and can provide some supplies and medicines. The backbone of the Socialist Party is mainly the wanderers of the 18th century, young people who have received the latest education and thoughts in the upper world. With their own efforts and mutual help, they first obtained the certificate of citizenship. Some people got corresponding positions in the military and political circles. These people tightened their belts to provide help to the guerrillas and played a certain cover role. Speaking of commissions, things are a bit complicated. It's because there is a saying that a professor named Tang Jin gave a public speech recently. The content of the speech shocked the people. The Ministry of Science of the Republic has long had the technology to control air pollution and water pollution. But why not implement it? In fact, there is a shocking conspiracy hidden in it. According to Professor Tang Jin, the Republic has been allowing pollution to worsen because of the will of the gods. The gods have always despised humans and wanted to enslave them. So they use this despicable means to consume them, making humans weak and losing the ability to compete with the gods. Why does pure water become precious in the other world? This was done intentionally by the gods. On the one hand, they allowed the pollution to worsen, and on the other hand, they controlled it with pure water sources. After Professor Tang Jin's second speech, he was secretly arrested, and hundreds of his family members were implicated. Therefore, from a strategic point of view, the members of the Socialist Party decided to entrust the guerrillas to rescue Professor Tang Jin. Their organization needs a helmsman to guide the direction of progress. Mr. Tang Jin has this talent, and his influence cannot be ignored. He's known in many places. Tang Jin is a famous scholar and has made great achievements in philosophy. Once he revealed the conspiracy of the gods, doubts arose one after another, and most people chose to believe. While the head of the Republic was meeting in the gods, a barracks in the west of the other world launched a mutiny. The officers led by Major General Hod declared the independence of the Kubulshi region. Major General Hod was the commander of the mixed brigade of the Western Barracks, and was also Professor Tang Jin's student and the most staunch follower. Acid rain has been falling, and the bunker at the end of the iron chain bridge is temporarily closed. The iron gate was lowered to the bottom, and the outer checkpoints and patrols were withdrawn. Under the natural disaster, no one dared to go out or show their heads, because the acid rain was corrosive. Fortunately, the acid concentration was not high. When the acid rain entered the eyes, it was itchy and painful, and it was even more uncomfortable when it entered the wound. Mitchell's guerrillas finally rushed to the periphery of the bunker and communicated with each other with gestures. If it were not for the acid rain, Mitchell's team would probably never get close to the bunker. Even if Hood's mixed brigade arrived, it might not be able to take down the death prison in a short period of time. Therefore, Mitchell's guerrillas could only take a different approach and take the enemy by surprise. Of course, there was also a gambling element here. First of all, they had to be responsible for the efforts of the socialist organization. The socialists mobilized all their forces, and each of them continuously delivered the saved water and pudding to the guerrillas, and Mitchell would eventually repay them. If it were not for the other party's secret funding, it would be difficult for Mitchell's people to survive until now. This is a fact. Speaking of gambling, it is because the strength of the two sides is far apart. It is impossible for a team of 180 people to attack a prison with 3,000 defenders. Having said that, Mitchell did not give up. She firmly believed that if Colonel Joseph was there, he would do the same. Moreover, most of her team were the original crew of the Prometheus and had extremely strong combat effectiveness. A small number of people joined later, and they were by no means mediocre. Lieutenant Emmerich was willing to be led by Mitchell and was currently the captain of the first squad. The second squad was commanded by the former bosun and later cavalry captain, the black man Ken. No one could have imagined who the captain of the third squad was. She was Princess Clea. Li Baoke didn't believe it when he said it. In the battles participated by the guerrillas, Princess Clea's bow and arrows were brilliant. I dare not say that she was always accurate, but it was definitely a headache. The enemy regarded her as the number one opponent. Do you think she was powerful? In this raid, Clea once again served as the main attacker. After Mitchell made a gesture, Clea responded and ordered his team to assemble. Each of them took a long rope chain with a hook and threw it to the protruding battlement on the second floor of the bunker. She threw off her hat, and in the acid rain, her petite figure, carrying a quiver on her back, quickly climbed up. In sight, despite the pain in her eyes, Mitchell saw that all her team members had reached the top safely, and her heart was half relieved. The successor, Ken's team, also climbed up with ropes. Under the eaves of the second floor, a garrison officer pushed open the door, probably to urinate. He suddenly found a figure outside the eaves, and just as he was about to open his mouth to shout, an arrow shot into his mouth. Princess Cleo waved to the back, and dozens of team members came quietly, each with a long knife in hand. In the corridor on the second floor, 2 guards leaned against the wall to smoke and chat. A team member changed into an officer's uniform and walked by with his head down. The 2 guards didn't pay attention. As he walked by, a short knife appeared in his hand and casually inserted it into the back of a guard. When he pulled it out, the other guard realized that the knife had stabbed into the chest of the guard. The team member was a subordinate of the former slave captain Donald, and later served Joseph. He has now grown into an outstanding warrior. To be honest, the team member has the momentum of their former superior. After a while, Cleo's people cleared all the guards on the second floor. They encountered resistance only when they reached the first floor hall. There were less than 10 gunshots, and 70 guards were killed at the cost of 2 team members being injured. After opening the gate, the guerrillas rested for an hour. Some people changed into dry guard uniforms. The amount of water stored here is limited. In addition to drinking, the remaining water is not enough to wash the acid water. There is a control room at the back of the bunker, and several handbrakes are used to control the pulleys. There are 3 pulleys, and half of the people can be put on each time. That is to say, the cableway of hundreds of meters needs to control the pulleys twice to transport all the people to the other side. This also ensures that the first group of people who cross will not be attacked. Otherwise, their first group of people will all die under the round-robin muskets on the opposite side. It's still a word, gambling. As long as they got through, they would be halfway to the original plan. A wounded brother controlled the handbrake, and the first group of people got through. The trolley returned safely. In fact, they should all be grateful for the natural disaster. The prison had never thought that someone would dare to attack the prison in the acid rain. People who have been exposed to acid rain will have varying degrees of skin ulceration within an hour. In severe cases, a layer of skin will be burned. Therefore, the prison guards were so lax that they could not be more lax. In addition, the smoke produced by the acid rain falling to the ground made it impossible for the guards to see the outside scene clearly. This gave the guerrillas an opportunity. Although the guerrillas had raincoats to protect themselves, it was useless to stay in the acid rain for a long time. Some people wiped their faces and found that a layer of skin had been wiped off. But no one complained. Before the departure this time, the Socialist Party not only provided raincoats, but also invited a person who knew chemistry to measure the concentration of acid rain. Fortunately, the concentration of acid rain was slightly lower than usual, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 152 Death Prison. There was a guard in the prison, who was an undercover agent planted by the Socialist Party. Under a stone statue in front of the prison gate, there was a pottery jar with a bunch of keys put in by the undercover agent. The prison distribution map was also provided by the undercover agent, and the guerrillas knew it well. After identifying the direction, the southwest direction was the barracks and administrative area, and the fan-shaped area from the west and north was the death row prison. The original plan was that after the guerrillas entered through the sewer, Princess Cleo's squad would first kill the guards in the prison area. Demerck's people were responsible for using the keys to open all the cells, release the death row prisoners, and create chaos. It happened that the guns seized from the bunker in the front could be distributed on the spot. Mitchell led Ken's squad to rush directly to cell number 18 in the third area to rescue Professor Tang Jin. After the success, the whistle was blown, and the whistle was used as a signal, and Demerck and Cleo's squads were left behind. They dared not fight to the end. If the guerrillas could not get out within the specified time, they would never get out. The warden, Major General Mai Ji, was known for his sinister and vicious behavior. The more than 3,000 guards under his command were not vegetarians. At the end of the sewer, Lieutenant Demerck, who was on the front scout, touched an iron fence. The iron bars of the iron fence were as thick as a thumb, which was the first problem encountered. It took more than 6 hours to saw the fence off. This was a difficult process. Whenever I heard footsteps above, I stopped immediately. Until the footsteps faded away. I heard footsteps and there were more than a dozen guards patrolling every 20 minutes. Demerck actually only had a few minutes. After 6 hours, he took down the iron fence and climbed under the guard cover while the footsteps faded away. Demerck moved the manhole cover and just as he emerged from the dim light, he didn't have time to look around. He only heard someone say, "Hey! Look, what is that?" In the prison on the side, someone pointed at the manhole cover in the middle of the road in surprise. When Demek saw it clearly, he was speechless. In the iron fences on both sides, many death row prisoners were clinging to the steel bars, looking at him strangely. "I'm here to save you," Demek almost cried out loud, and quickly climbed out, followed closely by the others behind him. Some guys seemed to be afraid that the guards couldn't hear him, and I really didn't know what he was thinking. Immediately, others covered his mouth and beat him up. The commotion here alerted the patrolling guards, and chaotic footsteps came from the corner of the corridor. "What happened?" a guard shouted at the corner. "Nothing. Officer Adu. It's just a fight between cellmates," a prisoner responded quickly. The footsteps over there slowed down temporarily, but still walked in this direction. Soon, more than 20 team members climbed up, each holding a pistol. At the corner, a dozen guards appeared, and they were startled. It was too late to draw their guns. The guerrillas opened fire with their pistols one after another. Bang bang, they knocked down half of them directly, and the remaining guards quickly retreated to the corner and raised their guns to shoot. At the same time, the whistle sounded suddenly. Demek and others had opened several cells here, and the prisoners rushed out in a rush. The scene was very chaotic. After all the guerrillas came up, they distributed guns and ammunition to some prisoners. Mitchell waved his hand and rushed to the direction of Area 3 without looking back. This area was separated from Area 3 by 2 areas. After looking at the distribution map, he went directly to another prison area. The whole prison was shaken, and guards rushed from all directions. There were gunshots and screams everywhere. Demek continued to open the prison door and release more prisoners. Some prisoners ran towards Area 3 like headless flies. Seeing this, Mitchell ordered her men to slow down. She was fully aware of the consequences of recklessness. Now she couldn't think so much. There were prisoners running wildly in front, so she could use them to explore the way. In Area 3, the prisoners encountered a team of guards. An officer set up a heavy revolver musket in the middle of the corridor. Bang, boom, boom, the musket spewed out long tongues of fire, and the prisoners fell down in an instant. Mitchell and others immediately laid down. They were really helpless. If they attacked by force, the casualties would be too great. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with it, someone pushed her from behind. "Excuse me." Mitchell saw that it was Princess Clea, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately thought that Princess Clea was the second wife of Colonel Li Baoke. If she died here in a head-on confrontation, what would she do when she met her superior in the future? Without thinking, she saw Princess Clea take a run up, jump onto the pile of dead bodies, and shoot an arrow in the air. The arrow was as fast as a meteor, hitting the officer's forehead and killing him directly. The heavy musket immediately misfired. This scene stunned everyone. Fortunately, Mitchell was mentally prepared and jumped over the pile of dead bodies first. The successor followed, and another burst of gunfire rang out. This team of guards was soon finished. Princess Clea shot several more times, and every arrow hit the target, killing several guards. The prisoners in the fences on both sides were terrified. "Where is Professor Tang Jin?" Mitchell asked. "Professor Tang Jin is here," someone responded from the other side of the prison. "Save us. Please." A prisoner knelt in the fence and begged. "Please, I want to go home," someone else said. Mitchell ordered Demek, who arrived later, to open all the doors. Professor Tang Jin was wearing an old gray suit, his hair and beard were graying, and he wore myopic glasses. After meeting and shaking hands with Professor Tang Jin, Mitchell blew the whistle. 3 teams of people, blocking several exits, were fighting fiercely with the guards. They retreated after hearing the whistle. The prisoners were not organized and were still running around everywhere. The breath of death enveloped the entire prison. Major General Mai Ji rushed to the scene. This main section had the most prisoners because it was the only way to the gate. His adjutant added ammunition to his musket, and he fired, repeatedly. The guards built a human wall, with bayonets on their long muskets, and many prisoners fell under the bayonets. The massacre continued, and the prison officer shouted that any prisoner who returned to the prison would not be killed or held accountable. Some prisoners went back obediently. But more chose to fight, because they could not escape death in the end, so they might as well try to survive now. The prisoners who picked up guns and ammunition caused some trouble to the guards. This bought precious time for the guerrillas to retreat. Later, the gunshots became much less. "Quick! Hurry up!" Mitchell was very anxious until the last team member went down the sewer. When the first pulley loaded Professor Tang Jin and left, and the second empty pulley went back, the Ken team, who was responsible for the rear guard, and some prisoners who had luckily followed were surrounded. There were too many garrison guards, and the Ken team had no chance of survival. The injured team member who was operating the empty pulley pulled the handbrake with tears in his eyes 20 meters away from the prison platform. When the empty pulley went back, all the staff were quite depressed. Mitchell's guerrillas successfully rescued Professor Tang Jin at the cost of 75 people. The professor expressed regret. No one was happy. "It's no big deal, we will come back," Mitch said in the direction of the prison with tears in his eyes through the rain and fog. They thought it was over, but it wasn't. The guerrillas destroyed the control console and evacuated in the heavy rain. More than 20 minutes later, Major General Meiji appeared in the bunker. In the middle of the restaurant on the first floor, guards kept coming out of the tunnel. It turned out that there was an iron cable bridge 30 meters underground connecting the prison to the bunker. Major General Meiji rushed here through this spare cable bridge. Nearly 200 guards gathered at the scene, and the number was still increasing. "Listen to my orders, everyone put on bayonets, we are going to hunt down these bandits." Major General Meiji drew his saber and gave an order, "Every time you cut off a bandit's head, there will be a reward of 10 silver cloths." "General, are you sure? It's raining acid outside," a colonel said something. "The bandits can do it, why can't we?" Meiji's face was ferocious and terrifying. He rushed into the acid rain first, and the colonel hesitated for a moment, but still followed. The guards who received the order at the scene plunged into the rain one after another. Fighting in the rain, muskets are useless, and they can only fight with cold weapons. It takes more than an hour to run from here to the foot of the mountain. There is a fork in the road at the foot of the mountain. The guards can only search here. Once the guerrillas reach the fork in the road, it will be difficult to track them. Therefore, Meiji and his men ran desperately, hoping to catch up with the enemy within an hour. After a long journey and fighting, the guerrillas had consumed a certain amount of physical strength. In addition, they determined that the enemy would not catch up soon, so they did not go down the mountain very fast. Speaking of the Socialist Party, they thought that the guerrillas' journey was dangerous and the chances of winning were not great. But they still made a wise decision. They sent members from nearby provinces and regions to meet them. At least 300 party members responded to the call and rushed to the fork in the road first. A group of people all held oil paper umbrellas and waited in the rain. The person in charge of this group of party members was called John, a big white man. He took out his pocket watch to check the time many times. Some people were more anxious than him and asked how long they had to wait. "If we wait until it is completely dark, we will withdraw," John sighed and said. "If the time drags on for a long time, it can indirectly prove the failure of the guerrillas. People's mood is like this weather." Not far from the fork in the road, Mitchell, who was walking at the end, suddenly felt something strange behind her. She hurriedly shouted to the people in front to escort a professor and run. The remaining two teams of people opened their battle formations, some with long swords, and some with long muskets with bayonets. As they were talking, a dark mass of people rushed over, howling. Princess Clea remained calm and shot down the nearest guard. Shouts and screams suddenly arose, and the sound of weapons colliding and screams soon rang out. The people waiting at the fork in the road also heard the shouts and screams. After a while, several team members and Professor Tang Jin appeared in front of them. They revealed their identities to each other, and the socialist people were very happy. The professor said breathlessly, "Quick! Save them quickly." Without waiting for the leader to give orders, the party members threw away their oil paper umbrellas and rushed into the rain curtain at the same time. Facing guards that were more than 3 times their number, Mitchell's guerrillas fought bravely. For the sake of their promise, they would rather fight to the end. Major General Meiji faced Lieutenant Mitchell. The former was a warrior with extremely strong fighting power. The latter was a woman who barely held on. "I want to see what color your flesh and blood are under your black skin." Meiji swung his sword, and Mitchell's sword almost slipped out of his hand. "Then come on. You bastard," Mitchell spat. After a series of crazy attacks, Mitchell retreated dozens of steps. "Lieutenant Mitchell, leave this man to me," a gentle voice sounded behind him. "Oh. It's Brother John, my God." At this moment, Mitchell cried with joy. The joining of the Socialist Party members quickly reversed the situation. The guards began to retreat. John was a big and powerful man. He carried a guillotine in his hand. With one blow, Major General Meiji's sword almost slipped out of his hand. Seeing that the situation was not good and there was no follow-up reinforcement, Major General Meiji had to order a retreat. The loss of dozens of guards in the physical battle was really annoying. Finally, they returned to the secret camp of the socialists. The guerrillas counted the number of people, and with 86 dead and missing, there were less than 100 people left. If Commander Joseph was here, we wouldn't be so miserable, Mitchell cried loudly. Her cry caused the team members to feel sad. Who is Commander Joseph? A party member asked curiously. He is also called Libe, okay? He was our former leader. He has always been invincible and invincible, a black team member answered proudly. Chapter 153 The Richest Man in Sifeng City. Sifeng City is a big city, located in the west of the central part of the other world, very close to the area where Mitchell's guerrillas are active. The straight line distance is more than 500 kilometers. In a luxury hotel building in the center of Sifeng City, the richest man Pang Tong walked out slowly, followed by more than a dozen bodyguards. The strong aura of the group made the passing gentlemen and waiters step aside and give way. A well-dressed young man opened the door for the richest man with a very respectful attitude. The young man was handsome, wearing a golden hat, a yellow tuxedo with a collar, and his every move was very chic. Bald Pound always had a smile on his face. When he went out, he reminded him, "Brother Bond, you have to be careful with today's arrangements. Be careful if you meet that old fox, believe me, I'm right." Bond also smiled at the same time. Yes, Pang Tong nodded with satisfaction. Since recruiting these people, he has never had any accidents. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all arranged properly. This made his old rival so angry that he almost vomited blood. Mr. Pang Tong's old rival, Levi, was the boss behind several factories, rich and powerful. For decades, he had competed with Pang Tong's power openly or secretly, and each had won and lost. But in recent years, since Pang Tong recruited a group of wanderers, Levi's power began to decline. On the surface, it was called business competition, and secretly they sent assassins to assassinate each other. In the past few years, most of Levi's right-hand men were defeated by people called Bont and others, and the losses were heavy. It was a month ago, the most unexpected one. Levi was sleeping at home, and when he woke up, he saw that his eyebrows had been shaved, and there was a note signed by Bont on the table, asking him to be careful. His house was so solid that even the army couldn't attack it. I dare not say that even a fly couldn't get in, but it was almost the same. It was too incredible, and no one has told him how Bont's people did it. Speaking of Pang Tong, he didn't have any skills and started his business with his father's business. There is only one good thing, that is, he is good at identifying people. This is what the Chinese call bowl. And Bont is the legendary 1,000-mile horse. That day, Pang Tong went to inspect the mine in the suburbs and encountered a group of vagrants fighting. Pang Tong found that there was a group of people in the crowd who were very eye-catching. Although they were few in number, they knew how to unite, cooperate with each other, and each of them was very skilled and had strong fighting power. A dozen people quickly defeated hundreds of people. Pang Tong walked over and said to the leader, "You guys come with me, okay?" After obtaining the consent of his companions, the leader did not bargain. After they became bodyguards, they protected Pang Tong many times and saved him from danger, which made Pang Tong look at them with new eyes. In terms of treatment, Pang Tong was not a stingy person, and he gave Bont and others more than enough. The monthly salary for each person was more than 3,000 puddings. Other treatments were calculated separately. The salary of senior managers in his company was less than 2,000 puddings. Today, Pang Tong went to a meeting. The person he met was his old rival Levi. Pang Tong thought that Levi had finally given in. Of course he had to admit defeat if he couldn't win, otherwise he couldn't make peace openly. The meeting place was at a luxurious bathhouse. Speaking of making peace, it wasn't true. 5 days ago, Levi did think so. 5 days ago, a distant dealer knew his situation long ago. In order to flatter him, he brought a group of desperate men to meet him. After witnessing the abilities of these people, Levi was convinced and exclaimed that it was amazing. Make peace. What kind of peace? He wanted to use these desperate men to eradicate Pang Tong's power in Sifeng City. Therefore, Levi set up many ambushes in the big bathhouse, just waiting for Pang Tong and others to fall into the trap. Pearl Bathhouse, where rich people spend a lot of money. A rich person takes a bath, which is enough for hundreds of lower-class people to drink water for a day. The decoration here is quite luxurious, but it is very ordinary in Bont's eyes. After all, the other world is a place with scarce supplies. Entering the bathhouse, Bond gradually saw something wrong. Who is he? Having been through many battles and rich experience in the previous world, how could he not see it? The guests wrapped in bath towels and the waiters he met along the way seemed ordinary and had normal expressions, but they actually revealed too many abnormalities. Because the momentum of this group of people usually makes people who meet them feel depressed and afraid. It would be abnormal if they were not depressed and afraid. There were still more than 10 meters to go before they arrived at the luxurious bathroom where they would meet. We can't go any further, there's a problem here. Bond stretched out his hand to stop Pang Tong. Pang Tong was stunned. What's the problem? Bond explained immediately. Maybe you were right. Pang Tong nodded continuously after hearing it. The group was about to go out when the bathroom door behind them opened. Hey. It's not polite for an old friend to leave without saying hello, Levi said sarcastically, holding a cigar, his fat body shaking constantly. Looking in the direction of the voice, Bond was dumbfounded. Not only him, but also his brothers behind him were stunned. There were some people around Levi. They looked ferocious to outsiders, but Bond and others felt very friendly and wanted to cry. Quiddle, Bond murmured, and no one could hear what he said. Some people on the other side were also stunned. Isn't this Captain Bond? Everyone knows the people behind him. The big guy wearing a mask is Little Tom, and the one with a goatee is Big Tom, the carpenter. They're all brothers. Immediately, Captain Bond winked at the other party, and I'm afraid only those who know the meaning understand. Quiddle and others nodded one after another. A series of expression changes in less than 10 seconds. Pang Tong and Levi didn't pay attention, and each made their own calculations. Mr. Levi. I changed my mind. I want to treat you to drink. I wonder if you dare to go. King Tong reacted quickly. Take a shower first, and then have a drink, Captain Bond suddenly interrupted. That's right, Levi sneered. Pang Tong felt puzzled upon hearing this and immediately reminded him, Brother Bond, didn't you say it was difficult to explain openly? So Captain Bond leaned close to his ear and said a few words. The content surprised Pang Tong, but he still nodded in agreement and walked to the bathroom first. The two rich men exchanged a few words and entered the bathroom hand in hand. After the two gangs entered, the door was closed and a waiter locked it from the outside. As soon as they entered, they realized that there were many people in the bathroom, more than Pang Tong's men. At least half of these people knew Captain Bond and were all dumbfounded. The other part of them were helpers recruited by the veteran Quiddle halfway. They only listened to Quiddle's orders. Before changing the bath towel and going into the water, Levi went to the bathroom first. He used his pocket watch to time it, smiled secretly, and waited for the battle to start and end. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. What's the situation? What happened? When Levi tiptoed to the locker room, he found no signs of a fight. Until he entered the bathroom, everyone was naked and soaking in the hot water, just waiting for him. Something seemed wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it for a moment. Levi thought about it. According to the original plan, there was still a link of breaking cups and fighting. Pang Tong warmly invited him down, but Levi said that he had prepared a bottle of good wine to entertain Pang Tong. He turned around and took a bottle of red wine produced in the God realm and brought 2 wine glasses. After pouring it for Pang Tong, he said words of blessing and retreated towards the door. When he arrived at the door, Levi gritted his teeth and threw the wine glass on the ground, and ran to the outside. He threw a sentence, "Fight." Everyone looked at each other. In fact, in the bath, Captain Bond had introduced Quiddle and other brothers to Pang Tong. Because of Bond's respect, everyone was also quite respectful to Pang Tong. This made the latter very happy. Since they were all his own people, there was nothing to worry about. Quiddle and others told the truth. Levi did arrange them today to kill Pang Tong. Because of this relationship, today's matter had to be dropped. After all, Levi was their new employer, and he was taking money from others to help them get rid of trouble. Bond suggested that it would be better to really make peace, and wouldn't it be better for both sides to live in peace? It's better to get together to drink and do something meaningful when you have nothing to do than to scheme against each other. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and Pang Tong had no objection, saying that he would not pursue it and would not target Levi. Levi happened to appear here, and the atmosphere became awkward again after such a scene. Levi arrived at the door, but naturally couldn't open the door, and it was locked from the outside. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. The door was locked, and the purpose was to wipe out Pang Tong's gang and not let anyone go. This time Levi was trapped in his own cocoon, and he had no words to say. People were almost done washing up, and saw Levi collapsed in a pile at the door, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Mr. Levi, let's go for a drink. The richest man Pang Tong sincerely reached out his hand and pulled Levi up, which really took a lot of effort. Okay. I just felt dizzy, take a break here. Levi agreed first. What would happen if he didn't agree? He also felt that it was necessary to explain, but in fact, there was no need to explain. No one could change the current situation. Pang Tong and his party returned to the hotel again. This 8-story hotel is also one of Pang Tong's industries. Clear the place first, the hotel is not open to the public. Along the way, until the dining hall, Pang Tong was polite to his old opponent, which made the latter flattered. The two big bosses opened a single room separately. Both sides had the intention to make concessions and cooperate, and reached some kind of agreement. Things are developing in a good direction. Everyone doesn't have to be embarrassed, which is what people hope for. Here, the hotel waiter quickly served wine and pre-dinner fruits, and the dishes were being cooked. The brothers gathered together, people of 3 skin colors, hugged each other, and couldn't help crying with excitement. There were 3 tables of people, and the latecomers sat at one table. There were more than 40 brothers at the second table. Before the main meal, they drank hundreds of bottles of whiskey. Speaking of the experience in the past few years, everyone sighed. The veteran Quiddle and his gang fought in another world and established their own gang in the central region, specializing in serving the rich and doing some shady things. They never gave up looking for their comrades, and this reunion was fate. In addition, they had all heard of Mitchell's gorillas. To be honest, Quiddle and Bont both admired Mitchell. It was really embarrassing that a woman did what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do. In the eyes of the brothers, Mitchell's style was a bit like Colonel Lee Bae-ok. This made their respect for Mitchell grow day by day. Both sides talked about their future plans. If they had the opportunity, they would choose to fight side by side with Mitchell. Why not now? A black brother interrupted. Yes. Why not now? Quiddle repeated. Oh. Why? Captain Bont grinned. The negotiations between the two bosses were effective and both sides were very satisfied. In order to promote the next step of cooperation, they merged the two competing companies. The first joint stock cooperative company in history was established. As the old saying goes, one step back will open up a new world. If you want to gain, you must give up first, only then can you achieve a win-win situation. Since they have cooperated, the two old rivals also plan to let the children of the two families meet and communicate more often, and hold family banquets to entertain each other. If the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, you can study it in depth. Chapter 154 Colonel Mitchell. In the days that followed, Bont and others used various forces to dig out more information about Mitchell's guerrillas. Only then did they know that Mitchell's people had close ties with the Socialist Party. Then, they could contact Mitchell through the Socialist Party and meet again. First, they found an underground office of the Socialist Party, a newly established newspaper company called Guangming Daily. At this time, Bont got another piece of news. The Secret Police General Administration of the Republic authorities will carry out a major purge of socialist people in the central and western regions in the near future. There are traitors in the party, and Guangming Daily is on the purge list. Bont and Quiddle are willing to provide help. With the consent of their boss Pang Tong, they decided to acquire Guangming Daily. In this way, after the legal entity of the newspaper is changed, it is also a protection for the people of the daily newspaper. Therefore, in this major purge operation, the Secret Police General Administration arrested nearly 1,000 Socialist Party members and sent them all to the death prison to be tried urgently. However, Guangming Daily survived. This news was first published in the Republic Daily and reprinted by other newspapers. According to the report, the secret police dispatched hundreds of plainclothes policemen that day. The perimeter of the newspaper office was already full of musketeers. It is said that the musketeers came from the guards of the two most powerful industrial companies in the region. A man named Bont claimed responsibility for the incident. In fact, there are always behind-the-scenes deals in the other world, just like in the upper world. Pang Tong came forward and greeted the senior police officers. In addition, Bont spent 500,000 puddings to settle the matter. In this way, Bont had an excuse to get close to the Socialist Party and learned from the people in the newspaper where the Mitchell guerrillas were located. The two sides began to exchange letters and talk to each other. During this period, Bont raised materials worth millions of puddings and delivered them to the Mitchell guerrillas one after another. They still lacked a chance to meet. Half a year later, Captain Bont and veteran Quiddle finally got a chance. Pang Tuong and Levi's two joint enterprises planned to build a shipyard in Port Garin, near the Bullish City. On this day, the engineering team and Bont and others set out. 3 giant worms pulled 150 trucks of goods and headed towards the Big Stone City. Most of the cars were machinery and equipment, and some supplies. Bont's current identity is the general manager of the 2 major industrial groups in the Big Stone City. Quiddle is the accompanying guard captain. On this trip, Bont has important work tasks. The first is to reorganize several affiliated enterprises in Big Stone City, and the second is to assist the engineering team in preparing to build a ship factory. Pang Tuong and Levi had previously revealed that they planned to open a ship factory and had sought the opinions of the group's factory executives. Bont was quite puzzled at the time. Ships are unpopular in the other world, and building a ship factory is a loss. There are no creatures in the Ghost Sea, only monsters. In addition to the special geographical location. So there are very few ships going out to sea, and naturally there are no ships in shipbuilding factories. People have different patterns. What Bont thinks is not possible, others think is possible. With a keen sense of smell of businessmen, some businessmen have sensed the change of wind direction since the recruitment notices accidentally published in newspapers a few years ago. From the earliest recruitment of ship engineering technicians and navigation personnel, they have appeared in newspapers frequently. Later, the purchase, processing and cooperation of ship materials always occupied a part of the newspaper pages. This gave some smart businessmen an idea. Therefore, Pang Tuong and Li Wei headed off, and the 2 major companies invested and raised relevant technicians and equipment to establish a ship factory in Port Garin. Bullish City is a small city on the Ghost Coast, less than 20 kilometers away from Port Garin, and the journey is very close. Port Garin is also called Galin Bay. In fact, no one lives there and it is not suitable for human habitation. There is a base of the Republican Guard there. The Republican Guard has been arresting or robbing newly arrived wanderers on this coast all year round. The current Mitchell guerrillas are hiding in an abandoned factory building in the suburbs of Bullish City. The first thing the convoy did when it arrived at Bullish City was to post recruitment notices everywhere. At the entrance of the city gate, there is a guard checkpoint. On the other side, there was a table and chairs, and a vertical wooden sign, which was today's temporary recruitment office. Before, Bont had greeted the mayor as the general manager and bribed the sheriff. He claimed that no unpleasant things would be allowed to happen within his sight. Therefore, the guards on duty that day turned a blind eye to anyone who passed by. This gave the guerrillas an opportunity. They were unarmed, split into several groups, and mixed in with the pedestrians. As long as they successfully got the wooden sign at the recruitment office, they would win. Captain Bont was leisurely smoking a cigar and helping the chef prepare a feast in a building in the industrial area. 2 young and beautiful women were secretaries under Bont, responsible for recruitment. At this time, there was a long queue at the recruitment office, and many low-class people were among them. Once they were selected, they could instantly turn over and obtain the identity certificate of the resident citizens. A black man was dressed in rags and looked a little nervous. When the female secretary told him that he did not meet the requirements, he knelt down and cried bitterly on the spot. The bodyguard carried him away. This era is so ruthless. No one will pity you just because you are weak. The black man lowered his head and walked out of the city, and went back to being his inferior. Wait a minute, friend, Quiddle called him, walked a few steps closer, and stuffed a wooden sign in his hand. Tomorrow at noon, bring the wooden sign to the number 3 office of the Brother Industrial Zone to find me. No one will be waiting after the time. After saying that, Quiddle left and continued to look for the next target, leaving the black friend alone in a daze. Before Quiddle, he had reached a consensus with Bont, Mitchell and others to recruit a group of soldiers in the near future to prepare for the future. Princess Clea appeared. The scar on her face had not completely faded. It was a mild disfigurement caused by acid rain when attacking the prison half a year ago. When she arrived at the recruitment office, she consciously revealed the special symbol carved on the back of her hand while the female secretary was asking questions. The female secretary saw it, wrote down her name, and ticked it. She handed her another wooden sign. All guerrilla members with special symbols on the back of their hands were immediately admitted. After the recruitment was over, 2 female secretaries led the special personnel to the Brother Industrial Zone, in front of a gray building. Bond, Quiddle and a group of people were waiting on the steps with smiles, but their eyes were full of tears. I won't say it anymore, the process was too sad. Mitchell guerrillas attended this kind of feast for the first time in the other world and were treated with courtesy. They felt that happiness came too suddenly. General Manager Bond allocated a separate accommodation building for the guerrillas, and everyone lived in a spacious and bright room. The most luxurious thing is that in addition to being able to take a shower once every 2 months, there is an unlimited supply of daily drinking water. Of course, to the outside world, each of them has a position and job. The treatment is a bit high, and they all have to work and eat. No matter how capable General Manager Bond is, he can't afford so many idle people. In the industrial park, there are also 2 deputy general managers, who are representatives and confidants of Pang Tuong and Levi, and play a supervisory role. If it weren't for the strength and notoriety of Bond and others, which scared the 2 deputy general managers, it would be difficult for the guerrillas to settle in safely under their noses. The shipyard in Port Garin started construction as scheduled. On the day of the start of construction, the big boss Pang Tuong and Li Wei came to inspect together and held a groundbreaking ceremony with the officials of the Republic. After that, the shipyard named after Garin was officially built. It is planned to be built for 1 year. First of all, a large-scale construction of the factory building is required. The task of General Manager Bond is to regularly monitor the progress of the project. The wood needed to build the ship all comes from the God realm and is transported from the elevator. Officials of the Republic said that these woods are the gift of the gods. Brother United Industrial Company only needs to bear the transportation costs, and the wood and other raw materials are completely free. Even Bond can't figure out that there is such a good thing in this world, which is tantamount to pie in the sky. The ships built in the future will be repurchased by the Republic government at a high price. Why is this? The news that the gods are going to attack the upper world is kept completely secret from the outside except for some senior officials of the Republic. However, unable to withstand the speculation of those who are interested, various rumors are circulated among the people. One version is that the Republic is building ships on the Ghost Coast, which is by no means as simple as exploring marine resources. There have been rumors among the people that the Ghost Sea is the place where multiple worlds meet. The battleships, cruisers, transport ships, etc. that were built were all prepared for war. Why didn't they build passenger ships? This is very telling. The question is, where are the gods going to attack? The demon world or the upper world? Attacking the underworld is impossible, so it is temporarily excluded. Therefore, in the hearts of Bond and others, there is a vague sense of foreboding. The gods attacking the upper world may be something they don't want to think about, or dare not think about. The other world is in a turbulent time. The goddess S gave the head of state good advice, and she did subdue several groups of rebels to work for them. The rise of the Socialist Party has had a certain impact on the social situation by forming secret societies around the world and publishing reactionary speeches. With the appeal of Professor Tang Jin, the lower class in many regions organized a general strike. The government guards launched a bloody massacre against the striking workers, and the situation is getting worse. This morning, the female secretary brought 2 newspapers to General Manager Bond, the Republic Daily and the Guangming Daily, and the news on them was dazzling. Just as Mitchell predicted, there are more riots around the world. You see, Bond took the newspaper and pointed to a piece of news on it to Quiddle. Quiddle leaned over and read while listening to Bond's comments. Bruno, the worker leader of Logar Town, should be the most successful. Yeah, Quiddle also admired a man named Bruno very much. They were able to form a regular army in a very short time. A division of the Republic is not their opponent. It shows that this man is a military genius, Bond said at last. There were only 2 of them in the office. The coffee on the table was steaming. The air filtration system was working, and the air was exchanged through the vents, making a light buzzing sound. In the other world, only those who have reached a certain status can live in an unpolluted environment. Ordinary small company managers do not have the strength to stay in such a place. On the playground outside the window, Mitchell's team was training, and everyone wore a dust mask. In addition to working for the factory, they have 5 days of training time every month. Of course, these days are specially approved by the general manager. The 2 stood in front of the window, watching the sports scene of 500 people, their blood boiling. It seems that Mitchell will be promoted. The second lieutenant is obviously not suitable for her, said Quiddle. Call her Colonel Mitchell, Bond blurted out. If Colonel Joseph were alive, he would be happy for her. After Quiddle finished speaking, Both of them felt their noses sour. Chapter 155 Ambush at Meiji. On this day, a mysterious person came to the secret police branch of Sifan City. A tall man in a gray windbreaker came heavily. There was a guard at the door. He showed his ID card, and the guard immediately stood at attention and saluted. The ID card showed the rank of Major General. The highest official rank in the branch was only Colonel. "Do you need to report, General?" the guard asked. "No, thank you." The general waved his hand and strode inside. At this time, the floor clock at the end of the corridor rang, and the hour hand pointed to 9 o'clock. He went straight to the door of the conference room, where a meeting was in progress. The acting branch director presided over the meeting. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Come in." The general pushed open the door, and the heads of more than a dozen departments of the branch looked unfamiliar, not from the branch. "Who are you? Who let you in?" An official stood up and shouted. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Meiji." The general took out a piece of finely mounted paper from his arms and ignored the former's words. "This is my letter of appointment, please check." He handed the letter of appointment to the nearest team leader, who immediately stood at attention and saluted after seeing it, and his attitude changed drastically. "Hello, General Meiji, I am Lieutenant Zinslin of the Archives Group. Please guide the work immediately." Meiji patted Zinslin on the shoulder and motioned him to sit down. The letter of appointment was circulated among the officials until it reached the hands of the acting director. Everyone warmly applauded and welcomed the arrival of the new director. The acting director gave up the primary position, and Meiji sat down calmly. After introducing and reporting first, and going through the work process, General Meiji made an important speech, and the participants immediately took notes. The socialists have been acting frequently and too rampant recently, which will shake the foundation of the republic. When I took office this time, I was ordered by the Supreme Head of State to wipe out the socialists at all costs. Next, General Meiji announced that in the next few days, the secret police branch will launch a new round of cleansing operations against the socialists in the Four Square City and Big Stone City. The focus of the work is to resolutely eliminate the Mitchell guerrillas. First, the socialists imprisoned in the death prison were taken to the Four Square City 1 month later for a public trial, and all were shot. Some officials raised objections, saying that most of the prisoners had no evidence to convict them, and that it was not in compliance with regulations to shoot them all. Our leader said that it would be better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. At the request of the headquarters, all socialists caught in the future will be shot. When Meiji said this, everyone present was terrified. "Do you understand, team leader Zinster?" Meiji knocked on the table with a stern tone. "I understand, General." Zinster wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's not difficult. In fact, who do you think looks like a socialist? Just arrest them directly, and you can kill them first and report later," Meiji said shamelessly. Everyone present immediately had a crooked idea. Anyone who had a grudge would be arrested. The lighter ones would be fined and their property would be confiscated, and the heavier ones would be raped. Among them, some local officials were responsible for cooperation. They even regarded this as a means of making money, and finally developed it into trade in human lives. To clear the name, a huge deposit is required. In less than 10 days, Sifan City was in chaos. More than 2,000 socialist suspects were executed. Most of the socialists imprisoned in the death prison are real. The execution will be carried out on the outskirts of Sifan City in a month. A month passed in a blink of an eye, and John, the head of the Socialist Party in this area, once again came forward to entrust the Mitchell guerrillas to rescue their compatriots. On the surface, the Mitchell guerrillas and the Socialist Party are very close, and the former does not belong to the armed forces under the leadership of their party. Mitchell never agreed to join because she always believed that her superior was still alive. One day, they will return to Lee Baoke's team. To be honest, John's commission is very embarrassing. Although the goals of the two forces are the same. Mitchell discussed with Captain Bunt and Quiddle several times, but to no avail. Bunt believed that they should now conserve their energy and strength. Quiddle abstained and did not express his opinion. Mitchell had no choice but to say no to John. When John left, he did not even look back. His steps were very heavy, and his sturdy back became more and more hunched. Outside the wall of the Brother Industrial Zone, until his back completely disappeared, Mitchell's mood was as heavy as his steps. 2 days later, General Manager Bond called a meeting of middle-level staff, and Mitchell was missing, and Mitchell's original guerrillas were also missing. She did not take the new recruits with her, and all the company's belongings were piled up in the dormitory. Bunt immediately realized that something was wrong, and he speculated that Mitchell must have gone to rob the execution ground. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was a conspiracy, just waiting for them to fall into the trap. In fact, this was exactly the case. Meiji United Prison, Sheriff's Guard, and the general and branch offices of the secret police 5,000 musketeers were dispatched, including 2 battalions of artillery, to ambush and wait in the suburbs. The goal was to wipe out the Socialist Party and Mitchell's guerrillas. This matter was of great importance, and Bont felt unprecedented panic and didn't know what to do. He handed the company over to the 2 vice presidents, and sent Tom to gather new recruits. The official identity of these recruits was enterprise workers, which was different from other workers. Most people didn't know that there was a gang of rebels hidden among them. He gathered these people and went to the warehouse to get guns and ammunition. "Brother Bont, you can't go, I'll do it," Quill held Bont's arm. "If even you are exposed, Mitchell and I will lose a backer. You should understand what I mean." Yes, Quill was right. Once Bont was exposed, he would never be able to return to his current identity and status, and naturally he would not be able to provide shelter and help to others. The result was the same as the guerrillas, with no food to eat, sleeping in the open, and running around. If he stayed, the situation would be different. At least he could use his power or borrow the resources of Brother United Industries to provide necessary assistance to the guerrillas. Quill was right, and Bont agreed to stay. When he returned to the office, the first thing he did was to fire a group of people. His approach was correct. Letting these people sever their ties with the company first was a protection for themselves and the entire company. There were more than 600 new recruits, along with their equipment and supplies. Quill is now the acting battalion commander of this unit. They first took the return giant worm convoy of Brother Industries and got off halfway. Judging from the map, they were very close to the four-square city. There were gunshots outside the nearby valley, and they had already started over there. Quill didn't believe Mitchell was so reckless. A small part of his team was wanderers. Among them, those who had served in the military in the last world were organized into advance teams. The captain was Khabarovsky, a Russian who had participated in the war against the Ottoman Turks during the reign of Queen Catherine. He had certain combat and command experience. Because of his walking posture and skin, people in the team called him Big White Goose. Quill ordered the soldiers to occupy the advantageous terrain in the valley. Just as they were about to take action, Captain White Goose came back. They discovered a cavalry unit of the Republican Guard hidden in the valley. This cavalry has more than 300 horses. When the time is right, they will be ordered to attack. It is a great threat to the guerrillas. There are not many trees on the top of the mountain, but there are more wild bushes. The trees in the other world were almost cut down hundreds of years ago. The existing trees are generally short, and it is difficult for them to grow due to the short sunshine time and pollution. In the telescope, the outside of the four-square city was filled with smoke. He did not see Mitchell's guerrillas, and he was relieved immediately. The Socialist Death Squad with red cloth on their arms, less than 1,000 people, was divided into several groups, and there were casualties all the time. One of the death squads, led by John, charged towards the city gate. Quill saw that their situation was not good. There were piles of socialist hostages tied up at the city gate, which was a ready-made bait. The cavalry artillery positions on the other side had been adjusted. At the commander's command, dozens of artillery pieces fired continuously, just covering the area where the death squad was charging. "We can't save them," Quill analyzed. "Mitchell's arrival's useless, it's just a few more cannon fodder," Big White Goose added. In the southeast and northwest, there are still 2 battalions of reserve troops that have not moved, and there are hidden cavalry. The artillery, the secret police branch action group and the sheriff's guard commanded by Major General Meiji cooperate with each other in an orderly manner. The current dispatched forces account for half of the total force. In less than half an hour, the death squad will be wiped out. This Major General Meiji is very difficult to deal with. "Where is the messenger?" Then, Quill asked the messenger to convey the order, and everyone was on standby and ready to leave at any time. Just as Quill was about to give the order, the situation changed again. The enemy's artillery position was attacked. Mitchell's guerrillas appeared. They got out of the stinking ditch near the artillery and rushed into the enemy position with lightning speed. Where guns are inappropriate, swords can be used. On the top of the mountain, Quill hurriedly picked up the telescope. Mitchell's guerrillas killed several artillerymen like cutting melons and vegetables. The enemy's artillery had no combat effectiveness and had no choice but to escape. This move was done beautifully by the surprised troops, and Quittle admired it from the bottom of his heart. Soon, the artillery position fell into the hands of the guerrillas. The greatest pressure on John's suicide squad was relieved, and it was 50 meters close to the city gate. The prison guards in charge of custody immediately sent out 2 companies of musketeers to line up and shoot. There was a heavy musket every 10 people. Major General Meiji over there urgently ordered the nearest 3rd Reserve to attack the artillery position. "Are we still retreating, sir?" the big white goose asked Quittle. He didn't know this team and didn't hold much hope. "Let's see." Quittle turned his head and stared at him. The big white goose also used a telescope to look, and a shocking scene happened. Mitchell's hundreds of men quickly stabilized their positions and operated the artillery very skillfully. Everyone performed their duties and was divided into 2 parts. One part had 8 cavalry guns aimed at the enemy array at the city gate. The remaining 20 cavalry guns adjusted their positions. He had just blinked for the 3rd time when the cavalry guns fired continuously. The first shot was a test shot, intended to calibrate the position, and the second shot accurately bombed the target. Several gaps were immediately blasted into the enemy's formation at the city gate, and broken limbs and human bodies were scattered in all directions. Facing the impact of the 3rd Battalion, the 20 guns formed an effective barrier within the range. After the second round of artillery fire, the enemy's attack was repelled, leaving dozens of corpses. "Are all Mitchell's men artillerymen?" Big White Goose couldn't believe his eyes. "Yes. They were once the best artillerymen in the world. They can do everything." For the first time, Quittle evaluated his former comrades in a pertinent tone. "Okay, now listen to my orders. Surround the cavalry in the valley. Although we can't guarantee the final victory, at least we can do something to make Mitchell feel better." Quittle smiled for the first time in a long time when he spoke. "Damn it. What is the origin of Mitchell's guerrillas?" Major General Meiji asked angrily, and no officer on the left or right could answer. Someone suggested that the 2nd Reserve team attack and quickly deal with the Socialist death squad. Then order the cavalry to attack the artillery position from another direction to disperse the artillery fire. This is the only way, and before the Major General gave the order, there was dense gunfire from the valley. Later, a cavalry captain and more than a dozen cavalry escaped from the valley entrance. What happened? Major General Meiji urgently ordered the flag bearer to order the cavalry to leave the valley. Not only did the follow-up cavalry not come out, but a group of people and horses came out. Veteran Quittle led 600 soldiers, divided into 3 columns, and stepped up their pace. They were heading to the artillery position. The enemy also ordered the security guards and a reserve battalion that were encircling the death squad to move to Quittle's direction. The death squad was under less pressure. At this time, they were divided into several pieces and then merged together. John and his hundreds of pioneers had already engaged in close combat with the prison guards, firing at each other. The sound of gunfire continued. Facing the offensive on the left wing, Mitchell had to move his position. It can be seen that most enemies are afraid of death, which gave the Big White Goose and the recruits great confidence. They constantly vented their hatred for the Republic and were not afraid of enemies that were several times more numerous. Before, according to Quittle's vision and experience, as long as they were not bombarded and kept their formation stable, they would not suffer a big loss. On weekdays, he often instilled the idea that soldiers should obey orders as their first duty. Now, the brothers are doing very well. One person fell, and the person behind him made up for it. Continuous rotation shooting and stable fire suppression made the enemy collapse at the touch of a button. Not long after, Mitchell's artillery merged with Quittle's soldiers. The infantry cooperated with the artillery and turned from passive defense to counterattack. The more the battle went on, the colder his heart became. Major General Meiji was surprised by the guerrillas' tactics. The other side's officers were not greedy for life, and the soldiers were not afraid of death, which made people look at them differently. People in the 18th century were so powerful. Meiji could never imagine that people in the upper world could treat war as an art and a subject to study. The war in the other world was nothing more than the police catching thieves and adults bullying children. Because of the protection of the gods, the Republic has never fought a battle that it could not win. It was not until modern times that the gods decided to attack the upper world. They deliberately let go and did not use miracles, in order to allow the Republic's army to be effectively trained. Enough of small talk, let's get back to the book. The defenders in the four-square city began to go out of the city for reinforcement. They were all greedy for life and afraid of death. They were useless except for harming the people. Therefore, their appearance was just a few more shouts. Among the many Republic troops on the scene, only the Jianling Guard had some combat effectiveness, but the current commander was not. When Major General Meiji was guarding the death prison, he almost took down the guerrillas, which shows a certain problem. Unfortunately, the prison guards are not under the leadership of Meiji now, otherwise, it is very likely to turn the tide of the war again. At this time, Major General Meiji put all the guard companies behind him into action. He hoped to delay time and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. The ultimate goal of Mitchell and Quiddle was to rescue the Socialist Death Squad, not to annihilate the enemy and decide who wins or loses. They understood that the longer the time dragged, the worse the situation would be. First, the ammunition could not be supplied, and secondly, the people were exhausted. After Quiddle sent people to contact the Death Squad, they agreed that they would evacuate immediately after rescuing the hostages within half an hour. If they didn't leave, no one could leave. As expected, the prison guards at the city gate began to massacre the hostages. They finally rescued more than 300 hostages and had no choice but to evacuate. When they were scattered, there were still a dozen new recruits in the valley. They captured dozens of war horses and took them away. There is one question that Quiddle and the White Goose have never thought about: where to go in the future? Come with me to Red Mountain, Mitchell said with a smile. Okay, Quiddle nodded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156: Portable Artillery. Location: Logger Town. Here is a brief review of Li Baokei's experience in the first half of the year. In a secret base outside Logger Town, Li Jia from Bali Military Industry gave a speech to his escort team. Li Baokei, as his deputy, stood aside with a blank expression. In fact, during the 2-month period of the team's establishment, he was just an instructor. It's right to say that he was an instructor. He trained these people in full accordance with the training subjects for recruits. Former members of the Buckingham Gang, Fuso warriors, members of the Wild Wolf Gang, plus 300 recruited factory workers. A total of more than 800 people, organized into 4 company-level units. Worker Bruno is the captain of the 4th escort team. Outside the secret base, there is a plaque of Bali Arms Company, which has been filed in Logger Town and has proper procedures and identities. Now, our job is to obey orders and follow instructions, nothing else. When Li Jia said this, someone interrupted and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Li Jia, are we now the detainees or the army?" Li Jia looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Kame Taro, the second in command of the Fuso samurai. To be honest, Li Jia really didn't know how to answer. "Oh, let me answer this." Li Baokei stepped forward. "Use military discipline to restrain us, use military training methods to improve our survival skills, so that we can avoid risks and reduce losses at work. Do you understand what I mean?" As he spoke, Li Baokei walked to the center of the team so that people could hear what he said more clearly. A few simple words could not eliminate the doubts of most people. People began to whisper and discuss with each other. Some even wanted to quit the team. They didn't want to participate in the rebellion. The crime of the rebels was very serious, and no one wanted to live long. Let me tell you a story, the story of my team in the last world. Please listen carefully. The lecture on the spot turned into a symposium for Li Baokei. He pressed his hands down to indicate, "Friends, please sit down and listen carefully." Then, 800 officers and soldiers sat on the ground. There was a brother whose woman was captured by the military police. At that time, in order to save my brother, I had to save his woman. The story told by Li Baokei was an event in 1801. After the Exodus, Lieutenant Miller jumped into the sea to save Miss Mona. The Santa Maria had to return. It was about the occupation of the military police and the intimidation of Captain Henry. In order to save the people we love, we are willing to give everything. The premise is that you have this ability. All we are doing now is to accumulate this ability and prepare for rescuing our loved ones in the future." There was a pause here. Li Baokei observed the reactions of the soldiers, and everyone fell into deep thought. In the Cape Verde Islands in the upper world, we met a big slave owner named Donia. The past events came to mind. In the past few days, cold air has been continuously injected from above. The cold current from Siberia in the upper world will invade here through the passage of the Ghost Sea every time at this time. Winter has arrived in the Republic. The temperature in the other world has dropped by more than 10 degrees. This season is a nightmare for the poor. There are often vagrants and inferior people who freeze to death on the streets and in slums. The cold wind blows, but people's hearts are warm. Li Baoque told the story of the soldier Andre being beaten and Captain Donia blackmailing the gold pocket watch. He said, "You may have been bullied and blackmailed, and you can't do anything, like some of you working in factories. You can't get what you want even if you die of exhaustion." People listened quietly, and the personal charm exuded by Li Baoque in their eyes infected everyone. "Because you are among us," Li Baoque pointed at one of them, "we are all brothers. If we become strong, I can assure you that if someone bullies, blackmails, or treats you unfairly in the future, you will stand up and say no loudly. Otherwise," he paused and attracted everyone's attention again. "Otherwise, beat him up." Li Baoque raised his fist excitedly. This sentence was like thunder, causing the crowd to stand up. "Beat him up, yes. Beat him up," Li Baoque shouted. "Beat him up. Beat his girl," the officers and soldiers shouted, and the echoes echoed in the valley. The leader of the Fuso warriors, Miyamoto Koji, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Butcher Joseph, he really has a way." Speaking of which, the mystery of Redding's death finally has a solution. If there is anyone in the world who Li Baoque feels sorry for, it is only Redding. Moses' daughter died more miserably than his father. Reagan's men caught the murderer, the bald old guy. After asking a few questions, Li Baoque shot him in the head. From then on, there was no rooting in the world, and only a rotten shoe was left. He wrapped the shoe with a piece of linen and carried it with him as a commemoration forever. Back at Dr. Smith's castle, the female mechanic Garland told him a good news that the portable mobile artillery had finally been successfully developed. It was indeed an exciting news. The portable mobile artillery is actually a modified version of the shoulder-fired artillery. The artillery continues most of the shoulder-fired design and uses a new type of manganese steel, which is 18 pounds lighter than the original. In particular, the improvement of recoil, the slide rail spring plus the hydraulic buffer device at the tail, offsets the recoil generated by the artillery after the explosion by nearly half. In other words, in the past, soldiers used shoulder-fired artillery to participate in battles, and the recoil generated by the artillery fire could shock people back 5 or 6 steps. People with weak physiques are likely to be shaken out of their hands. The impact force of today's portable artillery is much smaller, plus the total weight is reduced. Ordinary women can carry artillery on their shoulders to the battlefield. Another improved invention is the addition of rifling design inside the 1-meter-long fire tube. The range of the artillery shells has been increased by hundreds of meters. In the underground test side of the castle, Li Baoque conducted the first round of test firing, and the results were satisfactory. Li Jia recently invited another gunpowder engineering expert named Du Cheng. The expert is a technician of Bali military industry. He is studying something called nitrate. Nitrate refers to the precursor of nitroglycerin. Later, Nobel used him to invent explosives. Mr. Du Cheng used his discovery to improve the quality of black powder, which is much better than gunpowder powder. Because his invention was not perfect and there were many accidents during the test, the arms company did not dare to hire him. Later, he was dug here by Li Jia. Now Du Cheng put the improved gunpowder into the artillery shells. One test firing shocked the whole room. Dr. Smith, Li Jia, Li Baoque, Garland, Mr. Du Cheng and some staff were all surprised beyond words. At the end of the empty test site, there were traces of 2 artillery shell explosions. Ordinary shells can crack a stone wall, while the shells from the capital can simply blow a big hole in the stone wall. As early as in the last world, after Li Baoque met the arms manufacturer Engie, he got Engie's Type 3 rifle. That was the first time he realized the importance of talent. In the other world, he persuaded Li Jia and Dr. Smith to recruit talent through various channels. After the portable artillery, Dr. Smith shifted the focus of invention to the 6-barreled revolver heavy musket, and the next step will be to improve the flintlock. It takes time to complete the above projects. Li Baoque can wait. He plans to mass-produce portable artillery and artillery shells. Once his army is equipped with them, the improvement in combat effectiveness will not be a little bit. Dr. and Li Jia are in trouble. Needless to say, Li Baoke also knows that the funds are a problem. During this period, Dr. Smith has spent a lot of money on the supply and equipment of the army, the construction of the secret base, and several research projects. It is estimated that in a while, they will not even be able to drink water. There are many problems, let's solve them one by one. Leave the money to me, Li Baoke said to them. I originally planned to sell the rough diamonds on me to solve the urgent problem. Coincidentally, I heard Reagan from the Wild Wolf gang talking about something. What was it? At this time of year, the 7 factories in Logar town settle their accounts with the factories with which they trade, and transport the settlement funds back from other provinces. Generally, they are divided into several parts and routes, and escorted by a special security company. Then they are sent to the Republic Bank in Nakatsu City, Quebec Province. Nakatsu City is 40 kilometers away from Logar town. Hundreds of factories in 3 cities and 12 towns in this area transport puddings to Nakatsu City at about the same time. Several people discussed and decided to do him a favor and rob the escort vehicle. Miyamoto Koji was fine, but Reagan was so excited that he couldn't help it. Here, Li Baoke sent worker Bruno to contact workers from various factories to organize a general strike. When the general strike begins, it will inevitably attract military and police forces in the Nakatsu area. At that time, Li Baoke's troops will take advantage of the opportunity to rob on a large scale, and it will be difficult not to succeed. The plan is in full swing. What they didn't know was that their unusual behavior recently attracted the attention of the local sheriff. The sheriff reported it to the secret police branch in Songjin City. The branch received the news and sent a group of plainclothes secret agents to the town of Logar. In the past few days, some people have been sneaking around Dr. Smith's castle. Li Baoke felt something was wrong. There is an old Chinese saying that it is better to plan ahead and be prepared for danger in times of peace. Li Baoke first thought that Logar town was under enemy surveillance and was not a place to live for a long time. He didn't want his friends to be implicated so soon. He persuaded Garland first, and together with Garland, he persuaded Dr. Smith. The castle's industry was transferred to the secret base little by little. Every day, several vehicles loaded with machinery or materials left the city, and if there were secret agents following, they would be killed directly outside the city. Chapter 157 Robbery of a Money Transport Vehicle. The battle between the escort team and the plainclothes detectives was secretly launched. Every day, people from both camps disappeared. This situation lasted for more than 10 days. Li Baoke, Reagan and others went out in groups, with their hands in their pockets, holding the gun handles, ready to fight at any time. The situation was serious, and it seemed that transferring the castle's property was the right step. The secret police branch had collected enough evidence, the so-called evidence of treason, and they would take action sooner or later, a matter of one day earlier or later. They could not wait any longer, so Li Baoke and several others discussed and decided to strike in advance. The workers of various factories contacted by worker Bruno started a general strike on October 20th and carried out demonstrations. The slogans of the activities appeared in the form of leaflets and banners. The purpose of the strike was to reduce the intensity of workers' work and shorten the 14-hour workday to 10 hours. In addition, they demanded an increase in the wages of enterprise workers. In the early morning of October 20th, the sheriff's guards and the plainclothes brigade of the secret police branch entered the factory area first. The plainclothes officers who were monitoring Dr. Smith's castle temporarily evacuated. The sky outside was suddenly bright and the fog was thick. Li Baoke gathered nearly 800 escorts and boarded the giant worm train. 3 hours later, they were on the road to Songjin City. The train was too slow, and all the personnel ran and marched for another hour or so to reach the vicinity of the Miratro iron mine. This iron mine has been abandoned for a long time and is near the road. The important thing is that 3 roads converge here, which is the only way from other provinces to Songjin City. There are people in front. A team member pointed to the hill formed by the waste iron slag. I saw it too, said another team member. Li Baoke looked and saw nothing. To be careful, he sent a few team members to check. Several team members crouched down with guns and searched from both sides of the hill. Before they got close, a whistle sounded from behind the hill. A group of people emerged from behind the hill, about 100 people. There is an ambush, a team member shouted. It doesn't look like an ambush, Reagan said. Everyone prepare for battle, Li Baoke ordered. 800 people were divided into 4 groups and gathered on the hill. Langding saw that the battle was not small. Later, a team member ran over to report to Li Baoke that the leader of the other side wanted to negotiate with Captain Li Baoke. It was dark and could not see clearly. The shadowy hundreds of people used the hill as a base, each finding a shelter and setting up their muskets. They were not afraid of the 800 people and had no intention of retreating. "You have guts," Li Baoke laughed, took a puff of cigar and exhaled the smoke. "As long as they are not detectives, everything is fine. If they are, they must be wiped out." He also climbed the hill, followed by Reagan, Miyamoto Koji and others, and a team member led the way. Halfway up the hill, a masked man in black and a dozen musketeers came up. Less than 10 meters away, the masked man was suddenly surprised. Li Baoke could not see his appearance clearly and didn't know why he was weird. The musketeers were all masked. One of them was holding a long-handled broadsword, and the broadsword looked familiar. "Oh, Commander Joseph, yes, it's me." The masked man pulled off his veil and burst into tears. Li Baoke looked at him and opened his mouth in surprise. "Ah, Brother Colin." "Commander Li, brother." The man with the long knife spoke in Chinese, threw away the long knife, and ran over to hug him. "Wang Shoren is your boy," Li Baoke cried with joy. Several people hugged each other. Two of the musketeers were also brothers from the original team, and the others joined halfway. Reagan and Miyamoto Koji saw that it was Li Baoke's old acquaintance, and each waved and ordered their own people to lower the muzzle of the gun. "Don't fire accidentally, it's not easy to say if you hurt your friends." "Commander Li, my father and uncle are there." Wang Shoren wiped his tears and pointed to the back of the hill. Li Baoke waved his hand over there. Colin called all his men to come down and reach the ground. Li Baoke hugged and shook hands with brothers such as Wang Jin and Wang Zai, who came down later. Without further ado, I will talk about the situation of Colin and others in the past few years. Speaking of the purpose of this trip, the two gangs are unanimous, all of which are to rob the money transport vehicles. They have more than 120 people, who have been tracking from other provinces and have traveled more than 2,000 kilometers. They passed through many towns on the way, but because of their limited strength, they never found an opportunity to start. This group of money transport vehicles is a vehicle of the Hongjin City Chamber of Commerce Alliance. The initial amount is estimated to be more than 300 million puddings. Among them, there are gold cloth, silver cloth, and pudding. The one responsible for the transportation is the Jacob Security Company in Quebec. It is said that this security company is very famous. It is composed of retired security guards, with a number of 300 people and a certain combat effectiveness. Bounty hunter Colin and leader Wang Jin have studied the background of this group of guards very thoroughly. It is precisely because of this that they dare not act easily. The military mine is their last chance, and they must fight no matter what. Just now, they were ambushed and unfortunately encountered Li Baoke's troops. Seeing their lips cracked and skinny, and seeing that they hadn't had a sip of water for a long time, Li Baoke felt so distressed. They had enough water and food, which were distributed on the spot. Colin gulped down 2 large bottles of water and cried again while eating bread. If there had been water and bread at that time, Old Good and Becca wouldn't have starved to death. Li Baoke also choked up. Taylor Good was a member of the team, and he ended up like this in a different world. This is probably the tragedy of the world. Becca is the daughter of Duke Dumas, a girl who had a crush on Li Baoke. Her first love started when she used the love potion. Recalling the bits and pieces of the two people together, one warm picture after another, Li Baoke gritted his teeth to stop himself from crying. "By the way, Miss Margaret is still alive, she is married, and she doesn't want us to disturb her life anymore." Colin finally said something good. "Really? I wish her well," Li Baoke said with a forced smile. They had plenty of time to prepare. And the money transport vehicle was expected to arrive before noon. At this time, Li Baoke's giant worm train arrived. Colin and others were very envious. The price of the worm train was at least 1 million puddings. In addition to weapons and equipment and supplies. It seemed that Chief Li was doing well. They persuaded those who joined halfway to join Li Baoke's team, and Li Baoke agreed with both hands. Speaking of giant worm trains, it is determined by the quality of the worms, which are divided into more than a dozen gears. The price of adult giant worm trains is higher. Their train is worth 3.5 million puddings. There are 15 open-air carriages and 2 closed carriages. The speed is not as fast as a horse, and is about the same as a mule. There are also small vehicles, such as unicorn goat carts. There are less than 10 in Logar Town, which are the patents of the rich and powerful. Most of the animals in the other world are extinct, and it is not easy to survive. Now the more common ones are two-headed dogs, eight-legged cats, and gophers. Chickens, ducks, geese, donkeys, horses, cows, etc., poultry and livestock commonly seen in the upper world, are rarely seen here. It was much brighter. The weather in the Republic is always gloomy, with a visibility of 200 meters. Various worm vehicles were driving on the road. Suddenly, a unicorn car passed by, and more pedestrians were passing by. They were lying in ambush on both sides of the road, watching silently. During this period, a team of armored cavalry ran from the direction of Zhongjin City and got on the road to Logar Town. There was also a battalion of the Republican Guard, and some empty prisoner cars loaded with worms were prepared for the strikers. It was almost noon, and the first rays of sunlight shone on the earth. The spies disguised as pedestrians reported that the money train was approaching, less than 2 kilometers away. Very good, Li Baoque lay in the trench by the road with a wicked smile on his face. He kept Wang Shoren by his side. When he was in the upper world, Li Baoque intended to train him. Several ambush points at the intersection were in place, and the attack was launched with a sound of artillery as a signal. Colin's team remained at the entrance of the mine. Captain Bruno was currently on strike, and his squad was commanded by Li Baoque himself. Regan, Miyamoto Koji, and Fatty Jack were 3 squads, each equipped with at least 3 6-barreled revolvers. Fatty Jack was the recently promoted squad leader and a former member of the Buckingham Gang. On Li Baoque's side, 2 team members handed over a long wooden box and a toolbox for ammunition. "What is that?" Wang Shoren on the left pointed at the wooden box and asked. "Take it apart and have a look," Li Baoque said. Wang Shoren listened, bent over, opened the wooden box, and found a portable artillery. There were 4 shells in the ammunition box, which were truly capital shells. There was not one more. "What a big gun," Wang Shoren exclaimed. He had never seen this before, and he couldn't even tell the difference between a cannon and a gun. A small caliber is called a gun, and a large caliber is called a cannon. Portable artillery or shoulder-fired artillery is a heavy weapon. It is equivalent to the power of a cavalry cannon. This shell is worth 200,000 puddings, Li Baoque sighed. Wars are fought by burning money. It depends on whether the effort and the reward are proportional. Otherwise, after firing 4 shells, the family will go bankrupt. There is no point in fighting this war. On the other hand, if portable artillery and etching shells can be mass-produced, the cost-price investment can be reduced. The money transport convoy is getting closer and closer. Li Baoque can feel the vibration of the ground in the trench. According to the plan, Fatty Jack's people will put a giant worm, the size of 6 buffaloes connected together. The 2-meter-long tentacles are constantly swaying, and the pair of ivory-like giant claws under the fort are opening and closing. Behind the wrist-thick reins are 10 trains. The carriages of the 3 middle trains are sealed, confirming that they are undoubtedly putting money. The trains in front and behind are loaded with some wooden boxes of private supplies. And the musketeers of the Jacob Security Company. The musketeers looked around vigilantly. The law stipulates that musketeers can shoot at suspects without warning. Therefore, passers-by avoided and tried to avoid the range of the money transport vehicle. When they arrived at the 4-way intersection of the mine, there was a pile of rubble on the road leading to Zhongjin City, which was all waste or slag, making it impossible for the train to pass. No, the driver who drove the worm pulled the reins. The performance of the security team was very surprising. The security captain ordered the driver to continue moving forward and use the worm to forcibly arch a road. This would take a lot of time. The people in ambush were waiting to see the joke. While they were coming down, they moved the pile of stones and then launched an attack. Time passed by minute, and the security team was calm and remained calm and highly alert. The driver manipulated the worm, inserted a pair of pliers into the ore pile, and used brute force to push it to both sides. Half an hour later, Li Baoque realized that he had met an opponent. It would take another hour to clear the roadblock. Another half hour later, Reagan's group finally couldn't hold back any longer. Without waiting for the sound of the artillery, they whistled and jumped onto the road from the left depression. Immediately, the musketeers on one side of the train fired in an orderly manner. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was loud, and the smell of smoke filled the air. Before they could get close to the road, Reagan's men fell down one after another. "Hey, damn it," Reagan hurriedly called on his brothers to retreat and lie down. The gunfire stopped with a bang, and some musketeers aimed and were on guard, ready to shoot at any time. Looking at this posture, whoever showed his head would be shot. Some of Fatty Jack's men over there looked out and were also suppressed by gunfire. Lee Baoke smiled and lit a cigar, feeling excited about the first opponent he had ever met in his life. The opponent's calm attitude in the face of danger is worth learning, and the orderly suppression methods in batches are very effective. In addition, Collins said that their firepower configuration is that every 10 musketeers are equipped with a 6-barreled heavy musket. 20 musketeers plus a cavalry cannon is a perfect combination. Just now, it was just musket suppression, and heavy weapons were temporarily useless. At this time, Lee Baoke suddenly understood the direct reason why Colin and his group had not dared to take action after tracking for 2,000 kilometers. After thinking about it, Lee Baoke hooked his finger, and Wang Shoren leaned over and whispered a few words, asking him to pass on the order. "You have your rules, and I have my tricks." Lee Baoke planned to use harassment tactics to find a suitable opportunity to attack. Later, Wang Shoren came back after running a circle and nodded to Lee Baoke. Reagan, Fatty Jack, Miyamoto Koji, Lee Baoke and Collins' 5 teams tentatively harassed from 5 directions. Basically, some people from one place, at a fixed location, showed their heads and fired a few shots. Immediately attracted the counterattack of security personnel. These people repeatedly fired several times at a fixed location, such as behind a few rocks, and then moved to another location. Boom boom boom, after the cavalry guns on the train locked the location, they launched a concentrated bombing. People ran away, and not a single bird feather was blown up. Repeatedly. Another half an hour later, Lee Baoke clearly heard the chaotic sound of gunfire. According to the spy's observation, the giant worm can clear the roadblock in another 20 minutes. Lee Baoke glanced at his pocket watch and decided to launch a general attack when there were 10 minutes left. Now he regretted a little. There were cavalry artillery and heavy artillery in the base warehouse. If there were artillery, he would not be so passive. His giant worm train, carrying several heavy artillery, was out of the range of the opponent's cavalry artillery, and it was estimated that less than 10 shells would solve the problem. Why waste so much effort? War mainly depends on strength. Reagan and others shouted loudly, asking the other side to surrender. The security team members finally lost their patience and cursed each other. While they were cursing, Lee Baoke picked up the portable artillery and stepped out of the trench in 2 steps. Before leaving the trench, he turned his head with a cigar in his mouth to ignite the fuse. It took 7 seconds for the fire to burn to the root. After leaving the trench, Lee Baoke squatted and aimed. Bang! A cannon sounded. The huge explosion destroyed the second car of the train. The deputy security captain on it had no time to think before the car was torn into pieces. Half of the musketeers in the third car were also affected. The base of the second car was blown up, and the wheels were thrown into the trench. What kind of cannon is so powerful? The captain on the first car was extremely surprised. This shot opened the psychological defense of the security team, and they all became panicked. The power of 1 capital shell is equivalent to 5 ordinary shells, which is almost the same as that of heavy artillery. The sound of the artillery marked the beginning of the general attack. Thousands of armed elements rushed in from all directions, and the dense gunfire quickly turned more than a dozen trains into sieves. Chapter 158, General Strike. Some of the security gunmen who resisted were soon shot dead. The security captain ran into Wang Shoren while fleeing in panic. Wang Shoren's broadsword chopped the captain in half from his left shoulder to his right lower ribs. Blood splattered all over his face. "Hurry up," Lee Baoke shouted, "hurry up to collect the spoils." He didn't want to be hit by the returning Zhongjin troops. Someone suggested that the giant worm train could be taken away, the damaged cars could be unloaded, and the suspension device could be disassembled with a wrench to reassemble the train. In this way, multiple trains would be very good. People immediately shoveled the dirt, cleaned the blood on the train, and cleaned up the battlefield as much as possible. The dead bodies were thrown into the trenches, and they were about to become food for the wild 2-headed dogs and lone wolves. A head count was counted on the spot, and 31 of them were killed in the battle. All of them were new recruits. In fact, casualties could be reduced. The main thing was to obey orders. Reagan's men suffered the greatest losses, and Li Baoke ordered him to reflect and go back to review. While the two giant worm trains were returning to the secret base, the general strike in the town of Logar was in full swing. The factory areas of several factories were covered with big character posters, and workers gathered on the main street of the development zone for a sit-in demonstration. On the 2-kilometer-long street, nearly 30,000 workers sat in place, and it looked dense at a glance. The Republican Guard and the secret police in plain clothes, armed with live ammunition, blocked several intersections, allowing only entry but not exit. At this time, the worker leader Bruno and 23 worker representatives were invited to the town government office of Logar Town to negotiate with the factory owner delegation. How could they participate in the negotiation? As soon as they entered the town government office, they were arrested by detectives. The captain of the detectives approved the arrest for disturbing public order. Then, the mayor and a jury of officials and factory owners appeared. "Why don't you let them go? They are our friends," the mayor shouted in surprise. "Okay. Listen to the mayor," the captain of the detectives ordered his men to open the handcuffs of the worker representatives. "Welcome, my friends," the president of the Chamber of Commerce smiled and invited everyone to the meeting room for talks. Bruno and others were prepared and looked very serious. They did not buy into their friendliness. These people were smiling but hiding knives, saying one thing and thinking another, and changing their faces faster than turning the pages of a book. Just after expressing friendship, they can kill you in 3 seconds. Bruno was used to their tricks. The worker representatives were interviewed one by one and forced to sign the so-called agreement. The most common sentence they heard was, "Everyone has signed, except you." The mayor himself served as an honorary consultant for several factories, so he naturally spoke for the factory owners. They adopted a strategy of division and disintegration, first promising to give the representatives personal benefits, secretly promoting them to get a raise, or providing them with citizenship. In addition, the factories where these representatives worked provided corresponding personal information. For example, how many people are in your family, where you live, and everyone's personality traits and interests are thoroughly studied. Behind each worker representative, there is a group of people who can predict what you are going to say next and refute you in a minute until you are speechless. In less than half a day, more than half of the 23 representatives could not resist the coercion and temptation and signed a waiver agreement. Then more than half of the representatives persuaded and convinced the other representatives. Under the double blow of violence and inducement, there are 4 people, including Bruno, who finally persisted. The general strike in the other world is different from that in the upper world. The former uses wisdom and legal policies to force you to accept your fate and surrender, with various means and serious loss of morality. The latter mostly uses blood and violence, and the methods are relatively primitive. Since the 18th century, capitalism in the upper world has just become popular. It was not until the 20th century that the deepening and refinement of the discipline of enterprise management reached the management level of the other world. The gods in the sky understand human beings very well and manage them according to the weaknesses of human nature, with the aim of making them slaves in the true sense. Sadly, slaves in the true sense never admit that they are slaves. Therefore, it is difficult for strike movements in the other world to succeed. Bruno and 4 other worker representatives were finally placed under house arrest. After the other representatives returned to the factory, they spread some rumors. Amid the abuse, everyone felt that they had been deceived by some people and had wasted their time. Most of them had forgotten their original program. The factory owners and managers also persuaded them on the spot, distributed food and water to everyone, and announced that they would not pursue the matter. The general strike ended hastily, and the Republican Guard also withdrew. When he said this, it was already pitch black. The celebration dinner at the Logar town office officially began. The mayor burned the concession agreement that had been drafted in advance. Applause broke out in the office hall. The terms of the concession agreement had been drafted long ago, including a reduction of 2 hours of working time per day and a 30% increase in wages for all. This was the biggest concession they could make. This concession was beneficial to all the lower-class people. Unfortunately, the worker representatives did not persist to the end. The celebration dinner at the secret base was launched at the same time. The simple hall of the camp, built of stone, was brightly lit. Several wooden tables were filled with fruits, broth, wine and bread. People completely relaxed, cheering, dancing and singing under the influence of alcohol. Arms dealer Ligia, Dr. Smith, female mechanic Garland and dozens of technicians who volunteered to accompany them were also in the base. They congratulated Li Baoque and others. This battle yielded a lot. The list of seized items is as follows. 112 complete flintlock rifles and 13 pistols. 6 complete cavalry guns and 3 6-barrel revolver muskets, 20 boxes of ammunition. In addition, there were 80 pieces of tinware in the wooden boxes shipped, and 3,000 winter uniforms of the Republican Guard. All damaged firearms and other items were stored in a place, and the parts of the 10 damaged cavalry guns could be disassembled and used. The money in the carriage, the gold cloth and the silver cloth added up to a total of 380 million. These puttings were equivalent to the annual fiscal revenue of the entire Songjin city. Everyone was very happy, but a few people were not happy. Why? The hijacked money is too hot to handle, and the Republican Guard will never give up. There is also the famous Jacob Security Company, whose founder is a retired general of the Republican Army, and has certain military strength. The consequences of destroying their security brigade of more than 300 people are very serious. Some people predict that within 3 days, the Republican Guard will send troops to attack the base. They don't want the home they have worked so hard to build to be destroyed in an instant. Halfway through the banquet, Li Baoque and several squad leaders announced the end of the banquet and gathered on the playground. The first thing was to let Captain Reagan come forward to review, which was skipped. Li Baoque took out the base's defense map and built fortifications based on the commanding heights of the base's periphery. The required stones were taken locally. Colin and others are now incorporated into the 5th Squad. Each squad is responsible for the construction of a section of fortifications. From now on, each squad will be divided into shifts, the faster the better. The shape of the secret base is like a small basin, surrounded by gravel, and the highest point is nearly 100 meters. There are dozens of barracks and warehouses in the basin. There is also a military factory with a newly built foundation. There are many mechanical equipment and materials moved from Dr. Smith's castle in the military factory. The heavy artillery provided by Bali Arms Company is placed in several key positions. During this period, some artillerymen were trained and a cavalry artillery battalion was formed. The cavalry artillery was concentrated and mobile combat was possible. Nearly 50 people from Li Baoque's team under Colin can operate artillery skillfully, which is just in handy. They are the main gunners and the new recruits are the deputy gunners, and the arrangement is in order. The artillery battalion is temporarily commanded by Colin. Fatty G is very familiar with the surrounding terrain, and Li Baoque has another task for him. After the 3rd team completed the fortifications, Li Baoque ordered him to move east 1 day later. There is a depression about 7 kilometers to the east, which is suitable for lurking. Li Baoque planned to let Fatty Jack's 3rd team attack from behind. When the Republican Guard attacked the base, the 3rd team harassed. Arms dealer Li Jiahua is worried about Fatty Jack, fearing that they might turn against him or run away. As the saying goes, don't employ a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you employ. Li Baoque had also considered that he was not only worried about Fatty Jack, but also about Reagan of the 1st team of the Wild Wolf Gang and Miyamoto Koji of the 2nd team. What can he do if he is worried? He can only choose to let go and bet on a good result. The only thing he can do now is to enhance people's confidence and make everyone feel that there is hope in this team. Fortunately, the arrival of Colin and others brought people many legends about Li Baoque's team. Everyone who heard these legends looked at Li Baoque with admiration. In addition to the sufficient money, Li Baoque re-established a standard for military salary payment, with an overall increase of 20%. In addition, Li Baoque continued the reward mechanism in the previous world, and anyone who performed meritorious deeds in battle would be rewarded. Chapter 159 Base Battle. It will rain, and a woman will marry. What is coming will eventually come. On the 3rd day, the Republican Army arrived at the outskirts of La Town. There was a cavalry battalion, 2 artillery battalions, a tank battalion, 5 infantry battalions, and an engineering battalion, with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Behind them was a giant worm train carrying 10 long-range artillery pieces. The commander of this army was Mark, a brigadier general. The tank battalion of the Republican Guard had 100 mechanical tanks. Each tank had 4 personnel and a 115 mm caliber artillery, which was equivalent to loading a cavalry gun on an iron vehicle. The armor was 1 centimeter thick and could defend against bullets and conventional artillery shells. The mechanical tank was controlled by a clockwork, like the clockwork of a music box. Each time it was started, the tank could travel hundreds of meters. The disadvantage was that it was underpowered and unstable, and often stopped and started. It used iron wheels with spokes. Tracks had not yet been invented at that time, so it was suitable for fighting on the plains. The secret base was located in the southwest of Lag Town. After passing through the slums, the tank battalion was stuck. The terrain is more complicated ahead, and it is an open area with gravel. The only road, which can only accommodate one car and can lead directly to the base, has been destroyed. General Mark ordered the engineering battalion to repair the road immediately. The repaired road is smoother and more beautiful than before. But it takes more time. It took nearly 2 more days to repair the section where the base can be seen. It took 3 days from the time they assembled the army to the time they set out, and 2 days to repair the road. Li Baoque's base fortress, with more than 1,000 people continuously building, took 5 days to build a one-person high circular fortification. One chapter mentioned that Li Baoque and others defrauded Bali Company of a batch of arms. Among them, there were 20 long-range artillery with a caliber of 175 mm and 30 cavalry cannons, 36 barrel-heavy muskets, 120 boxes of grenades, and 80 shoulder-carrying artillery, etc. 20 cannons and 20 artillery platforms were all located in prominent positions. Li Baoque climbed up the first artillery platform on the front high ground and looked through the telescope. Except for him, Colin and others, who had been baptized by wars several times, they were not surprised. Everyone else was extremely nervous. The fortifications on the east side of the fortress were the defense area of the first squad. There was a firing hole every 1 meter in a half-man-high wall. There was a shoulder-fired cannon or a 6-barreled musket every 20 meters. A young soldier asked the team leader, "Will we die?" "Maybe." The team leader's expression was deep. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang who had been wandering on the street earlier had now come to this point. Facing the fear of death, some people were reluctant. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Some people were shaken and split up to find their own way out. The team that had just gathered together urgently needed a victory to maintain people's hearts. To maintain people's hearts, it is not only based on inducement and success, but also requires a change of concept. Li Baoque understood that he must win today. Otherwise everything he, Ligia and Dr. Smith had built would no longer exist. It was difficult to fight the Jacob security team, and it was very stressful to face tens of thousands of troops. The enemy's vanguard troops were approaching the range of the artillery, and the engineers were still working hard to repair the road. An open iron carriage, pulled by 3 unicorns, was General Mark's carriage. There was the Republic's emblem, an eagle-shaped symbol, on the iron sheet. The eagle is the totem of the Republic. Their uniform buttons, belt buckles, and the badges on the triangular-brimmed military caps were all similar symbols. Looking at the deployment of the fortress, it was very rigorous, and there were even heavy artillery. Mark smiled. "Interesting," he said. According to the rules, a messenger was sent to surrender. When the messenger came back, half of his face was swollen, saying that he was slapped. Needless to say, the fortress refused to surrender, causing extreme anger among the officers. Here, the engineers opened up a place and set up a tent. On the rectangular table in the tent, the secretariat made a sand table on the spot according to the drawings. The place where the red flag was raised was the Republican Guard. The fortress was oval and raised a black flag. The officers stood on the left and right and waited for orders. These low-class people are too arrogant. I asked the general to allow me to go to the battle and pay the price for their arrogance. The school officer of the 216th Battalion was hot-tempered and was the first to ask to go to the battle. "Well, whoever can take the fortress first will be given a great merit today," General Mark nodded. "I am willing to go." The school officer of the 215th Battalion stepped out. In the eyes of the officers, the low-class rebels can't fight and will basically be defeated in one blow. Look at their deployment. Only people who understand military affairs can do it. Don't take it lightly, General Mark reminded. That being said, after observation, there were not many guards in the fortress, which could be easily inferred from the heads exposed in the fortifications. He judged very accurately that the fortress was indeed short of troops. Now order the 215th Battalion to attack from the front, and the 216th Battalion to assist on both sides. General Mark gave an order, and the 2 officers prepared to go. Order the 7th Artillery Battalion to enter the designated position and solve the artillery threat at close range. Another artillery battalion officer took the order and left. When the road is repaired, Their giant worm trains can pull heavy artillery to the front line and play a role. When the outer fortifications of the fortress are destroyed, their chariots will be able to drive straight in. The only regret is that mechanical chariots cannot be deployed in the rebel, otherwise, the first round of attack should be mainly chariots. This can effectively reduce casualties. Who is their commander? Lee Baok asked Reagan beside him. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle. Knowing more about the opponent's situation will have more advantages than disadvantages. The city defense commander of Zhongjin City is responsible for the entire Zhongjin area and the 6 town defense areas. Reagan was born and raised in Logar Town and is very familiar with the entire Zhongjin area. According to him, General Mark is a guy with high expectations and low skills, and has never experienced war. In his early years, Mark worked at the Republic Military Research Institute and has his own military book on the combat of mechanized corps. This book is very popular, and almost every officer at the company level and above has a copy. Not going through war means no actual command experience? For Lee Baok, it is good news. However, he was very interested in the book on the combat of mechanized corps and would get a copy if he had a chance. Lee Baok hoped that Reagan would tell him everything he had heard, no matter how big or small. This was very important for judging the situation. He mentioned a few more things, but Reagan really couldn't think of too much, and these were enough. One thing was about Mark fighting with the mayor for a woman. The woman he liked later became the mayor's wife, and many people secretly spoke up for him at the time. This shows that this person is cowardly and indecisive. While talking, the enemy's 216th Battalion moved out in a fan shape, followed by the 215th Infantry Battalion. An artillery battalion was also on the move. Due to the uneven ground, the cavalry guns had to be disassembled into several parts, transported to a fixed location, and then assembled. Lee Baok immediately ordered the nearest 8 artillery batteries to prepare, and they could test fire and correct the direction first. The gunners were all from the original French camp and were trustworthy. Battery number 3 was the closest to the cavalry artillery position and was the preferred bombing target. The enemy's engineering battalion had penetrated deep into the position. Lee Baok ordered the number 2 artillery to fire first to disrupt their deployment. Artillery number 5 to 8, pay attention to the enemy's 2 wings, and provide cross-fire support to artillery number 1 to 3. Lee Baok operated the number 1 artillery himself. Boom! The number 3 artillery fired the first shot, which scared the engineers and blew up rocks 40 meters away. People who understand military affairs know that after the artillery is tested and corrected, it will only get closer and closer to the target. The officers of the engineering battalion immediately reported to their superiors, and the battalion commander asked General Mark for instructions. In the tent, the officers discussed and believed that the enemy should not have the ability to operate artillery. The previous shot was close to the landing point, which was just a coincidence. So General Mark listened to the advice and ordered the engineers to continue to open the way. While talking, a shot was also fired near the cavalry artillery position, but no one took it seriously. The 215th Infantry Battalion and the 216th Infantry Battalion, more than 2,000 musketeers, were less than 300 meters away from the main gate of the fortress. Lee Baok adjusted the firing angle and aimed the muzzle at the nearest enemy. Captain Lee. The enemy has made new moves, Wang Shoren reported, and then handed him the telescope. Through the telescope, Lee Baok saw that the enemy's other 3 infantry battalions were circling to both sides, and he had a bad feeling. If the 3 infantry battalions attacked from the other 3 directions, it would be a headache. Insufficient guards were the biggest problem. The guards of the north gate where Lee Baok was located were the strongest, while the south, east and west gates were the weakest. And the commanders had little experience. He pondered for a while and ordered the bounty hunter Colin to command the west gate, and the black soldier Brady and the brothers Wang Jin and Wang Zai to assist in the defense of the other 2 gates. The cavalry artillery company was temporarily in charge of Wang Shoren, who was required to be mobile and flexible and to pull the cavalry artillery to any designated location at any time. The use of the black soldier Brady was not a snap decision by Lee Baok, because he felt that his former brothers had experienced many battles together and had accumulated a lot of experience. He would be able to copy others, right? Fire! Lee Baok ordered a new soldier to light the fire, and the flames quickly burned out. Boom! With one shot, a bunch of enemy vanguards were blown down in sight. This shot gave all the officers and soldiers of the fortress enough confidence, and they were greatly encouraged for a while. Many people cheered. To be honest, the fact that dozens of people fell down in a pile was purely accidental, and it was the responsibility of the company and platoon commanders. Because when facing artillery bombardment, the attackers should disperse. Even if they were bombed, only a few people would be blown down. Sure enough, the 215th Infantry Battalion dispersed immediately after being bombed. The dispersed enemies launched the first charge, which was several times faster. The shouts all over the ground were spectacular. Someone wanted to shoot, and Li Baoque asked the enemy to move closer before shooting. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he first shrank into the fortifications. The fastest charging enemy was 30 meters away from the main gate, and he could clearly see everyone's expression. "Fire!" Li Baoque roared. "Pa pa pa!" The dense sound of muskets continued. The enemy immediately fought back, and people kept falling. Inside the fortifications, the first group of musketeers finished firing and retreated to load ammunition. The second group of musketeers followed and fired from the firing port. There were too few guards to stop the offensive. Li Baoque ordered Wang Shoren's artillery to fire continuously. In addition to the 30 cavalry cannons assembled and repaired later, after a round of continuous explosions, smoke and debris flew in front of the position. The infantry at the front suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat. They did not expect that the combat effectiveness of the lower class was much stronger than they had imagined. Most of the infantry were scared, and the military supervisor shot several people who deserted in the face of the enemy, but it could not stop the speed of defeat. Immediately, the commander of the 216th Infantry Battalion behind, eager to show himself, ordered his men to charge. The commander personally believed that although the fortress had defeated the brother troops, it should be at the end of its strength, and it was a great opportunity. Li Baoque here suddenly felt very embarrassed. He had to operate the artillery and command a battle, and he was too busy. It is impossible to do one thing and take care of the other. He then pointed at a new soldier and said, "You go and command?" The new soldier looked a little wretched, which easily reminded people of a thief. The new soldier pointed at himself in astonishment. "Me? Are you talking about me?" "Sir, you?" Li Baoque nodded solemnly. "Do what I did before." Still not at ease, when he handed him the command flag, he reminded him again, "Well done, you will be the squad leader in the future." The previous captain of this fourth squad was the worker leader Bruno. Bruno was currently imprisoned in the prison in Songjin City. Turning back, Li Baoque ordered his deputy to load the artillery with ammunition. His current duty was to fiddle with the number 1 artillery position. The new soldier and others were all incredulous and silently accepted the reality. The artillery rumbled, and the enemy's cheering could even cover the sound of the artillery. On the battlefield, shouting can help relieve psychological pressure and increase morale. The enemy's cavalry artillery position was bombarded fiercely by the number 2 and number 3 artillery positions before it could gain a foothold. The cavalry battalion lost nearly half of its baggage and artillery and had to disperse. The messengers entered the tents one after another to report that in addition to the losses of the 215th and 216th battalions, the artillery battalion suffered even greater losses. General Mark was quite surprised and instructed the artillery battalion to disintegrate, fight freely, and attack nearby. He quickly picked up the telescope and stood in front of the battle formation with a group of colleagues to observe. Gradually, his confidence was broken again, and his face looked very ugly. According to their observations, at least 8 heavy artillery pieces in the fortress formed a deadly firepower network. There was also the enemy's cavalry artillery group, which used close-range carpet-style bombing, causing the infantry battalion to suffer more casualties. On the battlefield, among the gravel, there were corpses everywhere. The flags of the 215th Infantry Battalion were left on the battlefield, which was a shame for the Republic's soldiers. Seeing that the 216th Infantry Battalion was also retreating, it was careless, General Mark said to himself. First of all, it was a mistake to underestimate the enemy and let the infantry go first. I didn't expect the enemy's artillery to be so strong. In the current stage of the war, the main goal is to destroy the enemy's artillery. This is explained in this way in a chapter of his own book. In other words, give them another half-day to transport the heavy artillery to the front line, suppress it with heavy artillery and artillery battalions, and then attack with infantry battalions. In this case, the fortress naturally cannot take care of their engineering battalion. While the engineering battalion was building the road, the mechanical combat vehicles were approaching step by step. The final result should be completely different. In addition, it is also feasible to suppress by numbers. If the two battalions of troops charged in unison, everyone would not fear life and death, and would have taken down the North Gate long ago. During this period, the recruit asked him for instructions once that there were too many enemies and the attack was swift, and reinforcements were needed. Li Baoke agreed. Chapter 160, Base Battle continued. After repelling the 216th Infantry, the South, North and West Gates were attacked by 3 infantry battalions respectively. The 3 infantry battalions were the 217th, 218th and 219th battalions, 3 regular troops. In addition, another artillery battalion was dispersed and incorporated into the 3 battalions, and the artillery cooperated with the infantry in combat. The pressure from the 3 directions suddenly increased, and they all asked for help from the North Gate. Li Baoke suddenly felt helpless. He had to order the cavalry artillery company to rush to the rescue. A cavalry artillery company had 30 guns, which was obviously not enough, and they had to run their legs off. Commander Li! Commander Li! A woman's voice sounded from behind. Li Baoke had just fired a shot and turned around to see that it was the female mechanic Garland, but she saw that she had her hand on the barrel. No, Li Baoke said anxiously. It was too late. Garland screamed and her right palm was burned with blisters. Seeing this, the new recruit assistant picked up a tin bucket and poured it on the barrel, and steam came out with a chila sound. At the same time, a strong smell of urine could be smelled. There was a rule on the base that urine was collected on weekdays, which was used to cool down the cannon. Miss Garland, what are you doing here? Li Baoke said with a hint of anger, and immediately threw himself into work. We are here to help you. Dr. Smith and Li Jia have taken guns. Let's fight together, Garland explained, and with her strong will, she temporarily forgot the pain in her palm. Thank you, Li Baoke felt very comforted, and he accepted the kindness of Dr. Smith and his gang. Is this what it means to be a soldier for all the people? A team needs this kind of cohesion. Only unity can make it invincible. Although some mechanics and technicians, and servants in the original castle, are not many in number, taking guns can temporarily relieve the pressure. In addition to the hired civil engineering team, there are more than 100 people who also voluntarily received guns and joined the defense of the fortifications. The boss of the civil engineering team is an old friend of Dr. Smith. The boss is not here at the moment. The dispatched engineering team built factories and infrastructure. When they learned that they were in the rebel camp, it was too late. The Republic government was very severe in cracking down on rebels, and adopted a system of punishing altogether, even if there was a slight connection. The only way out for the engineering team was to join the rebels. Or being arrested by the Republican Guard seemed to be difficult to explain. The boss of the engineering team in Logar Town is estimated to have left the house and fled. Li Baoke made a preliminary calculation and found that including the latecomers, there were thousands of people available, just barely maintaining the situation. He did not have much hope for the fat man Jack who was lying in ambush outside. The enemy's artillery battalion was scattered, which was a headache for the fortress. Because it could move, heavy artillery could not hit point to point, and it was not within the range of muskets. The most effective way to strike was cavalry artillery against cavalry artillery, or shoulder-fired artillery. The recoil of shoulder-fired artillery was large, resulting in poor shooting accuracy. It was only a big deterrent to infantry. The only portable artillery, an improved shoulder-fired version, was still hidden in the warehouse of the camp. As a last resort, Li Baoke sent someone to fetch a portable artillery and ordered the messenger, go to the cavalry artillery company and withdraw a gunner, saying it was my order. Later, a white artilleryman reported that the man was called Karen, who was once a gunner who surrendered from the Natal Bay Seaside Hotel. After several trials, he grew into a versatile expert on the battlefield. Li Baoke gave him an important task, shouldering a portable artillery, firing freely, and trying his best to knock down the opponent's cavalry artillery. At the same time, 2 new recruits were selected to transport ammunition for Judah. The 215th and 216th Infantry battalions were integrated together. The 2 companies that were lost before were supplemented by a cavalry battalion in the rear, and they launched an attack again. If this matter was put on Li Baoke, he would definitely be reluctant. You know, how difficult is it to train a cavalry? Half an hour later, the number 2 artillery was hit hard first. More than a dozen cavalry guns were targeting a turret, and there was basically no escape. In addition, the number 17 artillery had a major accident due to untimely cooling. After the barrel was fired many times, the copper tube wall was too hot. When a new recruit's assistant added gunpowder, the gunpowder erupted, and the new recruit's facial flesh was instantly burned off, exposing the bones. As the battle continued, Dupeng lived up to expectations and destroyed 6 cavalry guns in succession, and was moving towards the number 2 battery. Report to Commander Lee. The enemy's heavy artillery is approaching us, the lookout reported. What? Li Baoque's heart clicked and he took the telescope to look. On the road less than 1 kilometer long, the engineers rushed to widen the road, transported large gravel, and filled the low-lying areas. The giant worm train continued to follow behind, and heavy artillery could be seen on the flat plate. This is a dangerous distance. Don't let them get close, Li Baoque said. The only way is heavy artillery against heavy artillery, and the number 1 battery where Li Baoque is located shoulders the heavy responsibility. Commander Lee. Can I help you with anything? Garland said behind him. Li Baoque glanced back at her and frowned. Why haven't you left yet? War has nothing to do with women. Go. At this time, boom, there was a blast. It was a cavalry cannon shell, less than 20 steps away from where Garland was standing. A few seconds later, Garland did not fall down, and the shrapnel cut off half of her ear. Get out. Do you want to die? Li Baoque roared. I don't want to die, but I know that once the fortress is lost, we will all be finished. Garland raised his chest firmly. So, war is not just a man's responsibility, women also have the obligation to bear it. Garland was still wearing work clothes, a dark blue suit. She looked average, with dense freckles on her oval face. The burnt hands, the broken ears and the threat of death made this little woman stronger. The stern words made Li Baoque in awe, and he found that she was actually very beautiful. Okay, Li Baoque compromised. Miss Garland, help us find some water and bread now, and distribute them one by one. Garland received the task, and Li Baoque reminded him, tell everyone to pee in the bottle after drinking water. Yes. Commander Lee. Garland turned and left. Everyone was very hungry and thirsty. Only after eating and drinking enough, they would have the strength to fight. Now that everyone was on the battlefield, there was no logistical supply, and Garland just filled the gap. The enemy was very efficient. 3 heavy artillery pieces were unloaded from the train and unloaded using logs. There were officers commanding on the scene. Some guards piled up boxes of heavy artillery ammunition in one place, and there were also cavalry artillery shells. The piles on the ground, plus the ones being transported, were visually more than 20 tons. Li Baoque looked at it and curled his lips. According to wartime regulations, ammunition must be stored in several locations separately. If it is piled together, the target is too large. If it encounters a spark or is destroyed, the consequences will be disastrous. It is common sense that artillery must know. It is estimated that the officer is also a fool. After observing with a telescope, Li Baoque determined that their heavy artillery ammunition was only in one pile, a pile of more than 10 meters in radius. After adjusting the firing elevation, the number 1 battery fired again, making it look like the target was the engineers. After one shot, several engineers fell down, and the direction was corrected. The point of impact was 45 degrees northeast, about 80 meters away, which was where the ammunition was stored. He raised his thumb to correct and observe. He wanted to hit the target with one shot, which would take some time. Once this cannon missed the target, the enemy would be alerted immediately and transfer the ammunition. While speaking, General Mark had already transferred a company from each of the other battalions. He launched a charge from the front again. The 4,000-man guard attacked the more than 300 people guarding the north gate. The strength was too high, and the superiority and inferiority were immediately judged. Go and mobilize troops for support, Li Baoque shouted to the messenger. Where are the troops available? The other 3 directions were all tied down. The only ones that could be mobilized were Wang Shoren's 10 cavalry guns. Fighting was going on in all 4 directions, and the men of the cavalry artillery company almost broke their legs from running. Many fortifications were breached by the cavalry artillery, and there were casualties. Fortunately, there were rocks everywhere, and the breaches could be quickly plugged. There were crowds of people everywhere, mixed with shouts and the sound of gunfire. Inside the fortifications, every time a team member fired, he immediately squatted down to reload ammunition. The second team member continued to shoot. The firepower was not strong, and it could not stop the full-scale attack of tens of thousands of troops. The enemy troops attacking the north gate had already reached the artillery position. Li Baoke was still correcting his position, and sweat soon blurred his eyes. "Throw grenades. Throw grenades quickly," shouted the new squad leader Brady. Grenades were thrown like raindrops, and the enemy also threw grenades into the fortifications. After the series of explosions, both sides suffered casualties. The enemy had fixed their bayonets, and some were climbing up the wall of the fortifications. Several grenades flew up from the turret, and the flames crackled. The recruit ran a few steps and kicked away 2 grenades. One grenade exploded and the recruit died. Li Baoke was still measuring the position, turning the wheel carefully, and adjusting it a little bit. "It's almost there. It's almost there." An enemy soldier climbed up the turret, and another enemy soldier popped up. The 2 assistants on the scene rushed over. They wrestled with the enemy soldiers. Li Baoke breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that it was alright. Light it up, everyone was fighting, and no one lit it. He picked up the fire starter that his assistant dropped on the ground, blew it, and a flame came out. Another enemy soldier climbed up the turret, raised his bayonet and stabbed Li Baoke from behind. When the enemy army approached, the muskets had basically been fired, and everyone put on their bayonets and started a hand-to-hand fight. No one stopped to reload ammunition, which was very time-consuming. Bang! The gun went off. Garland appeared, fired a shot from behind the enemy soldier, and killed him. Li Baoke looked back. After Garland fired, his pistol fell down and his hand was in great pain. There was a wooden barrel at his feet, with long loaves of bread and bottles of water. He just smiled and lit the fuse. A few seconds later, a stream of white smoke spurted out of the muzzle, and a few seconds later, piles of ammunition produced huge and continuous explosions. The explosion shook the earth, and the surrounding area of 500 meters was shrouded in smoke and fire. The battlefield stopped for a moment, and everyone looked at the same place. "Success!" Li Baoke cried with joy. General Mark looked at the destruction of ammunition in disbelief, and wanted to cry but had no tears. Half of the engineering battalion, plus the nearby cavalry, 2 giant worm trains, and the reserve troops of the 215th and 216th battalions, all went up to the sky. "It's time to fight back." Li Baoke hung a copper whistle around his neck and blew it with his head down. The sharp whistle was the signal for attack, which was to send a signal to Fatty Jack and his gang. As soon as the explosion stopped, the whistle sounded again. Li Baoke drew out his sword and roared, "Kill!" Suddenly, shouts of killing arose. Li Baoke first chopped down several enemy soldiers who had forced their way onto the artillery platform. A little further away, Fatty Jack and his gang rushed into the joint command post of the 217th and other 3 infantry battalions. The situation that was originally in a stable position changed in an instant. General Mark was outside the tent and had never been mentally prepared for failure. It felt like everything in front of him was like a dream. The explosion of ammunition aroused the fighting spirit of all the personnel in the fortress, and at the same time made the Republic Army lose confidence. The great rout was like a sand sculpture, which collapsed instantly when it encountered external forces. The team members shouted and rushed out of the fortifications, chasing the fleeing enemy soldiers. General Mark and the officers could not stop the defeat, so they had to issue an order to retreat. An hour later, the battlefield fell into peace again. A part of the mechanical tanks in a giant worm train behind the Republic Army successfully evacuated, leaving a lot of baggage at the scene. Chapter 161 Way Out. The smoke had not yet dissipated, and under the gloomy sky, a flock of mutant crows circled. The gravel field was littered with corpses, and the blood-stained stones needed a rain to wash clean. There was good news that Fatty Jack's squad had captured nearly 500 guards. Now they were being supervised to clean up the battlefield. Some people thought this was not good news, because the prisoners also needed to eat and drink. The fortress was already short of supplies, and suddenly there were so many mouths, the consequences could be imagined. Unless they were executed. Among them were more than a dozen officers, and the highest-ranking captured officer was the commander of the 218th Infantry Battalion, a lieutenant colonel. There was also a man and a woman, who were very conspicuous. They were not dressed in military uniforms, and were mixed in with the prisoners. After questioning, they were reporters from the Hongjin City branch of the Republic Daily. To reporters, the woman wore myopic glasses. Li Baoke ordered them to be well guarded, and those officers were all heavyweights, and they would be of great use in the future. Li Baoke meant to treat officers and journalists well and use them as hostages to exchange for Bruno and other workers' leaders. Speaking of prisoners, it was not uncommon for a squad of more than 200 people to capture more than 500 people. There were even more powerful ones. Back then, the Whitebeard army used a cavalry company to chase a brigade of the Republican Guard and captured the brigade commander, which was regarded as a legendary story among the rebels. Female reporter Xiaoyu raised her head and walked with the officers. Compared with the others who were covered in dirt, she was relatively clean. "Hi. That officer, can I interview you?" Xiaoyu said to Fatty Jack. "Oh. Of course." Fatty Jack approached the female reporter and entered the north gate of the fortress side by side. He straightened his clothes. "Excuse me, what is your name?" asked the female reporter Xiao Yam. "Jack," he responded. Xiao Yam. A reporter from the branch of the Republic Daily, her real identity was a reporter and editor of the local branch. The branch sent 6 people, and Xiaoyu was the leader of the 5 people. Their mission was to sing praises for the Republican Guard. When Jack answered, he did not despise or behave improperly because the other party was a prisoner. The female reporter was a yellow race, in her 20s, with willow-shaped eyebrows and round almond eyes, and she was quite pretty. "Oh. Mr. Jack, may I ask your first question? Are you ashamed of being a rebel?" Fatty Jack was a little surprised by her question, and really didn't know how to answer. It happened that the female mechanic Garland passed by and saw this scene. Her injured right hand and left ear were bandaged. Garland stopped editor Xiaoyu head-on and said righteously, "You are wrong. Madam, you should feel ashamed. We have never been so proud as we are now. Because from this moment on, we have been reborn. Only we dare to say no to the corrupt, authoritarian and hypocritical regime." As soon as she finished speaking, applause broke out around her. The captured lieutenant colonel and others were all ashamed. A defeated general is not qualified to comment on current affairs. The Republic government represents the position of the gods, and the gods represent justice. "Madam, I am worried about your ignorance. I advise you not to let people with ulterior motives take advantage of you." Garland knew that this woman was very talkative and he was no match for her. The gods had cleansed her mind thoroughly, and it was difficult to convince her. Garland had no time to answer him. There were many things to do. Before leaving, she said to the guarding team member, "Cut off one of her ears for me." The team member smiled and said, "Yes, give me her ear, there will be a reward." Garland smiled at Xiaoyu jokingly. "Yes, Miss Garland." Another team member glanced at the same person with ill intentions. Xiaoya's face changed immediately. The prisoners cleaned up the battlefield and buried the dead bodies on the spot. All the gun parts and damaged cavalry guns were collected and placed in a special scrap warehouse. According to preliminary statistics, a total of 3,100 enemy soldiers were killed and 212 of their own soldiers were killed. More than 2,000 complete long and short guns, 56 cavalry guns, and 10 heavy artillery pieces were seized. Unexpectedly, the enemy left behind 45 mechanical chariots that had not been transported away in time. The 10 heavy artillery pieces were relocated and 10 new artillery positions were built. Together with the original 20 heavy artillery pieces, the overall defense was increased. Li Baoke had no plans to celebrate. Before going to bed at night, he rearranged the tasks for the squad leaders and discussed the aftermath. Tomorrow, the entire fortress will hold a grand funeral to comfort the dead brothers. In the past, human life was worthless. After the poor people in the other world died, they were directly sold to oil and fat chemical plants to refine oil. Now, he uses the rituals brought from the upper world to tell the living, the dead should be respected and commemorated. Not only commemoration, but also a monument with inscriptions engraved for the living to look after. Li Baoke was very dissatisfied with the casualty rate of the team members, which was greater than the total casualties of several battles that year. What does this show? This means that his team members still need to improve their military literacy as much as possible. In this regard, he and Colin and others have formulated a new large-scale military training plan, which will be implemented from now on. The subjects of the large-scale military training are modeled on the original French Army's curriculum. When it comes to the arrangement of ordinary prisoners, the squad leaders expressed their opinions. The officers and 2 reporters are of high value and can be exchanged for hostages at that time. As for the more than 500 captured soldiers, some people suggested burying them alive, letting them live one more day and consuming more water and food. Killing them directly would waste effort and ammunition. The supply of the fortress is very tight now, especially drinking water. A military blockade has been formed in the area outside the fortress, and it is difficult to get water and food. The food and water in stock can't last for less than 10 days. Someone proposed a different opinion, and the prisoners could be made laborers first, with only one meal a day. Then the prisoners could be used as bargaining chips to exchange food and water with the Republic government. If they don't agree to the conditions, they must be killed. It had to be like this. The next day, the construction of fortifications was underway. With free labor. It's a waste not to use it. The captives brought all the stones that could be pried around the fortress to the fortress to make the fortifications higher and wider. The news of victory attracted some people, and a group of people came from the slums. They were all desperate lower-class people, and workers who were implicated in the general strike and dismissed by the factory. In the next few days, the number of people who defected reached 1,000. Libeoke organized them into various small teams and distributed weapons. The small team was upgraded to a large team. The title of the escort team of the Bali Arms Company could no longer be used. Bali headquarters issued a statement on the front page of the newspaper, denying its existence and distancing itself from it. At the same time, sales representative Li Jio was relieved of his post in Quebec. On the third day, the Zhongjin City Defense Command sent someone to negotiate, and the envoy readily agreed to the request. There were 532 reporters and officers and soldiers, and 185 hostages were exchanged. When the hostage list was handed to Libeoke, he was quite puzzled. It was expected that less than 50 hostages would be exchanged, so why did so many suddenly appear? Inexplicable. When he saw the list, he was dumbfounded. The names of his former female colleague Mary and team leader Mrs. Newman were on the list. Mary's family and Newman's family were implicated. The most unfortunate thing was that Mr. Brown, who had pursued Mary and regarded Libeoke as a rival in love, was also implicated. Fortunately, the fortress was saved and hostages were captured for exchange. Otherwise, Mary and Newman would have to be executed and their bodies sent to the oil and fat chemical plant. The location of the hostage handover was one of the conditions that the fortress insisted on, and it was set outside the gravel mine. If it was set in an open area, there would be fear of accidents. Doing so indirectly crushed General Mark's conspiracy. 1 month later, the armies of both sides will meet at the gravel field near the boundary of the slums. The time was set by General Mark, and it seemed that he was not in a hurry. The consistent style of the Republican Guard is to act slowly and inefficiently. There are too many and complicated power departments, and even a small decision must be approved by the military commission 10,000 kilometers away. There are many procedures to study and formulate strategies. This gave the fortress more time to consolidate its defenses. Hundreds of prisoners of war suffered bloodshed, and most of them had their hands rubbed off. Fortunately, no one died. A month later, the weather was a little cold and the wind was a little strong. General Mark led the army to appear. First, the mechanized chariots were arranged in a fixed formation. 4 infantry battalions were interspersed. The cavalry battalion was at the back, and 2 battalions of cavalry artillery were set up. The supplies on a giant worm train were one of the conditions for exchange. 15 carriages were loaded with 100 tons of drinking water, 30 tons of food, and some other supplies. The mechanized corps is indeed worthy of its reputation. Libeoke had a deep respect when he saw it. They seized a book from a captain among the captives, the famous military theory work on the combat of the mechanized corps. The book is a booklet of more than 200 pages. Libeoke used this time to make up for it and benefited a lot. Therefore, he could see the extraordinariness of Mark's army at a glance. This kind of mechanized army is difficult to resist once encountered. Generally, artillery fire leads the way, followed by mechanical vehicles, and then infantry consolidates the position. Under the war situation at that time, the mechanized corps had basically no opponents and was invincible. The opponent had the intention to attack. If he changed the place, his troops would not last more than 20 minutes. Placing the exchange location at the junction of the gravel area was the result of Libeoke's careful consideration, which was his cleverness. The mechanized corps was most afraid of gravel areas and swamps. Libeoke's team used the protruding rocks as cover, and the disassembled cavalry gun barrels, 6-barrel revolver muskets, and shoulder-fired artillery were not on the open. Both sides could not do anything to each other. After waiting for 2 hours, General Mark finally ordered the exchange of hostages. Judging from the situation, fighting was not beneficial to his side, and it was meaningless to waste time. People were selected for exchange according to the list. Someone noticed that the hostage female reporter was missing an ear and was in a very low mood. It was time to exchange a large number of prisoners of war, and the giant worm train also arrived at the front. Fearing that there was a fraud, Li Baoke sent someone to extract some water and food and gave them to the hostages on the spot. He also threw a silver coin into the water to see if it changed color. After confirming that everything was fine, the two sides began to hand over. Mary saw Li Baoke and was very excited, as if she had seen a great savior. The latter's attention was elsewhere and he didn't pay any attention to her. A middle-aged woman wearing a flannel shawl was Mary's mother, and the man wearing a navy blue hat was her father. Beside him were a large family including his brother, sister, aunt, etc. Mom, he is Li Baoke. Mary pointed at the man and said, "Daughter, the life and death of our whole family is in your hands." Li, something, we don't mind him being our son-in-law, the mother spoke earnestly. "I will, Mom." When Mary spoke, her facial expression was completely covered by dirt. On this side, Li Baoke hugged Bruno and others, all with tears in their eyes. The two armies completed the handover and returned. After returning to the fortress, Li Baoke welcomed Bruno, the leader of the workers, and others. There was no wine or meat, so everyone just had a full meal and chatted. After the meal, the group went up to the top of the North Gate bunker, and Bruno led the workers' representatives to visit. Li Baoke, Li Jia, Dr. Smith and several captains accompanied them. Reagan, Miyamoto Koji, Fatty Jack, the new Captain Brandy, and Colin, Wang Jin, Wang Zai and others. Bruno didn't understand military affairs, so Li Baoke had to introduce the fortifications and defense to a dozen workers' representatives. I remember that when Bruno left, there were no fortifications and bunkers in the protruding areas around the fortress. I never thought that in a month or so, a wall like the Great Wall of China would stand here. The lowest point of the wall is 2 meters high, and the highest point is 5 meters. It is all made of stones. After reinforcement, heightening and widening, the fortifications have become more solid. Hundreds of prisoners played a significant role. Chapter 162, Bond Travels. The gravel field is 50 kilometers in radius, with gravels of strange shapes. Locals call it the Stone Hill. The big gravels are as big as houses, the medium ones are like millstones, and the small ones are like sand. It is a peculiar landform caused by geological changes. After the fortress was built, it had its own name, and the Republic Daily called it Stone Fortress. At the beginning, the worker leader Bruno was very famous, and the number of people following him gradually increased. People from surrounding areas came here in droves to join him. In a short period of time, several thousand people gathered. After they arrived at the fortress, they knew about Li Baoke. Then, Bruno's fellow traveler Li Baoke became famous again because he successfully defeated the Republican Guard by commanding the battle. Therefore, most newspapers in the other world always put Li Baoke's name after Bruno. When Captain Bond, the general manager of Bond, saw Li Baoke's name in the newspaper, he was very excited. Bruno didn't know him. There was a personal profile of Li Baoke in the newspaper, calling him a wanderer in the 18th century. It was easy to identify the person. Wasn't Li Baoke Chief Joseph? Bond paced back and forth in the office, saying, "This is not true. This is not true." Unfortunately, there was no one around to share his joy. His brothers, Little Tom and his gang, were currently working in the shipyard, each with their own job. Bond was in command in Boulder City. Now standing at his height, he could be said to be one man above 10,000 people, looking down on everything with the attitude of a winner. In his luxurious office, there was a cabinet displaying several bottles of fine wine from the Divine Realm Manor. He weighed out a bottle of whiskey, thinking that Little Tom and his friends would definitely be happy to know the news, right? No. Who said there was no one to share? He immediately thought of a few people, and hurried back to his private apartment and locked the door. There was another small room in the bedroom. From the outside, it looked like a wardrobe. He moved the wardrobe away, revealing a small door, and walked in with his head down, carrying a lunchbox in his hand. "Are all the friends here?" Bond shouted. "Yes. The captain is back," someone responded, "not just one person. In the room of about 10 square meters, there is a half-human high toy house, which occupies half of the room. Through the window of the small house, you can see tables, chairs and furniture that are slightly larger than toys. The dwarfs ran out of the small house to welcome Bond's arrival. This time it can be explained clearly. Once when carrying out an assassination mission, it was the dwarfs who sneaked into someone's mansion and shaved his eyebrows and beard. It was about Bond's current boss Pang Tong, who threatened his old rival Levi. Except for Bond and a few people, no one knows how they did it. Bond sat cross-legged on the floor and shared the cut apples, turkey, and cheese with the dwarfs. Just at the door, there was a rattan suitcase with several partitions. It was the hiding place of the dwarfs. The people who saw Captain Bond and his group had the same suitcase, and it was not certain who had it. Before settling in Boulder City, they all carried it with them. Outsiders had no idea that the suitcase hid a big secret, the dwarfs. Lee Baoke once said that the dwarfs must not be exposed. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. In this regard, Bond and others did a good job. The interior of the suitcase was designed by carpenter Big Tom. There were ventilation holes and hidden small doors on both sides. In addition to the 8 small single rooms, there was a shotgun fixed on each side. When the owner of the suitcase was in danger, the dwarfs could pull the trigger and shoot at any time to help. The dwarfs brought out the tables and chairs and had dinner together. They were naturally very happy to hear that Lee Baoke was still alive. Tess said, "Chief Joseph promised to attend my wedding with Mickey. In order to wait for him, our wedding was delayed again and again." "Yes. I'll look forward to Chief Joseph being the witness of our wedding," Mickey exclaimed. Bond took out a plate of steak from the food box, put it on his knees, cut it into several small pieces with a knife and fork, and then forked it into a toy-like small plate one by one. He paused, thought for a moment and said, "We will find Commander Joseph soon. Tess, please believe me." He forked the chopped apple into Tess's plate. "Thank you," Tess smiled. "Our people will eventually meet. We are a family, aren't we?" When Bond spoke, he felt very happy, and everyone was very happy. Although the current happiness was short-lived, he told everyone his thoughts and planned to go on a long trip to Quebec to find Lee Baoke in the near future. The guerrillas of Mitchell and Quiddle all had the same idea and urgently needed to return to the embrace of the team and accept the leadership of Lee Baoke. They were always full of hope and hoped that everyone could be together and fight side by side. They sincerely believed that only Commander Joseph, that is, Lee Baoke, could bring people hope of survival, find a way out, and live a quality life. It was not blind worship. During this period, General Manager Bank focused on training a young man named Yoon Jin as his successor. He also specially introduced Yoon Jin to the two behind-the-scenes bosses. Bond had his own considerations for using Yoon Jin. He won't stay long in Brothers Industrial Company. One day he will leave and someone will be needed to take his place. Only the people in the position can help the team. Just like Bond now, he uses the resources in his hands to help the guerrillas. Therefore, this person must be well-informed and reliable. Yoon Jin just meets the above conditions. Bond has had similar plans since he accepted Yoon Jin as his follower. Speaking of knowing Yoon Jin, it starts from one night 3 years ago. The location is in Sifan City. Bond just came out of the tavern and met a young man running in front of him, and a group of thugs were chasing him. The young man shouted for help. If no one rescued him, there would be another cold body on the street the next day. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Seeing the young man slip, a dozen thugs went up to punch and kick him. There were brothers drinking in the tavern, and Bond just came out to relax. He watched the excitement and didn't want to care about such trivial matters. Time passed by minute. After 20 minutes, Bond looked at his watch. The man who was beaten didn't say a word. The thugs who beat him seemed tired. They cursed a few words and left. The light in front of the tavern shone on the young man's face, which was already a bloody mess. He sat up and was able to get up. The thugs didn't walk far, and suddenly turned back and continued to beat the young man. The young man curled up without begging for mercy. These people used various postures and continued to beat for about 10 minutes, and then left again. The young man got up from the ground again. Bond thought he had a good physique. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to death long ago. When someone thought it was time to end, the gang turned back for the second time. Some of them had sticks in their hands, and some had bricks. This is pushing people to a dead end. Although I don't know what misunderstanding there is between them, it's too much anyway. Bond was not calm anymore. He frowned. Before they got close, he called the brothers in the tavern to come out and drive the thugs away. From then on, the young man named Yunjin vowed to serve Captain Bond for life to repay his life-saving grace. Now that he had a successor, Bond planned another big event. What big event was it? During the construction of the shipyard in Port Garin, he planned to use his privileges to build a battleship for his team. Yunjin negotiated with Big Tom, Little Tom, Good and others to follow up. The battleship was designed using the latest drawings and was an invincible battleship with 3 decks and 148 guns. At present, Big Tom was in charge of secretly hoarding the best materials. After all the materials and guns were in place, the shipbuilding plan would be launched. Bond's foresight came from the experience accumulated in recent years. He was able to think about problems from the perspective of the commander and prepare for the future. If Li Baoque was here, he would do the same. Bond's behavior and thinking were, to some extent, closer to their leader. As the saying goes, a red man is red when he is near a red man, and a black man is black when he is near a black man. This is the result of long-term influence and learning. After resolving his worries, Bond submitted his resignation to the 2 bosses and announced his resignation as general manager. Pang Tong, the richest man in Sifeng City, and Li Wei, the second richest man, accepted his resignation and respected his choice. 3 unicorn carts, 3 hired drivers, carrying 2 beautiful secretaries and suitcases set off. There was a wooden box on the 3rd car, which contained 10,000 gold cloths, or 10,000 gold coins, given to him by the 2 rich men. It was enough for him to squander along the way. The only thing that Bond couldn't live without in his life was women. He would rather not have bodyguards than women. The 2 women served him willingly, and I don't know how many people envied him. This trip was a long journey, and it was needless to say that there were many dangers. The route had been planned long ago, passing through 3 provinces in a journey of 60,000 kilometers. After 3 days to the north, we had to cross the Kranma Plateau. The Kranma Plateau is the highest place in the other world, with 4 to 5 hours of sunshine a day. The extension of sunshine time is more conducive to the growth of crops. Therefore, most of the farms in the other world are concentrated on the Kranma Plateau. One thing is certain, because of factors such as sunshine time, environmental climate, etc., the yield of crops is not very high and the quality is not very good. The supply of agricultural products in the other world mainly depends on the supply from the upper world. 2/10 of people's daily diet comes from the Kranma Plateau. As the terrain rises, 6 days later, Bond finally saw the cornfield on the goat cart. Almost every farmland is surrounded by an electric fence. If you want to steal corn ears, you may have to risk your life. It can be seen that survival is not easy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Xianquan Farm. No wonder everyone immigrates. Mr. Pang Tong has his own residence and comes here for vacation every year, Bond sighed. The climate on the plateau is good, with farmland, grassland and woods, and you can breathe relatively fresh air here. In many places in the other world, especially at night, the air is polluted and you need to wear a mask when going out on the street. Most people dare not wear light-colored clothes, and they are always covered with a layer of dust particles. To be honest, the plants on the plateau are still generally short, and corn plants rarely reach a height of 1 person. Therefore, the output of agricultural products is not much. The reason is still related to the sunshine time and mild pollution. On the sheep cart, the female secretary Wanting leaned on his shoulder. Another female secretary was on another sheep cart. Usually in Bond's carriage, programs that are not suitable for children can be performed at any time. The 2 female secretaries took turns sitting in his carriage. So my dear, with your current identity and status, it shouldn't be difficult to immigrate to the plateau, right? Wanting urged him to buy a house, preferably a bigger one. She really wanted to settle down in the plateau, live with Bond, and then bring her family over. Not yet. The upper world is 100 times better than here. My brother and I will eventually return to the upper world, Bond said what he thought. The upper world, Wanting murmured, her head full of fantasy. People in the other world know the upper world from books. In some cities, there are libraries serving the upper class. Once, Bond saw the French version of the Encyclopedia Britannica in the Siffin National City Library. The more famous books in the upper world are almost all available in the National Library. In addition to hearsay from foreign wanderers, the people in the other world basically get their cognition from books. It is said that the world is comparable to the realm of gods, and it is a place that everyone yearns for. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Wanting naturally yearns for the upper world, and Bond promised that he would take her and Miss Austen there if he had the chance. On the 7th day, Bond arrived at a place called Zion Farm. Seeing that it was getting late, Bond decided to stay at the farm. Zion Farm also has an electric fence, with electrocuted sparrows and mutant crows hanging on the wire. The entrance is guarded by members of the farmers' self-defense team. Bond sent the driver to explain the situation and provide a pass before he was allowed to enter. Soon, the two-headed dog barked wildly. The sheep cart passed the threshing ground and stopped in front of a row of farmhouses. Several children ran over curiously, followed by some farmers and farm women, dozens of people, who seemed to be very wary of strangers, and some of them were holding muskets. Bond got off the car and walked over. "Excuse me, who is the farmer?" Two ladies stood at the back and looked around. A child said first, "Farmer Mrs. Zhu doesn't see guests." Another middle-aged white man followed and said, "Tell me what's going on." "Well, I'm Bond from Siffin City. I hope to stay here for one night. Here are my ID cards," he said, handing out his identity card and pass. The middle-aged man had thick curly hair and a particularly large nose. He took the ID card and looked at it carefully. The people around him also took it to look at it. "Oh. So you're a gentleman. My name is Whit, the farm's housekeeper. You have to pay to stay overnight, Mr. Bond." Butler Whit showed a cunning expression, trying to take the opportunity to extort money from him. 100 puddings, food and drink are not included, no less, otherwise I'll leave. "Hey." Bond smiled and threw a purse over. "The extra is a tip." The housekeeper opened the purse, and the people next to him stretched their heads to look at it, and their eyes sparkled. The puddings and silver cloth inside were worth more than 300 puddings. Next, the housekeeper sent a peasant woman to arrange a room for them. Several unicorns were taken to the barn, and several wooden boxes on the car were moved into the room. Bond never let go of the suitcase. "The three of us will sleep in a big bed." Bond put his left hand around Wanting's willow waist, patted Austen's butt with his right hand, and said to the peasant woman with a smile. The peasant woman was a little surprised. She was really worried that this gentleman would not be able to bear it at night. Rich people really know how to have fun. Or find someone to bring two beds and put them together to make a big bed. Dinner was normal: cabbage soup, butter and buckwheat bread. After the woman who brought a meal left, Bond said worriedly, "These people are not normal. Be careful when you sleep at night, dear." "I don't see anything." Austen put down the spoon and glanced at him, wondering why he said that. Wanting thought for a while and shook her head. "In short, it's better to be safe than sorry," Bond said, suddenly feeling a little sad. This sentence is Libeoke's colloquialism. Once it is mentioned, how can it not make people sad? Having said that, Bond has been in society for many years. He is a shrewd person. He is best at observing people's words and expressions and guessing people's psychology. Nothing can be hidden from his eyes. From the moment he entered Zion Farm, he found that the farmers were all strange. They didn't talk much. They had a tacit understanding with each other and communicated with each other with their eyes to convey information. They used several gestures that only they understood. One gesture on this side and the other side immediately nodded. Moreover, they were very alert. They asked a few simple questions and were perfunctory. It was also obvious that they were very interested in the belongings of Bond and the other two, especially the suitcase, which attracted more attention. "Maybe I'm worrying too much," Bond said, putting the suitcase on the table and knocking it. "Come out for dinner, friends." The small door in front opened, and the little man Tess was the first to come out. "I'm dying of suffocation." Several little men came out one after another. "Where are we going?" asked a little man. "Zion Farm," Bond replied. The two female secretaries knew the secret long ago and were not surprised. They each cut food for the little man. They liked the little man tribe very much, raising them like pets, and insisted on feeding them with a spoon, which made people disgusted but could not object. After dinner, Bond said he wanted to go out for a walk, and the two women bought 2 extra buckets of hot water and stayed to wash. The night on the Krama Plateau was shrouded in a quiet atmosphere, with occasional loud barking. The sky was dark, and even on the plateau, it was impossible to see through the clouds and see the bright moon and stars. There was only a lantern, a little dim light. People sat together on the side of the threshing ground, smoking dry tobacco and chatting. Seeing Bont walking over, these people dispersed, making a fuss. This made Bont feel that there was something wrong with these people. Well, take a walk by yourself. No matter where he went, he felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. There were at least a dozen two-headed hounds wandering around. Bont had an unreasonable fear of these strange animals. A dog with 2 heads, including giant worms, 8-legged cats, mutant crows, unicorn sheep, dung beetles as big as rice bowls, man-eating leeches in ditches and ponds, etc. People in the upper world couldn't accept it. After walking around the threshing ground for a few times and smoking a cigar, Bont walked back. Just as he arrived at the door of the room, it was suddenly pitch black around him. Only Wanting's voice was heard in the room. "It's annoying, the power was cut off so early, the people on the farm are so calculating," Austin muttered. "Okay ladies, I'm here, there's nothing to worry about." Bont pushed open the door and struck a match. "Don't worry. Tonight is destined to be a night of ecstasy," Wanting laughed openly. "Hey," Austin chuckled. Immediately, the dwarfs all shushed. "It should be a night of horror," Bont said. "Just wait and see if you don't believe me." Bont refused to take off his clothes, and the 2 female secretaries had no choice but to sleep. He discussed with the dwarfs and took turns to stand guard. Soon, the 2 women slept like dead dogs. Bont took 2 pistols, one in his hand and the other in his waist. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a sharp pain in his earlobe, and Bont woke up suddenly. The dwarf said in his ear, "Captain Bont, someone is coming." He was startled and quickly sat up from the bed, holding the musket tightly. "Who is it?" At this time, the lights were on, and there were 7 or 8 more people at the door. 3 of them had guns, and the others were holding daggers. The first one was the butler Wit. The housekeeper's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said viciously, "Kill the men, and leave the women." "What are you going to do?" Bont was terrified, and pushed the 2 women with his other hand. The women were still like dead dogs. A farmer was closest to the dining table and reached out to take the suitcase. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a beam of fire came out from the ventilation hole on the side of the suitcase, hitting the farmer's chest. Before people could fully react, Tess on the beam drew her bow and shot an arrow, hitting another farmer in the eye. The farmer screamed and covered his face, and blood flowed through his fingers. There were several more screams, and several helpers bent down. The dwarf warriors used spears to pierce his ankle bones or calf roots. Bont saw the opportunity and pulled the trigger, and shot the housekeeper down with 1 shot. In addition to the gunshots and screams, there were also the screams of 2 women, which added a terrifying atmosphere to the Fairy Spring farm at 3 o'clock in the morning. Killed 2 people on the spot and stabbed 5 people. The guy at the door turned and ran. After the 5 people fell to the ground, they were immediately controlled by the little warriors with spears and dared not move. Wanting and Austin recovered one after another, and Bont took out 2 pistols from the suitcase and gave one to each of them. Seeing a bloody scene for the first time in their lives, the 2 women were scared and their hands holding the guns were shaking. Austin asked what to do, and Bont told her to wait. If things go as expected, the remaining people on the farm should be able to come to negotiate. Not long after, the escaped farmers, several farmers with muskets, and the wives of these farmers, more than 20 people, came to ask for people. The wife of the housekeeper and the wife of the dead farmer cried and screamed. The wives of the 5 hostages were also very nervous. Seeing that the other party was also very scared, Wanting and Austin relaxed. The weapons in the hands of the farmers depend on who uses them. In the hands of soldiers and robbers, they are killing weapons, but in the hands of farmers, they are not much better than hoes. "I heard that your farm owner is Madame Zhu. Please ask Madame Zhu to talk to me." Bont sat on the steps in front of the door, facing a group of people, not afraid at all. The noisy crowd suddenly became silent. It was a little surprising, and Bont repeated it again. "Let me tell you," the wife of a hostage walked to the front. Mrs. Zhu was imprisoned by the housekeeper. Bont noticed that the others stared at her with resentful eyes. Mrs. Zhu is the farm owner? How could she be imprisoned? "I don't quite understand." Bont was very surprised. Bont. "As long as you let my husband go, I am willing to tell you everything I know," the peasant woman said, kneeling in front of him. "Thackley, are you crazy? The housekeeper's wife yelled at the peasant woman. What? Bunt heard that it was a serious matter and there were shocking secrets in it. However, based on the principle of less trouble, he didn't want to interfere, as long as he left safely. He stood up and said solemnly, the incident has already happened. As for the deceased, they killed him for money, and they deserved it. He looked at everyone and no one objected. He added, 5 people in exchange for 3 of us leaving safely. I don't want to make things difficult for each other. Please understand. But the only condition is that I want to know the truth of the matter. Seeing no one answered, he squatted down and said to the peasant woman, if you want your husband to live, you must tell me the truth. I promise not to report you. The peasant woman hesitated, and someone else spoke. Why should we believe you? You let the people go, and we let you go. It's fair. Mr. Bont has no reason to meddle in other people's family affairs, a farmer said. I just want a reason. It's inexplicable to leave like this, Bont sneered. The farmer who spoke was the one who ran away. 8 people wanted to kill for money, 7 of them were punished, and there is still one of you. Bont glanced at him and reminded him. This glance made the farmer tremble with fear. The farmer stammered, oh, Mr. Bont, ask whatever you want. Yeah, Bont nodded and asked the peasant woman again, and the peasant woman told the truth. It turned out that the housekeeper wit was a bad man. Seeing that Mrs. Zhu, the farmer, was alone, he wanted to seize her property. He used intimidation, inducement and other means to unite other farmers, isolate and place Mrs. Zhu under house arrest. The ambitions of these people expanded little by little. And they also had the idea of passing by and staying overnight. How many people have been killed and how much money has been robbed in the past few years, Bont is not interested in knowing. So that's what happened. Now that the housekeeper is dead, the culprit has been brought to justice. Bont analyzed that the others were forced to participate, and the crime was not serious and could be ignored. This is to comfort people. He also proposed to meet Mrs. Zhu and let Mrs. Zhu out, which is an opportunity for everyone to make meritorious service. It can also persuade Mrs. Zhu not to pursue it. Through the crack in the door of the room, the 2 female secretaries admired Bont even more and sighed in their hearts. Facing a group of unruly people, he can remain calm and manage them with ease, and treat them obediently. This is the true nature of a man. It is enough to meet such a person in your life. Chapter 164 The Last Princess of the Ming Dynasty. As a last resort, the housekeeper's wife, with a sad face, led everyone into the largest house, a courtyard with Chinese classical architectural style. The doorposts and rainwater eaves were carved with cranes, pine trees, cicadere and other decorations that symbolize happiness and longevity. Entering the hall, there were imitation antiques such as vases and bronze tripods on display in the closet. The housekeeper's wife handed over the key very reluctantly, and another farmer opened a door to the basement. And Bont was waiting in the living room. Someone brought Mrs. Zhu out. Bont was surprised when he saw her. He could see that Mrs. Zhu was old, with white hair and wrinkled yellow skin. In addition, she had been in prison for a long time and had never seen the sun, making her look neither human nor ghost. She had an innate temperament, elegant manners, and respect. She wore a plain white linen double-breasted jacket and skirt, and her hair was tied up without jewelry, which was the style of a classical Chinese woman. Who are you? Mrs. Zhu asked with the attitude of a host, sitting on the sofa. The farmer and the peasant woman next to her felt guilty and did not dare to look at her directly. Because Bont's gentlemanly attire was out of tune with the people present, he asked. My name is Bont, and I'm a guest staying at Xianquan Farm. Bont just bowed slightly, took off his hat, and sat down again on the sofa opposite Mrs. Zhu. Oh. It seems that I have to thank you, Mr. Bont. This is the first time I have seen a stranger in 3 years. Although Mrs. Zhu was old, she was not confused. She knew that her ability to come out had a lot to do with the person in front of her. You're welcome. Bont smiled and introduced himself briefly. He said that Mrs. Zhu had regained her freedom, the housekeeper had received the punishment he deserved, and he had made some kind of agreement with the farmers. In the future, she would still be the owner of the farm. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Bont. Mrs. Zhu bowed in Chinese etiquette. Bont hurried to help Mrs. Zhu, but the other party waved her hand, indicating that it was not necessary, and motioned Bont to sit down. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Zhu learned that Bont was a wanderer in the 18th century. She became very interested in the world and asked many questions. Mrs. Zhu quickly resumed her role and asked the peasant woman to prepare breakfast so that she could chat with Bond while eating. For example, she asked what dynasty China was in the last century, what year it was, and who the emperor was. It was only a few years ago, so there shouldn't be much change. Bond told her that China was now in the Qing dynasty, and the emperor was Jia King. The Manchu Tartars really stole my Ming dynasty. Mrs. Zhu was very excited, sitting upright with angry eyes, and speaking in Chinese, which made Bond look confused. My former superior, Li Baoke, was also Chinese. I heard that he had served in the Qing Navy. Bond mentioned Li Baoke to get closer and pave the way for his next words. Mrs. Zhu gradually calmed down. The egg drop soup was delicious. He drank a sip, and then spread the jam on the bread slices. Well, your superior should not be very old. Mrs. Zhu finished speaking in small sips, chewing the food in small sips. Her posture was still elegant, and she used chopsticks that Chinese people are accustomed to. It's a pity that she is old and ugly. But she still has the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Chief Li Baoke is about 40 years old, right? Bond estimated that 40 years old is the age of no confusion according to Chinese customs. At least 6 generations behind me. Madame Zhu looked up and said. Li Baoke married and had children late. In the Qing dynasty, he was old enough to be a grandfather. According to the ancestral precepts, he got married at the age of 18, and his children got married at the age of 36. If he had a grandson, wouldn't he be a grandfather? If we calculate further, the ancestors 6 generations ago were at least over 100 years old. In this regard, Eastern and Western countries are similar. The age of marriage can be advanced further. May I ask how old Madame Zhu is? Bond was a little surprised by her words, so he asked. 128 years old. I am from the Ming dynasty, and Emperor Changzhen is my father. The other party spoke calmly, as if she was talking about something ordinary. But Bond heard it like thunder, which made him jump up from his chair. Princess Changping. Bond immediately thought of someone and blurted out. Pa! Mrs. Zhu's chopsticks fell to the ground, and her expression of astonishment was indescribable. You can't possibly know me. Oh my God. It's incredible. Before Bond could react, Mrs. Zhu continued, in the other world, I have never told anyone about this. From 1651 until now, Bond coughed dryly and said, Dear Princess, it's like this. In the last world, my superior was in Praya and met a man named Zhou Xianmin. Before his death, Mr. Zhou asked Chief Li to take away a princess's tiara and return to his hometown in China to build a tomb. Ah! Zhou Xianmin is my husband. Mrs. Zhu burst into tears. Seeing her crying, Bond was unable to comfort her. When she calmed down a little, he said, I'm sorry, Mom. She pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve, wiped her tears, and said to herself, he died before me. Finally calmed down, Mrs. Zhu asked again, Mr. Bond, are my children okay? Your son died a long time ago, and your grandson runs a horse farm in Praya. Bond told her everything he had heard. Finally, he talked about the princess's crown, which had sunk with a Prometheus. In any case, Mrs. Zhu still wanted to meet Li Baoke to express her gratitude, mainly to hear more about her family. After all, Li Baoke and Jackson were the first witnesses. Bond explained the purpose of this trip, which was to find Chief Li, and when they met in the future, he would definitely convey Princess Changping's intentions. That afternoon, 3 unicorn carriages appeared on the road to Mulan town. Xianquan Farm prepared a lot of food for them. Mrs. Zhu saw him off for a long time until she disappeared, her eyes filled with too much hope. According to Bond, in addition to the princess's crown, there are also relics of Zhou Xianmin, the son-in-law. Seeing the relics is a great honor for one's life. It is about 45 kilometers from Xianquan Farm to Mulan town, passing through several large and small farms. Mulan town is one of the thousands of grain distribution centers. Each distribution center has a granary controlled by the Republic's army. In addition to the granary, there are also agricultural and sideline product processing factories, distribution companies, and transportation companies in related industries. Like Mulan town, like other distribution centers, there are often so-called rich communities. Almost all the rich and idle people in the other world come here to live. On the way, they met fellow travelers, Madarovich and his assistant in another unicorn goat car. The 2 goat cars were parallel, and Bond and Madarovich, who was a little cross-eyed, chatted through the car window. Cross-eyed is the dealer of Guataba. Guataba has been introduced before. It is the lowest grade food similar to guanines oil mixed with wheat crumbs. It is one of the staple foods of the lower class. This kind of food is not good for the human body, but it is full. His company mainly buys spoiled grain from farms and wheat crumbs from processing plants, and then transports them to processing plants to process them into guataba and sell them to areas outside the plateau. It is said that Mulan Town will hold a grand expo, and all food-related industries in the Republic will participate. Cross-eyed was negotiating related business and had already reserved a seat at the town center expo hall. Bunt felt a little funny. Guataba was not worth exhibiting at all. This time, Cross-eyed probably made a wasted trip. Looking at Bunt's luxurious sheep card and dress, he was obviously a person of status. Cross-eyed wanted to make friends and invited Bunt and the other two to have a drink in the town first. Bunt and the other three had nothing to do, so they went there happily and bought some daily necessities by the way. After the first day, Bunt and Cross-eyed established a friendship. 2 days later, the expo was held as scheduled. The exhibition center was bustling with people. The booths on display had everything from fruits, vegetables, grains to deep processed products. It was similar to a large farmer's market in the last world. Bunt and his two companions stayed to help. In a remote corner on the east side of the exhibition center, there was a stall of cross eyes. An assistant carried a wooden box similar to a toolbox onto the red velvet stand. The box was painted green. "Look, Brother Bunt, this is my latest invention. I hope to get more orders. Oh, I want to see what surprises Mr. Madarovich can bring." Bunt smiled. The two female secretaries stretched their necks to see what could come out of the box. Seeing Cross-eyes and his assistant pry open the wooden box, on the red velvet stand, wrapped in craft paper into strips, it looked like gold bars. Lay out the strips side by side, and tear open one to reveal a golden object. He handed a piece to each of the three Bunts. "Try it now, we call it compressed biscuits, made from compressed and baked barley and sucrose. 2 or 3 pieces will fill you up and keep you from getting hungry." "Compressed biscuits," Bunt exclaimed, taking a bite and finding it crunchy. It immediately expanded several times in size. The advertising slogan was already in mind. Guangming brand compressed biscuits, produced by Guangming Food Company, are a must-have food for long-distance travel or marching and fighting. Chapter 165 Whitebird Army. The emergence of new things always attracts curious eyes. Everyone who passed by the stall, including some local and nearby housewives, stopped to look at the compressed biscuits. They tried them before they bought them, and a long line soon formed in front of the stall. The wholesale price was 4 puddings per piece, which was very cheap. Most people bought a few or a dozen pieces with the idea of trying it out. A lady commented, "This biscuit is very chewy." There were 6 boxes of Guangming brand compressed biscuits, which were quickly sold out, but unfortunately no one placed an order. In the morning, Bunt and 2 female secretaries visited all the stalls. To be honest, the variety of grains, vegetables, fruits and related drinks was quite different from that of the previous world, and the scale was not large. Bunt ordered 1,000 bottles of concentrated vegetable juice, that is, a capacity of 1,000 gallons, and 500 gallons of fruit juice. Half of the deposit was paid in advance, and the delivery address was set in the town of Blackwood in Quebec, which is very close to the town of Logar. He wanted to meet Li Baoke, so at least he had a gift that he could show off. The 3 of them will go to Hirmu town in advance to pick up the goods and pay the remaining payment. Then they will go to find the specific location of the stone fortress. The expo ended in 1 day, and there was a special committee to set awards for the exhibited products. The next day, Cockeyes went to receive the award and brought back a bronze medal. It can be seen that Cockeyes was very disappointed. He was unwilling to be a low-level dealer for his whole life, distributing guataba. He believed that it was a shameful act to earn the hard-earned money of the lower class. It was the above view that made Bunt feel that this person was still a little humane, otherwise he would not be worthy of being Bunt's friend. He hoped that his efforts would be rewarded, but the sales of the products at the exhibition were not very good. How could it not be disappointing? At the hotel table, several people ate and chatted. Say goodbye in advance, and they will go their separate ways the next day. "Don't forget to write to me," Cockeye said sincerely. Bunt also gave him the address of the shipyard. It is estimated that he will be able to come back in half a year, and then they will contact each other by letter. "My former superior once said that good food is never too late. My friend, you will succeed," Bunt repeatedly comforted him. He thought again, The three of them ate a piece of compressed biscuit each, and they didn't eat anything at noon that day. It seems that compressed biscuits can really resist hunger, which is exactly what they need for marching and fighting. Compressed biscuits are mainly small, easy to carry and easy to store. Thinking of this, Bond decided to purchase 10,000 boxes. Each box contains 100 compressed biscuits, and the wholesale price is 400 puddings. 10,000 boxes means 4 million puddings. 4 million puddings is definitely a huge sum of money. What? 10,000 boxes? Cross-eyed almost couldn't believe his ears. Yes, 10,000 boxes, Bond repeated. Bond lied, saying that it was a welfare for the employees of Brother Industrial United Company, and he had the ability to do so as the general manager. Anyway, Cross-eyed believed it. He asked the female secretary to take out the gold cloth from the box in the room. After several trips, a table of gold coins was poured out, which made Cross-eyed and his assistant dumbfounded. 10 pieces of cloth were used to check 2,000 gold cloth, which was regarded as a deposit. The other 2,000 gold cloth was paid on delivery. The delivery date was set 2 months later. There were 2 receiving locations, one was Blackwood Town and the other was Brother Shipbuilding Factory, each of which shipped 5,000 boxes. The compressed biscuits were transported to the shipyard, and Brothers would receive them, and then transported to Hongshan, the base of Mitchell's guerrillas. The contract was signed on the spot, and fingerprints were pressed, and everyone was happy. Continue to travel north, and get off the plateau after 20 days. Arrived in the territory of Bobby Province. The sound of gunfire was faintly heard in the distance. Pedestrians on the road ran in this direction, and mechanical carriages, unicorn carriages and a few giant worm trains all accelerated. Bond got off the car and stopped a pedestrian, who said that there was a war ahead, and Whitebird's army was fighting with the Republican Guard. The two armies each invested 100,000 troops and launched a fierce competition on the outskirts of Vega City. It is said that Vega City is a heavy industrial base, and the scale of the water purification plant and power plant is relatively large. The strategic goal of the Whitebird army was the water plant and the power plant. There was no choice but to take a detour. After looking at the atlas, there was a slum to the west, and there was a dirt road that could bypass the outskirts of Vega City. After making up their minds, the 3 sheep carts set off. This was a muddy path, rugged and difficult to travel, and attracted some low-class people to watch along the way. Bond on the sheep cart was nervous, afraid of any accidents, and held the musket tightly in his hand. More and more low-class people stretched out their hands, just like beggars in the city begging from gentlemen. Austin was on another sheep cart. She was a soft-hearted and kind girl. She took out a big loaf of bread, broke it into pieces and distributed it to people. No, when Bond looked back, it was too late. It was too late to stop it. She saw more people surrounding the 3 carts and trapped in the middle of the crowd. Austin didn't expect this, and was terrified. The dirty claws that couldn't be seen reached out and snatched the bread from her hand, leaving a few blood marks on her white arm. The only thing she could do was to call for help from her lover, Bunt. Save me, but Bunt was like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to save himself, and had no intention of answering her. The situation developed in an uncertain direction, and the supplies on the 3rd sheep cart were the first to be looted. The sheep cart that Bond was sitting on shook violently, and the crowded and hungry people almost overturned the sheep cart. Intimidation was ineffective, and people treated his musket as a fire stick. He understood what the consequences of shooting would be. Once he fired, he could only hit one person, and the crowd that had lost their minds due to hunger would tear them and the sheep cart to pieces like a pack of wolves in a few minutes. At this moment, there was a commotion behind the crowd, and it could be felt that there was a greater shock. The refugees left the sheep cart very reluctantly. Bond looked out the window, but saw an army coming from the northwest. The team was huge. 2 people walked side by side, with muskets with bayonets on their shoulders, and there was no end in sight. The refugees avoided it one after another, fearing that they would get into trouble. Judging from the flags, it was Whitebird's army. The soldiers wore uniforms that looked a bit like grass gray work clothes, and wore oval spire military caps. The officers' uniforms were made of relatively high-end materials, and the epaulets indicated their ranks. After years of hard work, Whitebird's army was moving towards formalization. Who is Whitebird? Whitebird was the top of the list of the top 10 rebels, and he owned dozens of cities. He was the only rebel warlord who could compete with the Republican Guard. They were lightly armed, without artillery and chariot troops, and took a shortcut. They appeared from this direction, intending to attack the rear of the Republican Guard and attack from both sides. There were only 2 sheep carts left in the middle of the road. The driver of the third cart and the 3 unicorns were nowhere to be found, and the body of the cart was broken into several pieces. Bond got off the cart and told wanting not to show up. Mr. Bond. Are we still going? The driver asked. Go. We are 1 person short. Bond was talking about the driver of the third cart. After he finished speaking, he immediately thought, if not now, when? Once the army passed, the refugees rushed in, and the remaining 2 sheep carts were estimated to be gone. This place is dangerous and it is not advisable to stay for long. Once people are hungry and crazy, they will eat each other. The fate of the missing driver is worrying. Let's go. Go, Bond sighed and ordered. The sheep cart continued to move, passing by the marching army along the roadside. After walking 100 meters, the sheep cart was forced to stop again. An elderly officer ordered them to be arrested. Helplessly, Bond and his 3 men got off the car and were taken away. The escorted soldiers were exactly a squad of more than a dozen people. After 4 hours, they arrived at a place called Cleodirt Mountain. The mountain is not high, just a bare dirt mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there are endless tents. The report said that several spies and a batch of gold cloth were captured. Hearing the amount of gold cloth, nearly 7,000 gold cloth, and silver cloth and putting on another person. There were also 2 fashionable women, and Whitebeard became interested. He wanted to interrogate them personally. There are not many people who can carry more than 100 gold cloths, let alone nearly 10,000 gold cloths. In normal times, he would never ask about such a small matter. In the largest tent, Whitebeard, the leader of the largest rebel group in the other world, is studying the battle plan with his subordinates. Whitebeard is tall, slightly fat, and has Caucasian skin. His eyebrows and beard are white, and his hair combed back is shoulder length and still white. He sits on a large yellow cowhide seat, with extraordinary demeanor and the temperament of a leader. He always holds an obsidian pipe in his right hand, even if he doesn't smoke. Judging from his appearance, Whitebeard is older, over 70 years old. People of this age group have the richest life experience. The spy brought in a wooden box of gold cloth and a suitcase. And the soldiers handed them over to the guards wearing red armbands and handcuffed them. The guards searched the 3 people and found their belongings. A female guard searched a female secretary. The 2 drivers supported each other, and their legs and feet were a little out of control. One of the guards wanted to open the suitcase, but Bond said coldly, "You'd better not open it, otherwise I will not be responsible if you get scared." The guard had a feeling that there was something wrong with the suitcase, as if it was moving on its own, and there seemed to be a pet inside. What if there was a vicious dog? It would not be worth getting bitten, so the guard temporarily stopped. The general also stopped studying. Among the 7 people, there were 4 generals and 3 combat staff officers, all of whom looked at the 3 people. A general signaled the guards to withdraw. The head of the guard searched Bond's ID and gave it to Whitebeard first, and then circulated it among the generals. General manager of Brother United Industrial Company, a general read out loud. The 2 richest men in Sifink City, the merged Brother United Industrial Company, ranked 8th in the Republic in the company size ranking of this year in this special edition of the Republic Daily, the Special Economic Edition. Brother United Company is well known, and its general manager is naturally looked up to. Bond's ID and pass were issued by the Sifink City government. There were hundreds of stamps required. The approval process was complicated and could not be forged. It was highly credible. The pass was valid for another 3 months. Together with a female secretary, his apparent identity had been confirmed. Bond recognized Whitebeard at a glance. His features were quite obvious. Mr. Bond, it is not reasonable for you to come here with your identity. What is your purpose? Please tell me, Whitebeard spoke. Dear General Whitebeard. We passed by here and wanted to go to Quebec to meet my old boss. Bond told the truth. Who is your old boss? Whitebeard asked again. Colonel Lee Baoque of the Stone Fortress. Bond replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Oh. Lee Baoque. Lee Baoque with Bruno, a general interrupted. That's right, Bond nodded. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard laughed heartily. They are all rebels, but they are actually family members, a general said. In the Battle of the Stone Fortress, Lee Baoque's army defeated Mark's mechanical army. It's not easy, yes. Thousands of people fought against tens of thousands of regular troops, and won a great victory. Li Baoque is definitely a genius in command, another general sighed. Whitebird waved his hand. He didn't want to waste time in boring conversations, and the whole audience fell silent. Well, Mr. Bond, if you can prove your relationship with the Stone Fortress, we can now treat you as a guest of honor and let you come and go freely. If you can't, I'm sorry. You will be executed as a spy and your personal property will be confiscated. Whitebird's serious state makes people doubt life. His words have some truth. This, Bond's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. A general followed the leader's meaning and said, Mr. Bond, unless you can prove it, if you make up that your real identity is a member of Mitchell's guerrillas, can we believe it? That, Bond looked confused. After all, proof is not an arithmetic formula. Ordinary things, such as he is his father's son, probably cannot be proved. Well, Colonel Mitchell is indeed my good partner, Bond thought for a while and told the truth. All the generals, including Whitebird, were stunned. Wanting and Austin exchanged glances and lowered their heads helplessly. You are quite good at climbing the pole, a general sneered. Mr. Bond. Are you making fun of us? Another general said. Now, Bond really couldn't answer. A few seconds later, Whitebird was furious and slammed the table and said, drag them out and shoot them. Wait, you can send someone to go with me. If it's fake, General White can deal with it at will, Bond shouted in desperation. He could only think of this one way. A dozen guards carried the 5 people and walked out. The 2 drivers had already collapsed in fear. At this time, a staff officer whispered something to Whitebird, and Whitebird's anger subsided temporarily. Guards, stop! The guards stopped and waited for new orders. Whitebird followed the advice of the staff and decided to send an action team to supervise Bond to find Li Baoque. The condition was to take the driver and the female secretary present as hostages, as well as the gold cloth and the briefcase. Bond had to comply. The key to the handcuffs in his hand was in the hands of the action team leader Hawkins, and could only be opened after seeing Li Baoque. Whitebird's intention was very clear. He also wanted to contact the rebels in the Stone Fortress and bring them under his command to strengthen his strength, so he gave Bond a chance to survive. Opportunities are reserved for both parties. If you give him a chance, he can give you a chance in return. Chapter 166 Blackwood Town. The war continued, the Whitebird Legion invested 300,000 troops, and the Republican Guard increased its troops to 500,000. The armies of both sides fought repeatedly in the wilderness outside Vega, repeatedly fighting for positions. Here, the action team escorted Bond to set off. Not long after, the secret of the dwarfs was finally discovered. The generals and staff were extremely shocked. They saw this strange creature for the first time. Then, Tess and others were invited to the table, and they had friendly exchanges with each other. In this way, Whitebird and others got a lot of news about the upper world. It was confirmed from the mouth of the little man that General Manager Bond was indeed the captain under Commander Lee and had rich experience in ship command. Ms. Mitchell is very smart and good at learning. She was selected from black slaves, and it was diligence that made her. In a peaceful atmosphere, adults and little men chatted happily. Speaking of Mitchell, the generals looked at each other. The dwarfs are relatively simple, psychologically defenseless, and tell everything they know. Gradually, Whitebird's expression became solemn. He listened to the many battles introduced by the villain. Some of the casualties in the battles were surprisingly low, which was impossible in the eyes of others. This shows how outstanding this commander is. In addition, the stories about the magic carpet, the devil and the goddess East made everyone confused. People in the upper world don't believe in things, but people in the other world have come into contact with them, so they can understand them. Whitebird and others have a strong interest in Li Baoque's team. Let's get back to the topic. It is said that Bond and his party traveled for more than 10 days and finally arrived in Quebec. After another 8 days, they finally arrived at the Blackwood town shown on the map, which is the place where Bond received the goods. 450 kilometers northwest of Blackwood town is the town of Logar, which is very close to the Stone Fortress. On the way, Bond told Hawkins that he had 3 batches of goods to receive, but unfortunately the gold cloth was not with him, and it was impossible to pay the remaining payment. Bond is worried these days. To be honest, Hawkins did not trust this man. He thought he was a slick person and not a serious person. He did not give him a good face along the way. It was hard to explain. Mr. Bond's appearance and conversation made him look like a liar in the eyes of some people. He gave people a flashy feeling. For example, he said that he had 3 batches of goods that would arrive in a month. Hawkins did not believe it and thought he was stalling for time and looking for an opportunity to escape. When they arrived at the place, they temporarily rented an unused factory so that their identity as rebels would not attract attention. The sheriff of Blackwood Town had noticed them, filed a record, and handed them over to the secret police branch. A group of people with unknown origins all had identity cards. Some security team members found that they were carrying firearms privately and suspected that they were related to the rebels in the stone fortress. After receiving the news, the secret police branch stationed in Blackwood Town immediately dispatched a mixed team of several departments to carry out the search. In the factory, Hawkins told Bond that he only had 10 days to prove himself within 10 days. Otherwise he would be executed on the spot. As they were talking, someone at the door announced that the police were coming. Everyone panicked and rushed out to escort Bond. "Don't go, I have a way," Bond shouted hurriedly. Once the war started, all these hundreds of people would die inside. Hawkins asked him, "What can you do?" "My identity is the best way," Bond said bluntly. "Why don't you open the handcuffs?" This was the only way. Fighting hard would not solve the problem. Hawkins gritted his teeth and opened the handcuffs for him, and at the same time ordered his men not to act rashly. Bond's mind turned quickly, thinking of everything he could think of, and warned everyone that their current identity was as a member of the Direct Guard of Brother United Industrial Company. Their headquarters was in Sifink City, and don't say anything else, you can pretend to be scared. Seeing Mr. Bond strode out with great complacency, Hawkins followed behind, not daring to breathe. The secret police and the security team surrounded the factory building and set up 6-barreled revolvers in some prominent positions. At least thousands of guns were pointed at them. The sheriff shouted, "Which of you is the person in charge? Please accept the investigation." "I am." Mr. Bond came forward and remained calm in the face of the gun. He handed his ID card and passed to the sheriff. "It's like this. I came to Quebec on behalf of Brothers United Industries to acquire several factories. I am the general manager of Bond. First of all, in terms of momentum, Bond has won." After the sheriff and the branch director looked at the documents, they nodded to each other. "Oh, General Manager Bond. As a routine regulation, please go to the sheriff's office and accept the investigation." The sheriff glanced at the people behind Bond and said, "Okay." Bond smiled slightly and ordered Hawkins and others to hand in their weapons. A day later, Bond and others completed the investigation and were released. Hawkins' heart, which was hanging in the air, finally settled down. When he saw Bond again, his eyes were different, and the handcuffs were temporarily unusable. On the 3rd day, the local business association sent someone to invite General Manager Bond. The people who stayed behind told him that General Manager Bond had gone out for an inspection and was expected to be back in 10 days. As they were talking, Bond and his group of dozens of people appeared on the road outside the stone fortress. This is a main road that leads directly to Hwangjan City and passes through Lag Town. And in the middle area between Lag Town and Haemu Town, there is the stone fortress. Because of the war, the main road was under martial law, and all the paths in other directions were blocked. Along the way, there was almost a guard every 10 steps, and there were 2 mobile cavalry cannons and a mechanical chariot within 100 steps. There were also gendarmerie patrols wearing red color badges, looking like they were facing a great enemy. It was almost impossible to pass through the blockade area and reach the stone fortress. After seeing the situation, the group returned to Haemu Town that evening. For several consecutive days, General Manager Bond often attended banquets or ceremonies held by some local gentlemen. They were proud to invite Bond. On this day, an adjutant under Mark found him. The adjutant came under the banner of the military and wanted to ask General Manager Bond to initiate a fundraising activity for the troops. It's a request on the surface, but it's semi-coercion in reality. To put it bluntly, it means donating money or supplies to the army, and in return the military will provide you with protection, or turn a blind eye when you commit crimes. The opportunity has come. Bond believes that it is not a problem to take this opportunity to approach the stone fortress. Hawkins has no objection, but the funds for the operation are getting less and less every day, and calculating the expenses every day is a headache. He gave Bond 6 days, and the action team must return to Whitebird's territory after 6 days, otherwise they will starve to death or die of thirst outside. Hawkins issued an ultimatum. After 6 days, Bond could no longer prove his identity and could only say sorry. Having said that, Bont was also heartbroken and felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavy. Carrying 4 lives, no. Including the dwarfs, there are more than a dozen lives. There is also the seized gold cloth. Money is something outside of the body and is not worth mentioning. Fortunately, on the 5th day, at the post station outside Himu town, the first batch of goods arrived, 1,000 gallons of vegetable concentrate. Since there was no payment from pudding, the other party could only deliver half of the deposit value, that is, 500 gallons of vegetable concentrate. With the vegetable concentrate, Hawkins agreed to relax the date. It turned out that Mr. Bont was not a boaster or liar. Witness a person's quality, not in words, but in actions. 2 days later, 3 flavors of concentrated juice arrived, and half of the deposit value was still delivered, that is, 250 gallons of juice. Bont immediately ordered someone to hire a large 6-sheep flatbed truck to deliver the vegetable juice and juice samples to Mark's headquarters in Songjin City. The compressed biscuits were also delivered in time. 5,000 boxes were a big pile, and they were directly transported to the idol factory. The cross-eyed man personally escorted the goods to the scene, and the two talked and laughed and had a meal together. Last time in Mulan Town, Cross-eyed invited him to drink. This time he invited Cross-eyed to drink. At the dinner table, he talked about what happened after leaving Mulan Town, and his belongings were seized by the Whitebeard army. Bont apologized for the subsequent payment. Under the influence of alcohol, Bont revealed for the first time his true identity as a rebel. He didn't say it before because he was afraid of causing trouble to his good friend. The cross-eyed man was very surprised at first, and it took him a long time to recover. He said that the payment for the goods was easy to talk about, and he would pay it back when he had it. It can be seen that an invisible wall has pulled the distance between the two people. The cross-eyed man quickly left Himu town. It was the identity of a rebel that scared the cross-eyed man, and Bont could understand it. Once they break up, friends will go their separate ways and never meet again. That being said, the money still needs to be paid back. Bont is not a person who doesn't keep his word, and he never owes anyone a favor. In the evening, Bont looked at the night view of Himu town from the factory dormitory, and the lights were dotted, and he was full of emotion. The shadows of his former companions were all in front of him. How great it would be if they were still together. There were so many beautiful memories of those passionate years. He thought, one day, they will always be together. Yes. I miss my brothers, Li Baoke muttered in a room of the stone fortress. Then he opened a book on the table, on the combat of mechanized corps. Chapter 167 Hawkins's Conspiracy. There were 2 action team members at the door, responsible for monitoring him. One of them was not very old, about 20 years old, with thick hair on his lips, oriental appearance, and western skin color. When he saw the young man from the Whitebird base for the first time, Bont felt something was strange. Along the way, the young man often secretly observed him in the middle of the team, and he noticed something. Tonight, the door was open, and Bont saw him and decided to chat with him. Come over, friend. Bont smiled, waved the young man in, and asked him to sit down. The young man was a little uneasy. What's your name? Where are you from? Bont handed him a cigar, but he didn't dare to take it, and Bont took it back. I'm from the upper world, my name is Kanai, he lowered his head and answered, and then stole another glance. I've seen you, Mr. Bont, at the Whitebird base. Or on the way to Vega City. This is normal, Bont said lightly. His appearance, clothing taste, and unique temperament always attract people's attention no matter where he is. He still had some confidence. No. It was in the last world, on the Golden Coral. Bont became interested and leaned forward, trying to recall that there seemed to be such a ship. Kanai reminded him, Mr. Leon is the owner of that ship. Oh, hearing the name of an old friend, Bont was very excited and immediately remembered that the Golden Coral was a commercial converted battleship. So, you are a sailor on that ship? He asked excitedly. Yes. Mr. Bont, Kanai nodded seriously. To be honest, Bont didn't remember such a person, but he still sighed. Let's continue chatting. Who do you think the young man is? It was the son of the sharpshooter father and son recruited by Leon and Chucky. It's so coincidental in this world that 2 people in one world can meet in another world. It's called fate. Kanai said that after Leon's ship separated from the Golden Parrot, it followed the coastline, went around the Cape of Good Hope, and continued to sail along the east coast of Africa. 3 months later, their ship encountered pirates in the Somalia area. Guess which pirate ship they encountered? It was several pirate ships under the command of Jean Valjean's pirate group. With the excellent command of Zorro, the new captain of the Golden Coral, they repelled the pirate ship. At this time, the ship was seriously damaged, and Leon decided to find a port to dock and repair the ship. The ship went through hardships and crossed the Indian Ocean to the Arabian Sea. Finally, it anchored at a port called Cochin at the southernmost tip of the Indian mainland. Cochin was a colony of the Dutch at that time, and the final destination of the Golden Coral was Mumbai. The ship had no endurance and could only be repaired on the spot. Otherwise, it would take about 3 days to sail along the west coast of India to Mumbai. Unexpectedly, the pirates did not give up and tracked all the way to the port of Cochin. They hijacked Leon's wife Beta. In the process of exchanging ransom for hostages, Leon and others took several small boats and fought fiercely with pirate boats in the offshore. An accident happened, and Kanai's boat was sunk. Later, when Kanai woke up, he arrived in another world. Counting on one's fingers, Kanai arrived in another world 2 years earlier than Bond. Mr. Bond. Can you take me back to the upper world? I miss my father very much. Kanai said in a begging tone. Sure. Bond stood up, patted his shoulder, and looked out the window at the endless night. Going back to the upper world is exactly our future goal. I think Colonel Joseph thinks so too. Bond promised that when he found a suitable time, he would tell Hawkins and ask Kanai to come over. Kanai said words of great gratitude and returned to his post. 2 days later, the fruit juice and vegetable juice sent to the headquarters achieved the expected effect. The headquarters sent a female adjutant to give Bond a special pass. The female adjutant saw the boxes and piles of compressed biscuits piled in the aisle, and she hoped that Bond could help the military again. That's what I meant. Beautiful lady, please come to my room and talk about the details. I'd love to. The female adjutant smiled charmingly, stretched out her delicate hand, and placed it on Bond's palm. Bond's eyes were gentle and blurred, and he used all his skills as a philandering man to capture the female adjutant's heart. 20 minutes later, the two came out of the room. The female adjutant was still not satisfied, and Bond looked very tired. Hawkins saw the two people's disheveled appearance nearby, and guessed that Bond had succeeded. He had to admire Bond's ability. It was not in vain. The female adjutant issued him a bulk material pass signed by her. Special passes and bulk material passes have their own uses in extraordinary times. According to wartime management regulations, the goods on the road must not exceed a certain variety, size and quantity. With a bulk material pass, the above troubles can be avoided. Most importantly, it can directly avoid the inspection of military checkpoints. The special pass is limited to the number of people, not more than 10 people. Therefore, according to Hawkins and Bond's plan, they hired a small giant worm train to take all the supplies, people and guns to the highway. The plan was divided into 2 steps. The first was to send people to contact the stone fortress and send troops to pick up the supplies. The second was that the giant worm train appeared at the intersection within the specified time. The third was for Hawkins's men to create chaos at the intersection, and it would be best if they could destroy the 2 bunkers and artillery positions at the intersection. You are really good. After the female adjutant left, Hawkins gave Bond a thumbs up. Alice. Now we just need to send a brother who is not afraid of death to deliver a letter to the stone fortress. This is the most difficult thing, Bond sighed. Mr. Bond, I think this is a good opportunity to prove your identity. Hawkins showed a weird smile. Bond understood it at a glance, thinking that Hawkins had planned to let him go to die, and his heart was cold. On second thought, it was right. Hawkins let an outsider die, which was better than his own people. He kicked out a burden and got the job done, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bond didn't dare to think about it too deeply, thinking too much would only lead to nightmares. He proposed a condition to take a member of the action team named Kanai with him, and Hawkins readily agreed. According to the agreement with the female adjutant, the donated materials will be delivered to Zhongjin City in 5 days. Coincidentally, the sheep team of Himu Town also transported materials to Zhongjin City on the 3rd day. The 2 sides contacted each other and set off together. Bond only had 1 day, which was very urgent. So, they had to rehearse a play first. Bond first invited a street girl to travel in a mechanical carriage. Hawkins, Kanai and 5 others followed in 2 other mechanical carriages. Less than 1 kilometer away from the intersection of the stone fortress, Hawkins and others caught up with Bond and fought. The nearby sentries and patrols came over immediately, watching the excitement and making a fuss. The street girl looked confused. Not long after, a second lieutenant officer rode over on horseback, wanting to arrest the troublemakers, and asked about the situation first. A soldier replied that a man had robbed someone else's wife, and the wife's husband led people to chase him here. It was a bloody plot. The second lieutenant also watched the excitement. Bunt was outnumbered, his clothes were torn, he was covered in dirt, and half of his face was swollen. From the road to the trench, Bunt climbed up and ran to the gravel area. Normally, there is a cordon outside the trench. Once you cross it, the soldiers will stop and shoot. Hawkins and others kept shouting, "Kill him!" They threw stones at Bunt desperately. Kunai picked up a stone and bravely chased after him. The rest of the people still threw stones and dared not cross. When the two people disappeared in the gravel area, the soldiers and officers who were watching felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't say it for a while. "Stinky bitch. Wait until we get back and see how I deal with you." Hawkins went up and slapped the woman on the red street. The woman wanted to argue, but she couldn't say anything. The other party hid her mouth. He stuffed the person into the car directly, and the group drove away. When they returned to Blackwood Town, the deputy captain asked Hawkins, "Captain, when will we load the train?" Now, two team members asked what to do with the prostitute, and Hawkins made a gesture of wiping her neck with a knife without thinking. Poor prostitute, she was killed before she understood what was going on. An hour later, Hawkins ordered everyone to set off. The deputy captain asked in confusion, "Captain Hawkins, isn't it tomorrow? Going to the stone fortress?" "Ha ha ha ha," Hawkins grinned, "did I say tomorrow? We are going home, not to the stone fortress." Everyone who heard it was stunned. On the way back, in a carriage of the giant worm train, Hawkins faced two dull deputy captains and felt it necessary to explain. Some secrets need to be kept by all team members. "Actually, I am thinking about the problem from the perspective of General White." He expressed his thoughts after some processing, hiding his selfish side. "Whitebird intends to win over the troops of the stone fortress through bond to strengthen the strength of the rebels. Good idea. But the question is, does the army of Lee Baoke, who has been won over, have the strength to break out? There have been many rebels in history, but they were short-lived and ultimately failed. These days, Hawkins has traveled back and forth on the highway several times to investigate the deployment of the Republican Guard. The Mark Corps is very powerful, with very advanced mechanized equipment. Even the artillery is mobile, and there are a large number of heavy weapons. Moreover, the Mark Corps did not attack immediately, adopting a strategy of consumption, with a goal of consuming all the survival supplies of the stone fortress and defeating itself without fighting. This shows that General Mark is not an ordinary person, and his army has been continuously reorganized and has improved in quality. It's a pity that Lee Baoke encountered the toughest opponent as soon as he debuted. If the Mark Corps is placed in the central region of the Republic, the good days of the Whitebird army are probably over. On the other hand, the stone fortress did not choose to break out, which means that the defensive weaknesses of the Mark Corps have not been found in the near future. Therefore, Hawkins came to a conclusion: the stone fortress is bound to fail. There is no need to win over such an army. After returning, Hawkins had already thought of a pretext, saying that he was a spy for the secret police, and that the generals would make the final decision. The supplies they had brought back would ensure that they would have enough food and drink along the way. In addition, a promotion to higher rank was a sure thing. Chapter 168, Battle of Blackwood Part 1. Lee Baoke met Bunt and Kunai, but we will not mention this process for now. Bunt and the others were greeted with boiled water and guatava, which shows how hard life was in the stone fortress. Bunt told Lee Baoke that the supplies he purchased would arrive soon, which would just help the stone fortress out of trouble, and all the staff were very excited. Another day, Lee Baoke's 2 battalions of troops set out and hid 1 kilometer away from the fork in the road. After waiting for a day without seeing any movement, it was getting dark. Lee Baoke was a little impatient and asked Bond, "Brother Bond, what did you do?" Bond did not expect this, and explained, maybe Hawkins encountered some new situation and changed the plan. However, there are still 2 days to go. The deadline, he said, refers to the delivery date agreed with a female adjutant. Okay. Let's go back to the fortress first. Lee Baoke chose to believe it again, and the fire of hope ignited in his eyes again. After waiting for another 2 days, it was dark on the 3rd day, and Lee Baoke and Bont both understood that Bont had been deceived. Bont blamed himself, but Lee Baoke comforted him, saying that it was no big deal. There are some bad people in the world, and you will be unlucky if you meet them. When you meet them, you have no other choice but to admit that you are unlucky. Fortunately, you are still alive, Li Baoke said, hugging Bond's neck. But Tess and the others are still hostages at the Whitebird base, Bond cried out. In the fortress, in the simple auditorium behind the barracks, Bond leaned on Li Baoke's shoulder and cried. Colin, Wang Shoren, Wang Jin, Wang Zai and others sat aside and said some comforting words. There were several women cleaning and clearing dishes not far away. One of them was Mary, an old colleague of Li Baoke, who worked without raising her head. She had lost confidence in Li Baoke because the former had never given her a chance to speak or look him in the eye. A group of people who were rescued later, people or families implicated by the rebels, each had their own duties. No work, no food. After a long time, even Mrs. Newman and Brown believed that this was fate. It was good to be alive, and I didn't dare to ask for too much. I, Li Baoke, swear to heaven here. If Hawkins and Whitebird dare to touch my people, sooner or later, they will make them pay back. After Li Baoke made a solemn oath, he immediately called all officers to hold a military meeting, and all those who were irrelevant at the scene were cleared away. Miyamoto Koji, Reagan, Fatty Jack, Brandy, Colin, and the new artillery captain Karen were in place. Bruno, Li Jia, Dr. Smith, Garland and chemist Dupeng were invited to attend. There was also Mrs. Newman, wearing an old black velvet women's suit, sitting at the end. Her current position is the logistics leader of the base. In the entire stone fortress, Li Baoke couldn't find a second suitable person for the time being, so he had to let her take the position. The relationship between the two of them was limited to superiors and subordinates, and the ambiguity in the past seemed to have never existed. Mrs. Newman cherishes everything she has now, and she must first be responsible for her parents and relatives. She knows that thinking too much will definitely not do her any good. At the request of Commander Lee, Mrs. Newman read out the inventory of food, ammunition and other supplies that had been counted. The statistics were very accurate and could probably last for another month. The situation was not very optimistic. In order to survive, they had to break out of the fortress and find a glimmer of hope. The 6 officers reported the situation of their headquarters, and Li Baoke was quite satisfied. After several months of hard training, the army of nearly 3,000 people temporarily met the requirements for going to the battlefield. Most of them had not experienced actual combat, so it was hard to say how strong they were. He said, in the next few days, we will attack a town. This town must first have the food and water we want. As he said that, he glanced at Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith, you must be mentally prepared. Once we go out, we may not come back. The factory and laboratory you worked so hard to build may. Before Li Baoke finished speaking, Dr. Smith gritted his teeth and said, it doesn't matter, Commander Lee, you can give the order when to leave. The laboratory can be built anywhere. Well, Li Baoke nodded, hesitant to speak. They decided to abandon the stone fortress, and everything they had worked so hard to build before would be destroyed by the enemy. Especially the mechanical equipment brought by Dr. Smith, none of them can be safely transferred. Here, Garland brought a map and placed it on the table. This is a map of the surrounding area of the stone fortress hand-drawn by Mechanic Garland. She can draw mechanical drawings, and she is also good at drawing maps. The map has a radius of 500 miles and 27 towns. The nearest one is Logar Town. They are now looking for a target, and the one with a weaker defense is the best. The most important thing is to solve the problem of eating. Let's attack Haymu Town. Bond stood up and pointed to the location on the map. Others cast their eyes on him. I am more familiar with the situation in Haymu Town. It is the material transfer station of Zhongjin City. Many materials transported from other places stop in Haymu Town first, and are inspected and distributed. Bond said what he knew, and most people shook their heads. The special geographical location of Haymu Town has always been a place of contention for military strategists, so the defense must be strong, and more than a brigade of garrisons are stationed around it. Someone else suggested that they could attack Logar Town. Someone else opposed it, because it is the closest. The defense should be the strongest. The defense of Kibu Town in the southwest is relatively weak, but the journey is long. It is estimated that as soon as they arrived, their home nest was lost first. Listening to everyone's endless discussion, Li Baoke did not move, his eyes closed and in a trance. Li Shoren. Do you know Sun Tzu's art of war? Li Baoke asked Li Shorin in Chinese. Li Shorin was stunned. I don't understand, my father and uncle should know it. Li Baoke knocked on the table quickly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Li Shorin asked his father if he knew Sun Tzu's art of war. Huh? You are still Chinese? You don't even know Sun Tzu's art of war? Uncle Wengjin rolled his eyes at his nephew, with a slightly Shandong accent. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, Wang Zai blurted out. Right, Li Baoke praised, plus a fade to the east and attack in the west. What are you talking about? Garland asked curiously. And subconsciously pulled down the red headscarf to cover the missing ear. Good question. Li Baoke resumed his English, stood up and borrowed a bayonet from the guard. Pointing at the map with a bayonet, we pretend to attack Ragtown to track the troops of Mark's color. In fact, we really want to attack Kuroki Town, Captain Lee. The strategy is good, but what if the enemy wants to take advantage of the empty fortress and cut off our retreat from another direction? Miyamoto Koji's words make sense. Haha. Brother Miyamoto, you are right. According to my understanding of Mark, he will definitely do this, so we must take precautions in advance. Then, people began to discuss where the focus of prevention is. From the terrain point of view, there are only two paths from the stone fortress to the outside world, one to Ragtown, and the other to the highway section from Zhongjin to Kuroki Town. If the Mark Corps is not afraid of trouble, it can go from any direction, but it will be difficult to march and pass heavy weapons through the gravel area, and it will take too long. Therefore, according to the conventional way of fighting, attacking from the fork in the road from Zhongjin to Kuroki Town is the most reasonable. After a period of time, the spies spied on the surrounding situation, and there is another direction that is most likely, that is, the direction of Ibrisberg in the west. Although there are also gravels in this direction, the distance is much shorter than other directions and farther than the town of Logar. Ibrahim is also a town, managed by the Ibrahim family, one of the prestigious nobles in the Republic. When it was first established in ancient times, it was built around the Ibrahim castle, and gradually reached the scale of a town over the years. The analysis is complete. Li Baoke immediately formulated a battle plan. In the early morning, the rumbling sound of artillery woke up the sleeping people in the slums. The whistle sounded suddenly, and the two battalions of Zhongjin defense at the junction of the gravel area were in chaos. The lieutenant colonel of the 7th Battalion ordered the messenger to report to the Zhongjin City Command. An hour later, General Mark received accurate news that the stone fortress had launched an offensive. He immediately ordered the 13th Infantry Battalion and an artillery battalion of Zhongjin City to reinforce. The deputy commander proposed to hold a military meeting, but Mark said, it's not too late to hold a meeting in the afternoon. Order the generals to spend the morning preparing materials. Let's do this first, General Mark. I don't understand what you mean. The deputy commander said that he was the emperor who was not in a hurry, but the eunuch was. My friend, the stone fortress is like a dying two-headed dog, but it still has reason. We need to spend the morning to find out their real purpose. That's what I mean. General Mark left the headquarters after saying this. First, use Reagan's infantry and Karen's 1st Squadron artillery to test and attack the Republican Guard position. After a morning, Li Baoke decided to increase the intensity of the attack and sent another artillery squadron. By the evening, all the mobile artillery was deployed. The enemy's reinforcements were not as much as expected, and they mainly defended the defense line. On the 2-kilometer-long front, the smoke was filled, and the enemy deployed at least 40 artillery positions in the open area. There were less than 2 battalions of cavalry artillery, and hundreds of cavalry artillery fired randomly. The rebel area is a natural shelter. As long as the target is not hit, it is basically fine. A cannon can be hidden behind some larger rebel. In the afternoon, news came from the battlefield that the rebels' artillery was very powerful. In the morning's artillery battle, more than half of the artillery had been lost. 17 fixed artillery positions were also paralyzed. The French army in the last century was famous for its artillery. Li Baoke and others inherited the essence of Napoleon's artillery, which naturally greatly improved the hit rate of artillery fire. Mark also knew that the enemy's artillery was powerful, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, another artillery battalion was dispatched to participate in the battle. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, both sides stopped fighting. On the second day of the war, Li Baoke took advantage of the break in the artillery battle to organize a suicide squad to attack. His principle is to fight if you can win, and retreat if you can't win, so as to minimize casualties. Bunt had just arrived, and because of false information about supplies, some generals were very unhappy. This time he signed up for the death squad and wanted to show himself. Commander Lee only said to be careful. He was worried about others leading the team, so Lee Baok named Colin to lead the team, with the original brothers as the backbone, hundreds of people. The charge began, and Colin took the lead and jumped out of the bunker, while the artillery shelled and covered. The original brothers had rich combat experience and could lie down and find bunkers in time, and quickly approached the enemy's position. Lee Baok watched with a telescope and saw that Colin's men quickly killed into the enemy's bunker, and the surrounding enemies quickly gathered. He glanced at the pocket watch again, counted down a few numbers, and immediately ordered the trumpeter to blow the retreat horn. In the bunker, the enemy was in a panic, and the commander was scared away first. After the suicide squad members shot, they had no time to load ammunition, and killed many enemies with long guns and bayonets, and some enemies even forgot to resist. Woo woo woo. After the horn sounded, Colin ordered a retreat. A member of the suicide squad ran to the end to get a pot of water on the trench, and was hit by the bullet behind him and lost his life. Alice, Lee Baok punched the rock, feeling that it was not worth it for him, otherwise, Colin's casualty rate in this operation would be 0, which would be a good case. In just 20 minutes, Colin's suicide squad took the lives of more than 300 enemies. That night was peaceful and uneventful. Another day, Lee Baok dispatched Brandy's 4th Battalion to the battle and increased the intensity of the attack. In the morning, Reagan and Brandy launched the second charge in a few days, which was quickly repelled by enemy artillery fire. At noon, the third charge began and was repelled again. Mark's headquarters was stationed on the edge of the slums, very close to the battlefield. He observed the situation on the battlefield and saw the heads of people exposed in the gravel area, thinking that the stone fortress was out in full force. "I want the rebels to disappear before noon tomorrow, ha ha ha." Mark laughed triumphantly, and his officers were all excited. The chief of staff ordered the Hound Squadron to release 3 specially trained 2-headed dogs, each carrying a letter of instruction and running away without a trace. Lee Baok only guessed one thing right, that Mark's corps would definitely attack the stone fortress, which was correct. What was wrong was that there would be 3 directions to attack the stone fortress. They were the mixed brigade on the Songjin to Kuroki section, Zijin City far to the southwest, and Ibrahim Fort to the west. Among them, Zijin City was too far away, and Ibrahim Fort was inaccessible. Mark's intention was not whether the 2 armies could reach the stone fortress in time, but to catch the rebels who slipped through the net. The main attacker was still the mixed brigade. Chapter 169, Battle of Blackwood II. The mixed brigade is called the 257th Mixed Brigade of the Central Army. It has nearly 10,000 people and is a purely mechanized corps. It is on par with the Mark Corps. It is a reinforcement team dispatched by Quebec Province and is not under the jurisdiction of General Mark in name. They are mainly responsible for the defense of the Songjin to Kuroki section in Kuroki town. After receiving the order, the brigade commander was very unhappy. Mark actually spoke in a commanding tone in the letter. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "It's getting dark. We have an obligation to participate in the battle, but not now." The brigade commander only ordered his subordinates to strengthen their vigilance and then went to find a place to drink. When Ibrahim received the news, it was already dark. It is estimated that it will take until dawn for the 2-headed dog to deliver the letter to the farthest Zijin city. Other hounds also need to rest on the road. When they meet their own kind, they say hello or fight, which delays a lot of time. Unfortunately, there are no carrier pigeons in the other world. The crow is a violent species that can never be trained and tamed. It was quiet again that night. The enemy positions were brightly lit, while the rebels were in darkness. Lee Baok was surprised that he had not received any news. The attack of the mixed brigade was expected to stop. For Lee Baok, he was not sure whether it was bad news. After several days of no fighting at night, the 2 sides reached a tacit understanding, which was exactly what Lee Baok wanted. In his strategy, in addition to making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, luring the tiger away from the mountain, there was also an empty city plan. The empty city plan was used against the Jean Valjean pirate group in the past, and it worked well. I hope God will bless me if I use it again this time. After setting up a false formation, they slipped away quietly. When they arrived near the stone fortress, some unicorn carts and 3 giant worm trains were ready. When they confirmed that the doctor and others were all there and the stone fortress was empty, all the personnel walked east. The giant worm train was pulling heavy artillery. Before dawn, they were less than 3 kilometers away from the fork in the road, where they had 2 outpost bunkers of their own. Colin Lee Shoren, Lee Baoke counted the troops in the dark and reorganized the death squad. Here, Colin answered first. Yes, Lee Shoren also said. He decided to take down the bunkers and artillery positions of the mixed brigade before dawn. Lee Baoke led the team, Lee Shoren took a broadsword, and the others used sabers, crouching and disappearing into the night. The scout led the way and soon found himself under a bunker. The searchlight was fixed in one place, and the guards on duty were sleeping. The process was surprisingly smooth. When the day just dawned, Lee Baoke and others had completely occupied the fork station. How many people cut off their heads in their sleep, it is really impossible to count. Lee Baoke's army successfully got on the road and drove directly to Himu town. Every so often, a mechanical tank was parked on the side of the road, and the driver was sleeping in the tank. When the 15th tank was captured, the enemy finally noticed and the sound of gunfire became louder. The mechanical chariots here were replaced with drivers trained by themselves. Plus the ones captured earlier in the Mark Corps, a total of 60 chariots. The remaining 55 chariots were still in the gravel area. Because of the noise caused by nighttime movement, they were afraid of alarming the enemy, so they were asked to move back. With 15 chariots as the vanguard and mobile cavalry guns mixed in, they successfully approached Himu town 2 hours later. The mixed brigade was far inferior to the Mark Corps and was simply vulnerable. On the road, they did not dare to confront Lee Baoke's army head-on. Basically, they fired a shot and ran away. Seeing this state, Lee Baoke guessed that their commander was not much better. It was not surprising that the 8 bunkers in the group of bunkers near the entrance of the Himu town highway had long been empty. The team of more than 2,000 people successfully entered Himu town. The town's security official residence and town government office are now requisitioned. The first thing Lee Bao did when he arrived was to send troops to control the post station outside the South Gate, which is the most famous material distribution center in the area, where there are nearly 100 warehouses. The second thing was to issue an order prohibiting the army from harassing local people and ordering all shops to reopen for business. At the same time, the sheriff's post was taken over by the army. It is said that the post station outside the South Gate was guarded by a battalion of troops. Speed is of the essence. The troops of the 4th Battalion, Brandy, quickly took over the post station. The battle ended before 10 shots were fired. Because they arrived in time, they robbed a lot of supplies that had not yet been moved. Next, Mrs. Newman's logistics team immediately moved into the post station and counted the supplies. When she went there, the cargo yard and the warehouse were in a mess. The tin cans for storing water were overturned, and holes were pierced in the barrels of yogurt liquid, which gurgled and flowed, which made people feel distressed. It can be seen that when the enemy retreated, they destroyed some of the supplies that they had not had time to transport away. There were still some intact supplies left, including the black powder in the warehouse behind that was not ignited due to moisture. As the leader of the army, Lee Baoke took charge of the overall situation and made plans. He was not carried away by victory, and kept thinking about what he had not done. In fact, he needed a few capable people to give him advice. Lee Baoke admired Guo Jia from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. Such people were called counselors in ancient China, and Zhu Lian called them military advisors. In modern times, they are called staff officers. When assigning Reagan's battalion to garrison the surrounding bunkers, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, how could I forget this?" The troops had not yet gained a firm foothold, so he quickly asked Fatty Jack to return to the highway. The fork in the road from Zhongjin to Himu town was definitely a strategic point. There were ready-made bunkers and artillery positions. Once the fork was occupied, Mark's army could be blocked from the north. In this way, it was equivalent to adding another barrier to the defense of Himu town. The post station in the south was actually a small fortress. The garrison here could block the invading enemy from the direction of Zhejiang. In addition, 3 new departments were established. Wang Shoren was in charge of the recruitment department, Li Jia was in charge of the military procurement group, and Mr. Bont was in charge of the foreign affairs group for external publicity and speeches. Colin and Kanai were temporarily appointed as instructors to train the new recruits. Here, Fatty Jack returned to the Crossroads Fortress. Fortunately, Mark's army had not yet appeared. Li Baoque gave on-site guidance and arranged 20 artillery batteries 2 kilometers deep on both sides of the road. 2 days later, Mark's army completed its assembly, from the direction of Luanchi Fortress in Hongjin City. On the 10th day, 2 brigades from Zijin, with nearly 20,000 troops, set up camp 1 kilometer outside the South Gate's post fortress. The enemy forces on both sides did not act immediately. While they were hesitant, Li Baoque's side was consolidating defense every day, and the training of new recruits did not dare to slack off for a moment. A month later, General Mark regretted it a little. Now the crossroads fortress he faced had formed a scale, and it would not be easy to attack it again. General Mark had similar ideas to the commander of the 257th Brigade. They both wanted the other side to act first and preserve their own strength, but they missed the opportunity. The supplies were there, but what was lacking now was people. Li Baoque urged Wang Shoren to recruit soldiers many times, the more the better. There are 3 slum villages around Blackwood Town, and 2,000 new soldiers were recruited quickly. When the lower class heard that the stone fortress was recruiting soldiers, most of them responded. For the first time in the history of Blackwood Town, the lower class was allowed to enter and exit freely, and no one checked their ID cards. At several major intersections in the town, the volunteer civilians recruited took out the food that was about to rot on the warehouse and made porridge to help the refugees. A few days later, thousands of new soldiers were recruited one after another. This morning, at the military meeting, the list of officials and sheriffs of the town government was determined. The mayor was elected by civilians, and the selection of sheriffs was simpler. A member of the security team who refused to flee with the chief replaced the chief. There is something here that cannot be ignored, which is very important for the development of the storyline. At the beginning, Li Baoque and Bont's original intention was to move to the south of the Republic and join forces with Mitchell's guerrillas. After discussion and research, Li Baoque and others found that they currently did not have the strength to migrate long distances. Along the way, facing the crazy blockade of the enemy corps, it is estimated that there will be few people left when they arrive. Therefore, Li Baoque told Bont to give him 2 years. They have to accumulate strength in 2 years to build a combat-capable mechanized army. Since he came into contact with a book on the combat of mechanized corps combat has become Li Baoque's ideal. He clearly knows that it is not easy to realize his ideal, so he patiently prepares. Blackwood Town fell, and the Republic's military department held accountable, and General Mark was the first to take the blame. Simba, the commander of the 257th Brigade who fled from the battlefield, was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the Joint Suppression of Rebels Command, with 5 brigades, namely 2 divisions. The military ordered them to recapture Blackwood Town within 6 months, and it took Simba and his subordinates 2 months to hold a meeting. It is definitely good news. General Mark stepped down, which is great news for Li Baoque and others. In this way, Li Baoque can safely carry out the next plan and attack Zijin City. To attack Zijin City, we must first consider the strategic purpose. Dr. Smith's team has 2 latest research results, shoulder-fired recoilless artillery and tracked new mechanical combat vehicle, which represent the highest level of contemporary weapons and machinery. Li Baoque wants to mass-produce the 2 results, so he has to build an arsenal. The full set of mechanical equipment needed for the arsenal can only be gathered in Zijin City. The raw materials and accessories needed for production are more difficult to get. For example, several types of bearings and gears have to be purchased from the machining factory in Lagu Town. There are several small mechanical workshops in Himu Town, which can only produce simple parts. The plan is to attack Zijin City first, and then Lagu Town. The Detroit coal mine 75 kilometers southeast and the Agricultural Science Research Institute base from Zijin City to Ziping Taoling are both targets. Pingtao Mountain is located on the outskirts of Zijin. There is a wall on the mountain, with nearly 10 square kilometers of fertile land. There is a group of agricultural science and technology personnel here who have shielded air pollution and improved the soil for decades. They use light instead of sunlight to promote photosynthesis of crops. Some people say that the annual output of the agricultural science base can feed 100,000 people. This is the second reason why Li Baoque must capture Zijin City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Devil Eve. While Li Baoke and others were working hard for their ideals, Princess Eve officially inherited the throne on the Devil Island in the Ghost Sea. Her father, Mephistopheles, also known as Sphinx, was called Satan by Christians, the ugliest incarnation of the world and a synonym for darkness. The devil Satan is currently imprisoned by the Hades Osiris in the hell at the bottom of the Ghost Sea, which is very close to the entrance to the underworld. In the days when King Satan was away, the direct descendants of the devil fought for the throne for many years. Just when they were both injured and killed, Princess Eve was born. With the help of the dark snake god Abdullah-Jibin and the little devil Stephen, Princess Eve defeated the devil King Sony and ascended the throne. On the day of the coronation ceremony, a ghost broke into the hall. The ghost was wearing a gorgeous pink robe and a glass crown on his skull. In the hall with thousands of people, the demons watched him approach the queen's throne step by step, but they were powerless. The armored creatures, sheep-headed, dog-headed, bull-headed, and able to stand upright like humans, the guards and elders of the demon world, with their spears and claw hammers in their hands, could not touch the ghost's entity at all. The queen's new clothes looked dazzling. The heavy outer clothes woven with gold and silver threads were decorated with various gems. There was a night shining pearl as big as a pigeon egg on the tip of the golden crown. Eve was no longer the Eve of the past. In the ancient Roman era, she was an innocent little girl. In the underground palace of Cleopatra, the years made this Greek woman tough. After a period of time after resurrection, the things she experienced made her mature. She has not yet walked out of the shadow of losing her lover, and there is always a trace of sadness on her face. The thief Jackson died in her arms, died of the conspiracy of the goddess Esther, and she will avenge this pain and this hatred sooner or later. She waved her hand, signaling the demons below to move aside. The ghost was less than 10 meters away from her. I recognize you. You are Hades Osiris. Eve stared at him and said. Well, I forgot when I visited you in the tomb of Cleopatra VI. You have a good memory, Hades Osiris said lightly, and stopped where he was. It was 656 years ago, Eve said with emotion. It's been so long that people forget themselves. Hades laughed. This is the best explanation I have ever heard about time. The skull's teeth opened and closed as it spoke, and two black holes occasionally emitted light blue flames. Jibin and Stephen, who were standing next to him, were very nervous. They stood at the bottom of the steps and could see that Hades' robe seemed to be burning, but it couldn't be burned. Hades' trip was not just to recall the past, express his feelings, or congratulate the queen on her coronation. He wanted to warn Eve not to follow the path of King Satan, otherwise she would be punished by the gods. In fact, Hades Osiris didn't need to show up. Because he felt that it was a pity that the only person in the world who could live so long was gone. So, he was partial. Oh. By the way, Mr. Jackson is in the underworld now. He asked me to say hello to you. Please don't worry about him. When Hades said this, Eve burst into tears. He said something else, but Eve couldn't hear it clearly, and then Hades disappeared. After Hades left, Eve asked Stephen what Hades said again. Stephen said in a hoarse voice, the skull said that Jackson's heart is heavier than the feather, and he will go to hell. He persuaded Anubis to readjust the scale. Oh, I haven't had time to say thank you yet, Eve sighed. Anubis is a god in Egyptian mythology, existing at the junction of the underworld and the human world. Whenever someone dies, Anubis will take the person's heart and weigh it on the scale. There is a feather at one end of the scale. If you have committed many evil deeds in your life, your heart will be heavier than your feathers, and you will go to hell. Otherwise, you will go directly to the underworld. Jackson was in Li Baoke's team, and he killed too many people, so his heart was heavier than his feathers. Hades gave him a back door, so he didn't fall into hell. Then again, what kind of island is Devil's Island? The island is more than 100,000 kilometers in radius, equivalent to a continent in the upper world. As part of the other world, Devil's Island has not been polluted by the extreme environment of the Republic of Ghana. For a long time, Devil's Island, like the Republic of Ghana, has no more than 3 hours of sunshine a day, so it looks dark, gloomy and terrifying. There are large forests, lush vegetation, and all kinds of strange creatures and ancient castles on the island. There are millions of demons on Devil's Island, who have lived here for billions of years. Over a long period of time, they have also established their own civilization and order. There are some villages formed by races in the gathering place of the demon world. Each village has a patriarch, and the villages maintain a peaceful relationship with simple oath rules. The descendants of King Satan are the race that enjoys absolute dominance in the demon world. The demons continue to multiply and evolve, and their behavior tends to be more like humans. They also farm, use fire, make and use tools like humans. Li Baoke later explored the differences between the demon races and humans. After research, it was found that in addition to the difference in appearance, other differences are that some high-level demon creatures are born with special abilities. In ancient times, we called people with special abilities immortals, and those who were ugly and bloodthirsty were called demons or devils. There are good people and bad people in the demon world, and the same is true for the demon world. It cannot be generalized. For humans, the gods can always play with them in their hands, and the flesh and blood of humans are no match for the gods. It is precisely because the descendants of King Satan have the same abilities as the gods that they can be regarded as opponents by the gods. Just like us humans, we are used to always saying that opponents or enemies are bad. In the demon world, the only one who can be remembered by the gods and humans is the devil King Satan. Once a person or a species is labeled as bad, even his fellow tribesmen will be implicated. It is reasonable that Devil Island is notorious because of Satan. The first thing Eve did after taking the throne was to mobilize the whole island to cut down the big trees on the island. The big trees were transported to the coast and spliced into rafts. Each raft was large enough to carry thousands of tons. At the same time, the blacksmith furnace was forging weapons and making arrows all day long. She did not forget the warning of Osiris, the god of the underworld, that revenge on the goddess Isis, the head of the gods, would bring disaster to the entire Devil Island. However, some things must be done. Since the establishment of the Mariana Republic Navy, its fleet has often harassed the west coast of Devil Island in the past 2 years and captured a large number of slaves. On the Devil Island side, the previous King Sony did nothing, which caused panic and complaints. Since Queen Eve came to power, she immediately declared war on the Mariana Republic and demanded the return of slaves and compensation for losses. Today, Eve has gained the support of many races in the vast demon world, and her position has been consolidated. Everyone knows that declaring war on the Republic is equivalent to declaring war on the gods, and the result is not optimistic. However, the demon world has the courage to knowingly go to the Tiger Mountain, and they are not afraid of the destruction of the country and the family. In addition, in the eyes of the gods, the declaration of war by the demon world is equivalent to giving an excuse to send troops to attack Devil Island. Tang Wang, the commander-in-chief of the Mariana Navy, pointed out, "It is just right to test the comprehensive strength of our fleet. If we win easily, it is the same to deal with the technology of the upper world. The gods are deeply worried about the development of technology in the upper world. Vigorously developing technology in the other world is to use technology to achieve their strategic goals." 2 years ago, a wanderer named General Payne appeared, and he successfully squeezed into the top of the Navy Department. Who is General Payne? A month after Bond's trip, the Navy Department sent a commissioner to inspect the Garin shipbuilding factory in Garin port. The old tailor Good recognized General Payne at a glance. General Payne is the second in command of the Jean Valjean pirate group and a traitor to the original Zhang pirates. Later, when Li Baoke recovered all his memories, he remembered that Payne was a small leader under him when he was the captain of the Shinon. It was he who, in order to climb up, collected some inexplicable evidence and reported Li Baoke to the court, saying that Li had colluded with the barbarians and conspired for treason. In the end, Li Baoke's family was exiled to Ninguda, and Li fled alone. Recently, Payne first proposed the strategy of using barbarians to control barbarians to the head of the Republican commander-in-chief Tang Wang. After hearing about it, Goddess Esther praised it highly. In order to cope with a more complicated situation, the endless uprisings of rebels and the riots of socialists, the Republic government adopted Payne's suggestion to use wanderers against wanderers and the lower class against the lower class, and decided to increase the army by 10 million. Chapter 171 Battle of Zijin 1. After hearing the news of the reinforcement, Li Baoke was slightly surprised. "Damn it, isn't this cutting off my retreat?" he thought. "Now all the slums have set up barracks. The military directly distributes weapons and food to the poor, and encourages them to go to the front line." When he said this, it was September 1807, half a year after Li Baoke's army captured Zijin City. A leaflet was placed on the table. The army of the lower class is collectively called Yishi, that is, the army of justice. Anyone who captures or takes 10 heads of rebels will be rewarded with a citizen identity card. Those who kill the rebel leaders and provide effective intelligence will be rewarded more. There are corresponding punishments. Each lower class must have 10 reliable guarantors. If one of them surrenders to the rebel organization, the others will be implicated. Recently, Li Baoquai's army has fought dozens of battles of varying sizes, all of which have won great victories. At the end of 1806, Li Baoquai's army captured the town of Logar, and in this battle, the entire 257th Brigade was captured. The Army of the Righteous Division usually served as cannon fodder in the front. When some lower-class people died, they still had unfinished bread in their mouths. This war was heartbreaking. Now, Li Baoquai's sphere of influence starts from Logar town in the north, and includes 5 places, including Luanchi Fortress, Humu Town, Zijin City, Ibrahim Fort and Coal Mine. The number of troops is close to 40,000, with 5 brigades under its jurisdiction, and an independent tank brigade has been established. They adopted uniforms made of black fabric, which is similar to the uniforms of postmodern soldiers. The round-brimmed cap design, lined with iron sheets and flannel, looks more comfortable and greatly enhances the defensive performance. In Zijin City, Dr. Smith's arsenal also took shape. They integrated all the factories within the range, the mechanical equipment that could be used, gathered relevant technical personnel, and stepped up the research and development and production of arms and weapons. Tried to mass-produce portable shoulder-fired artillery and tracked mechanical chariots. Raw materials and other resources are not in supply, and the output of artillery and chariots is very small. Starting from mid-October, more than 30 mechanical chariots can be rolled off the production line every month. Building an arsenal is not something that can be done easily. It is not easy. If there is no blockade, it can be directly assembled by outsourcing the processing or by having the parts supplied by various factories. There are 2 main problems we are facing now. One is the economic blockade, the other is the lack of funds. Earlier, we robbed the money transport vehicles in Nakatsu City and got several hundred million puddings. That little money was used on the army and it was gone in a flash. The tank brigade currently has more than 400 standard tanks, and the military factory is currently mainly refitting old cars. Chemist DuPont's experiments have been continuing. On January 26, 1807, Mr. DuPont died in a research accident, and the explosion destroyed the institute. His student, named Anu, continued his research and made DuPont's explosives more stable and more effective. At the end of 1807, Anu's explosives were successfully tested, which was similar to the so-called TNT explosives in the last world, and was successful at least 50 years earlier than the last world. If DuPont and Anu were in the last world, I am afraid there would be no Nobel. To apply explosives to military ammunition, further experiments and research are needed. Li Baoquai assigned the stone fortress to the research institute and provided them with corresponding resources so that they could concentrate on their research. In March 1808, the Republic's military re-employed General Mark as commander and gathered 200,000 troops in the northern part of the Republic. The war was about to break out 10 kilometers south of Zijin. At the first line of defense, Li Baoquai put down the telescope and said to Bond, "Speaking of which, we should thank Mark." Bond asked with interest, "Why should we thank him? In the 2 years when he was away, we conquered these lands and then rested and recuperated." It was because he was away, Li Baoquai emphasized the last sentence. Hearing this, Bond nodded thoughtfully. Now, Mark's reemployment is not good news. In Li Baoquai's troops, conventional artillery has been completely replaced by portable shoulder-fired artillery, and fixed artillery platforms are only used in city defense. Whatever is convenient, do it. His troops first eliminated the 6-barreled revolver heavy muskets, and portable artillery and directly replaced the former. The linkage of the cavalry gun has also been improved appropriately, which makes it more time-saving and labor-saving when walking. In addition, the track mechanical chariot has also been fully put into use. The weapons and baggage equipped above are very suitable for marching and small-scale battles. For large-scale operations, Li Baoquai believes that there should also be long-range weapons, that is, the imaginary long-range cannon. Recently, Smith's military factory is developing a long-range cannon, and the chief designer is Garland. Li Baoquai looks forward to the successful development. In fact, the military factory does not have the conditions for such production, it is just a beautiful vision. Let's talk about the casting of the long-range gun barrel first, which is the most important component of a cannon. From Zijin to Zhongjian, and even the entire Quebec province, there is no metallurgical foundry with this ability. Enough of small talk, let's get back to the book. Fearing that the city would be destroyed by war, Li Baoque insisted on moving the battlefield to the suburbs, which was a last resort. The battlefield outside the south gate is flat, with a few raised hills occasionally, which is very suitable for large-scale mechanized operations. Mark's army has assembled and is just waiting for an order. I haven't seen you for a few years. These rebels have changed so much, Mark exclaimed. The original group of rabble has grown into a well-trained team with advanced weapons, which is unexpected. Mark felt that the situation was unprecedentedly serious. There were several heavy rains a few days ago. Mark inserted a flagpole into the soil to test the hardness of the soil and shook his head. The loose soil is not conducive to the travel of mechanical chariots, and the wheels are easily stuck in the mud. He thought of a way to send soldiers to forcibly seize the unicorns of the surrounding citizens and let the unicorns pull the chariots to fight. A funny scene appeared. The unicorn warhorse team was formed. There were sheep and drivers to control them. On the 1-kilometer-long battle line, 500 drivers led 500 unicorns, which was the first echelon. There were also the second, third, and sixth echelons, with 3,000 mechanical chariots. Li Baoque and others were dumbfounded. Someone suddenly thought, we haven't eaten roasted lamb legs for a long time, ha ha ha. I totally agree, Li Baoque laughed. Killing a few more sheep will improve the food. Operations Staff Officer Li Jia said to the officers, our gunners specialize in hunting drivers and sheep. It would be best if we could capture some live sheep and keep them for use. I have no objection. Bont raised his hand first, and the others agreed. Since it is a mechanized corps operation, I have seen some battle examples, and the arrangement of mechanical chariots is very particular. Li Jia, who was born as an arms dealer, has followed Commander Li in the past few years, and has accumulated considerable command experience by constantly pondering and learning. Well, this is similar to how we Chinese play chess. There are certain rules to talk about. Li Baoque thought for a while. Facing a large-scale mechanized war for the first time, Li Baoque was not only nervous, but also a little excited. In the land of another world, the White Bird Corps, known as the leader of the rebels, had never encountered so many mechanical chariots. In the stone fortress, the artillery brigade headed by Colonel Karen, 200 cavalry guns, and the mechanized tank battalion of Wang Shoren and Kainer, more than 600 tracked mechanized tanks, are already 600 tracked tanks, facing 3,000 Republican Guard tanks. To be honest, not only Li Baoque, but other rebels are unsure. It's like 6 people fighting 30 people, basically the side with more people wins. But then again, tracked tanks are more suitable for driving on complex terrains, and there is no problem in muddy wilderness. The wheels of the Republican Guard's tanks quickly sank into the mud, and sometimes a unicorn could not pull it, affecting the marching speed, allowing the former to take a big advantage. So, who will win is still uncertain. The horns of the assembly on both sides sounded again, floating over the entire wilderness, and it took a long time to echo. On the same day, in a room in the palace of the gods in Jinai City, the goddess Esther suddenly thought of her last husband, Li Baoque, and performed a miracle to see what he was doing. With a wave of her jade hand, a scene of modern war appeared on the white jade wall. Joseph, that is, Li Baoque, was still calm and composed, with the style of a great general. He wore a black tight-fitting uniform, long tube pants, and short boots, and was spotless. The man who used to be unkempt and sloppy also loved cleanliness. After not seeing him for 5 or 6 years, he had a few more wrinkles on his face and his temples began to turn white. A mere mortal will always grow old. The past was like smoke, and the remaining memories of the female overseas student Su Shu suddenly burst out from the depths of her mind uncontrollably. Oh my God. I can't forget him after all, she said to herself, and 2 lines of tears fell from her eyelids. At this time, the warm wind blew through the spacious window, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Under the blue sky, in the garden, the children of the 6th generation of God chased butterflies passionately. Everything was so beautiful. The scene changed, and the sound of cannons rang out. S came to her senses and continued to watch. The chariot column of the stone fortress and the Republican Guard chariot soon exchanged fire. The formations of the 2 sides were similar, but there were differences in details. The formation of the marked chariot was 30 meters apart, with a cavalry artillery battalion coordinating the battle, and the infantry followed. As for the stone fortress, The two vehicles were 50 meters apart, which made up for the lack of quantity by lengthening the distance. Karen's artillery brigade first sent out an artillery regiment to cooperate with the shoulder gunners, and at the same time made up for the lack of the above-mentioned cavalry guns and chariots. It was the first time that shoulder gunners were used to move and cooperate in combat on a mechanized battlefield. In addition, there was another bold improvement on the stone fortress. According to the textbook Chariot Personnel Organization, there were 3 people in each chariot. 1 main driver, 1 musketeer, and 1 ammunition refueler. The main driver is responsible for driving the chariot and aiming the artillery, while the musketeer operates a 6-barrel heavy musket, which is specially used to attack infantry. The other ammunition refueler is responsible for loading ammunition for the first 2 and cooling the muskets and artillery. As for the stone fortress, on average, 1 out of every 3 chariots directly unloads the 6-barrel heavy musket and replaces it with a portable shoulder-fired artillery. "Hey, their shoulder-fired artillery is very special," said one division commander to another. Shoulder-fired artillery is currently rarely used in the Republican Guard. It is generally believed to be rough and clumsy and not suitable for mobile battlefields. How could they know that the shoulder-fired artillery of the stone fortress has improved 4 aspects compared to the old shoulder-fired artillery? It is lighter in weight, uses high-quality alloy steel pipes, and boldly tries to apply it. The recoil offsets at least 60% of the original. The use of a unique chemical condensing agent allows the artillery to fire multiple times without worrying about bursting. In theory, a portable shoulder-fired artillery is equivalent to the energy efficiency of a cavalry artillery. Li Baoque and others once had the idea of eliminating cavalry artillery. A cavalry gun has at least 3 to 4 gunners serving it, while a portable shoulder-mounted gun can only be used by 2 people at most. It is still more efficient to use shoulder-mounted guns. Unfortunately, the production of shoulder-mounted guns is not large, and it will take another year. Li Baoque's army can fully popularize it. The original plan was to migrate in 2 years, but this time it will take 3 years. The chariots of the 2 hostile parties bombarded each other, artillery against artillery, chariot against chariot. The unicorns cried BAA, and the hired chariot drivers were either killed by the rebels' guns or the musketeers of the Guard's military supervision. Colonel Cullen was on the first row of chariots, personally carrying the artillery to bombard, and directly hit the target 30 meters away on the opposite side. The musketeers on the enemy chariots fell down immediately. The shells did not cause much damage to the armored iron plates, but they also shook the people inside. The opponents on both sides also used other weapons, throwing grenades or Molotov cocktails at each other, and it all depended on who was quicker. Once the Molotov cocktail exploded, the people in the chariots could be roasted into dried fish. As for the stone fortress, relying on the advantage of artillery firepower, they repelled the enemy's first echelon with a numerical advantage. General Mark looked serious. He felt that the first echelon not only lost on the wheels, but also on the inflexible artillery strikes and poor coordination. Most of the chariots of the first echelon stayed on the battlefield, and the gunners who could run away ran back. "A bunch of good-for-nothings," Goddess S said, and then waved her hand and the miracle disappeared. Chapter 172 Battle of Zidjan Part 2. In 1798, the French army landed in Alexandria, and the scene was just as spectacular as this. Li Baoque sighed. Li Baoque, also known as Joseph, was serving in the 35th Infantry Battalion in Temare at the time. "I was still young at the time, and I was a sailor on the Santa Maria with my uncle," Bond also said. The Santa Maria merchant ship was the ship that Li Baoque left Egypt on. "By the way, Brother Colin, what were you doing at that time?" Colin on the side fell into memories. "Yes. What was I doing at that time? It is normal that you can't remember it for a while after experiencing too much." In the telescope, Li Baoque and others quickly captured the new movements of Mark's corps. The remaining first tank echelon, together with the second, third and sixth echelons, reorganized into 6 large square formations, followed by the cavalry brigade. At the same time, the armies of the 2 divisions extended to both sides, and a mixed division in the middle gradually assembled. Nearly 200,000 troops were arranged on the wilderness, with densely packed heads and vulture flags standing in rows. The scene was very spectacular. In the last world, a war between one country and another was just like this. "Is this a decisive battle?" someone exclaimed. "Mark has finally lost his patience and wants to crush us with his absolute numerical advantage." Chief of Staff Li Jia was deeply uneasy. Li Baokai and Bunt were still chatting and laughing here, and the tense atmosphere would be diluted. Since you want to fight, I, the Wanshi Fortress, will accompany you to the end. Li Baokai took a few steps forward and turned back to speak to the soldiers. Defend Zijin City, defend Himu Town, and defend the fruits of our victory. Li Baokai raised his hand and shouted. Defend Zijin City. Defend Himu Town. Defend the fruits of victory. The soldiers shouted the slogan 3 times in unison. The momentum of 30,000 people is greater than the surging waves and the thunder. If we win, I hope each of us can get a roasted leg of lamb. Ha ha ha. The soldiers all smiled knowingly. Miyamoto Koji, Reagan, Fatty Jack, Brandy, Colin, 5 generals, plus Colin's artillery, Wang Shorin and Kane's chariot battalion, were fully and carefully deployed. The primary task of the infantry is to defend and coordinate with the artillery and chariots to maximize the role of artillery and chariots. Li Baokai once again emphasized to the generals the importance of coordination. Commanding an army of 30,000 people is not as good as commanding a company of 100 people. Commanding a company of 100 people, it is easy to perfectly control the details of the action. In other words, as long as you're careful and the calculations are reasonable and correct, you can basically control the casualty rate. The original team commanded by Li Baokai did a good job. The command of an army of tens of thousands of people is relatively complicated, and there are many influencing factors. Li Baokai has been trying to command an invincible regular army like General Napoleon. The charge horn sounded, and the decisive battle of 30,000 people against 200,000 people officially kicked off. In the battle, Li Baokai was always the first to go to the battlefield, leading by example and setting an example for others. If the general does not live in vain, the soldiers will naturally not be afraid of death. The shouts of killing shook the sky. And the 2 armies and 2 torrents collided with each other. A shell exploded nearby, splashing mud and water all over. At this time, the sky became dark again, which was the prelude to the coming storm. The sound of artillery and thunder and lightning alternated, and soon it rained heavily. All the muskets and artillery lost their effect in an instant. The soldiers put bayonets on their muskets and started hand-to-hand combat on the spot. The rain in the north of the Republic is slightly sour, not as corrosive as the rain in the south. There is no pure water to drink, so it's okay to drink a few sips of rainwater for the time being. It's not a good sign to rain at the beginning of the decisive battle. General Mark's gloomy face is just like the weather. He and senior officers hid in the tent. The officers talked a lot, but only Mark kept silent. Because he knew clearly that his army would be nothing once they left the firearms. Li Baokai's army was just the opposite. It always emphasized the importance of individual combat, and bayonet fighting was the main subject of military training. He even let Miyamoto Koji and Wang Shorin serve as instructors. Miyamoto taught the Beichin-style swordsmanship, and Wang Shorin taught the Hong fist. Sometimes Li Baokai also went to the military camp to show off, using his bagwakun to compete with the officers and soldiers. For a time, martial arts performances became popular in the military camp. His soldiers all carried bayonets or sabers with them. Therefore, this kind of army can adapt to the battlefield environment, and its combat effectiveness naturally soars. The 2 armies did not fire a few shots, and wrestled together in the pouring rain. Take my king long sword. Wang Shorin took the sword and shouted, and the hero had a place to use his skills. He chopped and killed all the way, killing the enemy in fear. Outside the heavy rain, nothing could be seen 20 meters away. Anyone wearing a gray military uniform was stabbed to death on the spot. The 200,000 Republican guards, even the operators of the tanks, jumped out to fight with bayonets, relying on their large numbers to catch all the 30,000 rebels. Half an hour later, the supervisors of the guards gradually realized that something was wrong, and they began to collapse. It was a great rout, a crushing defeat. Reports came one after another, and General Mark and others could not sit still. Quickly transfer my direct guard battalion and reserve troops to the front line. General Mark issued the final combat order, and his cavalry brigade was not used. At this time, the rain gradually subsided. Every household in Zijin City filled pots and pans with rainwater. This rainwater solved a big problem. It can be used for daily washing and drinking directly after boiling. It is estimated that pure water stores will not need to open in the near future. Several senior generals suggested a transfer, but General Mark did not respond. He was waiting for the final result of the guard battalion and the reserve. He never believed that more than 200,000 troops could not beat 30,000 mudlegs in hand-to-hand combat. If it was a street fight, more than 20 people could usually beat 3 opponents to pieces. Maybe he didn't know much about the stone fortress. Miyamoto Koji's samurai group, Bounty Hunter Colin's original team, plus Wang Shoren's reckless charge. These 3 small forces have become the main force on the battlefield and have taken the initiative. Driven by the 3 small forces, the confidence and morale of the entire Luanchi fortress have greatly increased, especially Wang Shoren, who, like the great General Zhao Yun in the Three Kingdoms period, can enter a 1,000,000-man army without any obstacles. Li Baoke himself couldn't remember how many opponents he had killed, and his sword was bent. The rain on the ground rose to ankle height, blood red. The rain gradually subsided. After 3 hours of bloody fighting, Wang Shoren was the first to break through the defense layer of the last division. 200 meters ahead was General Mark's command tent. There were many abandoned chariots on the left and right, and the defeated soldiers fled to the south. Those who ran slowly were either captured or stabbed to death in the back. Li Baoke looked around and shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Quick! Go and protect General Wang." He was afraid that Wang Shoren's lone army would go too far and something unexpected would happen. Several shots were fired, and the guards in the tent randomly shot at Wang Shoren. Wang Shoren cried and fell into the water. He was shot. After falling, he still stubbornly got up and charged with his sword. Seeing that this man was so powerful and his own army was like a lost dog, General Mark smiled bitterly and said, if the soldiers of the Republic could be like him, they would not be defeated again and again. The situation was over, and he had no choice but to give an order: retreat. Victory is always hard won. This decisive battle of the stone fortress has won its reputation and momentum. Their strength ranking, on the list of rebels, is second, just after the Whitebeard Legion. This time, the top leaders of the Mariana Republic were extremely shocked, and the battle situation was directly reported to the gods. The gods sent a messenger to reply. The defeat of the guard was due to the incompetence of the leader, and the head of the Republic was ordered to reflect on himself. In addition, the gods will not use miracles to help the Republic Guard for the time being. If we can't even deal with a few rebels, how can we talk about attacking the upper world? This time, the messenger has another mission, which is to find the lost god Nephthys and her 2 children. Who is Nephthys? She is the 3rd generation of primitive gods, on par with the goddess Isis, and has a high status in the world of gods. In the human world, she was incarnated as Lady Anna, and her son Little John and daughter Little Maya were all born to Li Baoke. On the other hand, it took 3 days for the stone fortress to clean up the battlefield. Li Baoke once again proposed that the dead should be respected, even if they are enemies, they should be buried properly. Many volunteers from Zijin City went to clean up the battlefield, which made the tired soldiers feel more or less comforted. There were many dead unicorns, either stewed or roasted, and they were concentrated at several intersections to be eaten by soldiers and ordinary people. The casualties were counted. More than 3,000 soldiers died in the stone fortress, more than 100,000 enemies were killed, and 10,100 prisoners of war were captured. Mrs. Newman's statistical report was very detailed, with more than 1,000 chariots and countless guns and ammunition seized. There were also 3 giant worm trains of supplies. The 230 war horses that the enemy didn't have time to take away made Li Baoke ecstatic. "Look! Whatever we lack will come," Li Baoke said to Mrs. Newman and Chief of Staff Li Jia. "The nature of war is plunder." Li Jia hit the nail on the head. "I really don't know whether to praise or ridicule Bruno, the worker leader. His current position is the deputy commander of the stone fortress, the second in command." Li Baoke started to applaud first. "You are right. If you win the war, you plunder others. If you lose more than just your life." His words were so profound that it was difficult to understand for a while. Mrs. Newman and Mary behind her applauded. Speaking of Mary, after the capture of the town of Logar, Mrs. Newman's working group was expanded, and she applied for the position again. He thought it was time to form his cavalry battalion. Speaking of the cavalry camp, Li Baoke suddenly thought of Jackson and the former cavalry captain Ken, which made the day dull again. Through Bont, Li Baoke heard that Captain Ken was currently imprisoned in the death prison in the south. Let's not talk about it first. Dr. Smith and Garland came to visit. Li Baoke was upstairs in the office and went to meet them immediately. Chapter 173: Meeting Anna again. 2 months later, the stone fortress successively captured 6 towns including Zhongjin City. In the same year, the army expanded by nearly 100,000 people. Although the Republic had a punishment by association law, it could not stop the lower class from flocking to the stone fortress. By the end of 1808, the Republic's military had not completed the plan to recruit 10 million soldiers. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Which side the people's hearts are on will be strong. This year, under the influence of Bruno and Libe, riots by rebels occurred in many places. The Socialist Party supported some volunteers and established several bases. 3 months later, Libe's team embarked on the road to the south. Dr. Smith and Garland took away half of the skilled workers in the factory and went with the group. The equipment is not easy to transport and is also a burden on the road. Bunt promised that when they arrived in Siphon City and Giant Stone City, they would be backed by the Brothers United Company and the equipment would be available at any time. The DuPont laboratory must be moved, which was decided after the generals' meeting and research. The plan was to send out 50,000 troops, which was a mature goal set by Libe. 1,000 accompanying chariots, portable shoulder-fired artillery was fully popularized. The artillery brigade had 500 cavalry guns. There were 230 horses, and a cavalry battalion was formed, with Libe serving as the captain. In addition, the logistics team had 30 giant trains to transport various supplies. Libe said at the beginning that he would be given 2 years to march south, but it actually took 3.5 years to prepare. On June 1, 1808, the Southern Expedition troops set out. After that, Bruno became the commander-in-chief of the Stone Fortress area, and General Reagan served as deputy commander-in-chief. Mrs. Newman and Mary voluntarily stayed, and Libe did not force them. In this way, the logistics team lacked a person in charge. Now I don't know how Miss Margaret is doing? When they arrived in the province of Blendo, Libe and Colin wanted to visit her. It would be better to invite her back. The working group really needed her. The marching speed was neither fast nor slow, and they left the territory of Quebec in early July. Along the way, the Prestige made the enemy retreat. During this period, 3 groups of rebels joined the army, each with a number of about 1,000 people. Libe organized them into a regiment and distributed water and food. With their current strength, it was difficult for them to get rations under the guns of the Republican Guard. It was the wisest choice to surrender to the stone fortress. The regiment was responsible for the rear guard. The head of the regiment was Zimba, a Siamese wanderer, the leader of the largest of the 3 small teams. The march was the main thing. When they encountered some towns on the way, Libe sent people to collect taxes at the door, and the other party could only obediently offer the supplies. When they arrived in the province of Valendo, the cavalry brigade was still the vanguard. This road is 30 meters wide and passes through 71 towns before reaching the Pama Plateau. There were civilians walking on the road, mostly low-class people, and there might be spies among them. There was a woman kneeling down and crying on the roadside ahead, with a child lying in front of her and a slightly older teenager. A cavalryman went over first and asked the mother and child to move aside. If a large army marched and trampled on passers-by, no one would care. Libe's horse approached. The boy looked at him and the teen behind him, and retreated behind his mother in fear. His thin face showed extreme desire. "Sir, my sister is starving to death. Can you help her?" the young man said to the cavalry. Without thinking, the cavalry went back to get bread and a few bottles of water. According to military regulations, they must lend a hand to passers-by. They helped countless people along the way. The woman thanked him profusely and immediately fed the child water. When she looked up casually, Libe rode by and the water bottle in her hand fell to the ground. The young man picked it up immediately. Fortunately, it was not spilled. He licked his cracked lips and said, "Can I have a sip, mother?" His mother was still staring at the chariot team in front of her in a daze. "Joseph! Joseph! Joseph, is that you?" she shouted at the top of her lungs. At that time, Libe walked a distance to talk to the people around him. With a loud noise of the mechanical chariot, he heard a woman screaming behind him. It is estimated that the woman's child was not saved. "How pitiful," he said. The deputy captain nodded and said, "Yes. Similar things happen every day, which is really heartbreaking. Well, our ultimate goal is to rescue those who are suffering. I think this day will come soon." Libe sighed, and the worry in his heart was indescribable. The tank column passed by, and then the giant worm special train. On one of the special trains, Colin ordered the soldiers to be careful and alert. "Joseph! Joseph!" the woman shouted until her voice was hoarse. She was disappointed. The man on horseback should not be the father of her child. She felt that the other party could hear it. Coincidentally, Wang Shoren, the commander of the tank brigade at the time, was also on the giant worm special train with his father and uncle. "I seem to hear someone shouting Joseph, the foreign name of Commander Li," Wang Shoren muttered. His uncle Wang Jin despised his complacency after becoming a general, so he decided to trick the silly boy. "Why don't you go and take a look? What if he is an acquaintance of Commander Li? Wouldn't you have made a great contribution again?" Wang Shoren thought it made sense, so he jumped off the special train in 3 or 2 steps and really went to ask. "Brother, you?" Father Wang's eye shook his head. "Let the child experience some experience. If you suffer a small loss today, it's nothing more than running more errands to avoid a big loss in the future." The uncle was right, and his father Wang's eye turned his head away and didn't look at him. The young man ran fast and quickly ran to the woman. "Hey, auntie! What did you shout just now?" The woman was startled when she saw Wang Shoren. After more than 10 seconds, she exclaimed, "Wang Shoren!" Wang Shoren was also startled and pointed at himself. "Do you recognize me? I am Mrs. Anna." "I am Mrs. Anna." She was very excited. Over the years, Wang Shoren's appearance has hardly changed, so Mrs. Anna recognized him at a glance. As for Mrs. Anna, she had gone through many hardships in the past few years in search of Li Baoke. Her hair was disheveled and her face was haggard and deformed. On the boat, everyone secretly called her Second Madam. Second Madam. "Oh my God. It's really you." Wang Shoren was extremely surprised. Needless to say, the young man was Little John and the little girl, Maya, was still a baby at the time. When the patrolling cavalry passed the news to him from behind, Li Baoke himself was a little bit unbelievable. The cavalry issued an order to stop the marching team for a rest. He led a team of cavalry over and arrived at the place. It turned out to be Mrs. Anna and his 2 children. Little John and Mrs. Anna hugged Li Baoke and cried. Mrs. Anna cried that she and her 2 children gave up the superior life in the god realm and came to the other world to look for him for several years. Li Baoke burst into tears. "Family must be together after all," he said. Colin and others at the scene resonated and their noses were sour. Little Maya had just recovered and was carried by her mother to the train. There was a castle in front, and Li Baoke planned to send Mrs. Anna to recuperate for a few days. The owner of the castle, a certain knight, refused to open the door at first. Li Baoke told the messenger, "Give him 20 minutes to open the door, or we'll kill them all." The knight got scared and opened the door immediately. The main force remained outside the city and set up camp for 3 days. Li Baoke served as the first batch of goat cart drivers, and a total of 3 goat carts entered the castle. The knight and his musketeers looked at the 3 carts with extremely horrified eyes. "Who is the owner of the castle?" Li Baoke kept waving the whip in his hand. "I am." The knight trotted over, not daring to raise his head. "Go and arrange the 3 best rooms quickly, with enough water, hot water and food," Li Baoke ordered, "and find a few maids." "I'll do it right away." The knight trotted away. During the 3 days, Li Baoke and his children lived and ate together. Little Maya's health improved a lot and she could call her father. His son, Little John, ate half a cow's meat in one breath, and his appetite was quite big. People who have been hungry for a long time wish they could eat a lifetime of food in one meal. Mrs. Anna washed up and changed into new clothes. Although she looked haggard, she still had the temperament of a noble lady in front of a table of delicious food and was very hungry. She ate with an elegant posture. She did not skip any movements, even the movement of tying the napkin, and she cut small pieces of dairy products without showing her teeth. Li Baoke, who was standing by, smiled like this inside in his heart. "In the past, I looked down on her experience the most and never treated her sincerely. Now it seems that she is the only woman who can treat me well with sincerity. Since she has given her all, I, Li Baoke, will never leave her." 3 days later, the march continued. A rebel organization calling itself the Burondo Volunteer Army swore to join, and the stone fortress strengthened its strength. Li Baoke incorporated more than 2,000 volunteers into Zimba's team, and the team was soon upgraded to a brigade. Soon, the troops arrived at a city called Jiamu in the Burondo province. Miss Margaret lived in the city. Colin said that she married a barber and lived a simple and happy life. Mrs. Anna is a nostalgic person. She was eager to see Miss Margaret when she learned that she was close at hand. This was easy. Li Baoke decided to visit with his wife to fulfill her wish. He had planned to send someone to contact Miss Margaret, but Anna changed her mind. Here, the scouts in front reported that some unidentified armed elements appeared near the marching team, and it was unknown who they were. The original leader of the Bando Volunteer Army was Oscar, now the deputy brigade commander of the Zimbabwe Brigade. He was more familiar with the situation on the ground. Li Baoke handed the investigation to him. Oscar and others came back after a circle and reported that the other party was from the Jacob Security Company. I remember that Li Baoke and Colin robbed the money transport truck of the Jacob Security Company to Zhongjin City. It seems that the security company wants to find an opportunity to retaliate. It's not that Li Baoke really underestimated them. The powerful Republican Guard couldn't do anything about the stone fortress, and a bunch of bugs couldn't cause any big waves. Through Oscar's campaign, Li Baoke and his group successfully passed the checkpoint inspection and successfully entered Jiamu City. Jiamu City is a second-level city, and the original garrison had one division. Because part of the Luanchi fortress passed by southward, 3 more divisions were stationed, with a total force of more than 50,000. In addition, some nearby areas have more than 200,000 troops, which are assembled in batches to the south. The top plan is that there will be a major combat plan. Li Baoke certainly didn't know that 100 kilometers ahead of the march, there is a pocket waiting for them to drill into the pocket. Chapter 174, Battle of Jiamu. At the entrance of the West Gate, there was almost a battalion of soldiers on guard. Oscar had contacted a captain who happened to be on duty at the West Gate today. The group finally entered without any danger. There were some suspicious people wearing black suits and black hats nearby. The officer reminded Oscar that these people were from the Jacob Security Company and asked them to pay attention. After Li Baoke knew about it, he didn't take it seriously. The Spanish-style buildings that are common in the city are mostly replicas of the last century. There are no palm islands, no sycamore trees, and under the gloomy sky, it seems like a series of black and white photos. There are cars and sheep on the street like water, there are civilians wearing tattered felt hats, and there are gentlemen in leather shoes. The musketeers in gray uniforms carried guns and just passed by Li Baoke and others. There are hot silver circles on their barrel hats, and the number of circles represents the level. It was the first time that Li Baoke saw the so-called military police, which are only available in large and medium-sized cities. Zhongjin City and Zhongjin City are third-tier cities and do not have military police departments. The prosperity of this city does not look real. Based on memory, Colin led the disguised Li Baoke and his wife to the barbershop at number 115 Koroman Street. A young lady stood behind the rotating shaft lamp to attract customers. "Miss Margaret is inside," Colin said. "The front of this barbershop has 1 door and 3 windows, and it is not small. On the window glass, oil paint is written with a price of haircut and other services. It is composed of French, English, and local Colorado. 10 puddings for an ordinary man's haircut is expensive enough, which shows that the barbershop is of high quality and not a place for ordinary workers. It seems that Margaret can marry the owner of the shop and live a better life." Colin, Li Baoke, Mrs. Anna, and 10 musketeer bodyguards entered the barbershop one by one. Everyone had a haircut as a customer and enjoyed the service. The waiter took Li Baoke's gray windbreaker. "Sir, please go to seat 3, thank you." Li Baoke rewarded the waiter with a handful of puddings. There are at least 20 coins. It is rare to see such generous customers. Usually, they are rewarded with a few puddings, which makes people feel flattered. There are 8 barbers working in the shop. There is a line of customers waiting on the sofa. "Sir, please go to seat 6, let you cut first," the waiter flattered. "Is this okay?" Li Baoke said. There were 3 customers in front of him, who let him cut in line because they gave more tips. "Wait a little longer," he said. "Where are your boss and his wife?" Li Baoke continued. "The boss and his wife are on their honeymoon in the Parma Plateau," said the waiter, and then he hurried away to attract new customers. Mrs. Anna next to him glanced at Li Baoke and said with envy, "Margaret is very happy." "Not necessarily," Li Baoke replied lightly. His face became indifferent. "Why?" Mrs. Anna was puzzled. Just then, 3 customers finished their haircuts, and the waiter asked the next 3 to take over. Li Baoke did not answer her, and the 3 people got up and went to the empty seats. As discussed before, The group of people went to get information on their own. The barber who received Li Baoke was a novice. He did not recognize Miss Margaret. He only knew that the current proprietress was the daughter of a grocer. After cutting hair, the group went out to collect information. One of the bodyguards got Miss Margaret's current residence. Because the barber who received him had a good relationship with Margaret in the past. Li Baoke praised the bodyguard. In addition, according to the barbers, the shop owner often changed women, almost one every 1 or 2 years. Every woman was loved to death at the beginning, and then broke up because of no love. In other words, Miss Margaret was just one of the many wives of the shop owner. Scum, people were indignant. In a small restaurant across the street, the door of the barber shop can be seen from the window. "Did you recognize it clearly?" a gentleman with a white beard asked a man with a scarred face. Scarface gritted his teeth and said, "That's the one, those 2 people, who attacked our money transport vehicle. Well, very good. We've finally made it. Joseph, now let's report to the world." This man put his hands on the table, and his extreme hatred made the table tremble. There were more than a dozen people sitting around him, all of whom were Whitebird's subordinates. They immediately sent people to the company headquarters to mobilize troops and notified the gendarmerie to take joint action. "Yes, sir." Vice President Allen, a subordinate, stood at attention and answered. "Vice President Allen, that is, Dr. Allen, he is not dead." Recalling that time, Dr. Allen was seriously injured and everyone thought he was dead. After Li Baoke and others left, they were rescued by his cousin Duke Duma. As for how he came to the other world, this process was skipped. Li Baoke and his group came to a street in the suburbs. Margaret worked in a dye workshop. Colin was very familiar with the terrain, so he easily found the dye workshop. A few years ago, Brother Colin was very famous in this area. He had his own group of people and was one of the 3 tyrants at the time. His residence is still there. When Miss Margaret was found, she was working in a courtyard with several female companions. They were pounding cinnabar ore into powder with an iron pestle. At first glance, the female workers put down their work when they saw a few outsiders. Margaret recognized Li Baoke and Mrs. Anna at a glance. "Oh, God," Miss Margaret cried with joy, covering her mouth, and the cinnabar dyed half of her face red. She was wearing a tattered cloth with traces of various dyes. "It's us." Mrs. Anna also burst into tears. She hugged first, but the latter didn't dare to move, fearing that Mrs. Anna's clothes would be stained. The workshop owner recognized Colin, and the remnant of the street fighter was still there. He called away the irrelevant people and invited them to the reception room for water. Several people asked questions and chatted non-stop. When everyone talked about the girl Becca, they all looked sad. At this moment, a commotion was heard outside. The workshop owner hurried to tell him that Colin and others were surrounded by military police. So fast, Li Baoke couldn't believe it. Oscar said he would go and have a look, and came back to say there were still people from the Jacob Security Company. This time, Li Baoke began to take it seriously. This security company is not simple. 10 bodyguards were guarding the front and back exits. The captain of the military police shouted at them to surrender. "What's the situation outside?" Li Baoke asked. "The security company has hundreds of musketeers, and the military police also have hundreds of people. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to get out." Oscar was a little desperate. Once they were caught, the consequences would be serious, and even the stone fortress would be affected. "I'm sorry. I've implicated you," Miss Margaret said, sad again. Mrs. Anna hurried to comfort her. "I'll try. Ask my former brothers for help." Colin had an idea. "But the question is, how are you going to get out?" Li Baoke lit a cigar. Margaret suddenly thought of a dog hole under the firewood pile in the corner of the west wall, and she could get out from there. Colin climbed out of the dog hole, and there were patrolling military police outside, with not many guards. More than a dozen shots did not hide him, and there were a lot of people chasing him behind. He quickly got rid of them because he was familiar with the terrain. Time passed by minute, and Li Baoke was extremely anxious. He trusted Colin, but he could not predict the time of reinforcement. The time on the pocket watch was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2.5 hours before the city gates were closed and the curfew was imposed at 5 o'clock. If they could not get out within 2.5 hours, the fate of Li Baoke and others would be worrying. Seeing that shouting had no effect, the gendarmerie began to attack and threw grenades in first. A dozen explosions killed a bodyguard and several female workers. The workshop owner knew that he was in great trouble, and he collapsed on the ground with a dead look on his face, while his wife and children were crying. "Anna, you stay with Miss Margaret, I will go to command a battle first," Libeoke said to his wife in an imperative tone. He, Colin, and Oscar were divided into two groups, the West Gate and the East Gate, and fired outward with the bodyguards. The bullets were so dense that people could not stretch their heads out, and the gray powder on the wall fell off, leaving a crater. Then the gunfire stopped. "Joseph, I know you're in there, come out and die," someone outside shouted. "Who are you?" "There are so many people who are eager to kill me, which one are you?" Libeoke responded loudly. "Ha ha ha," the man laughed coldly, "I'm Dr. Allen." "Joseph, you're destined to be the body collector." "Ha ha ha," no wonder the voice was so familiar. Libeoke was so shocked that he almost dropped his gun. "Dr. Allen, you're really haunting me." Libeoke laughed again. Fate was so good at playing tricks on people, and he was a little excited to meet an old friend in a different world, and even an old enemy. Someone else shouted. "General Libeoke, right? I'm Lieutenant Colonel Koro of the Jiamu City Military Police Brigade. I now order you to lay down your weapons and surrender. I declare in the name of the Republic government that if you surrender, your personal safety will be guaranteed." Bang! Someone's gun went off accidentally. The two sides started a gunfight again. 5 more bodyguards fell to the ground one after another, and Oscar was also injured. The enemy has more people and more guns. If they attack by force, this number of people will not be able to hold out for 10 minutes. While you are restocking your ammunition, they should rush in. By not taking a strong attack, Koro wants to force Libeoke to surrender. It looks bad. And these people will be thrown here sooner or later. Libeoke thought of a delaying tactic. Oscar first called on the people inside to discuss surrender, but Koro only gave half an hour and launched the attack after half an hour. Libeoke placed his hopes on Colin or the troops outside the city. Before entering the city, they didn't think things would be so complicated, and they didn't even think about retreating. Bond, Miyamoto Koji and others outside the city received a report from a spy saying that they could hear gunshots outside the West Gate, and they felt that there was a reason. Several generals decided that if Commander Lee didn't come out before the city gate was closed, they would launch a war against Jiamu City. In short, the situation is a bit unpredictable. A spy discovered a mechanized force moving towards Vega City 15 kilometers southwest. Vega City is the Vega City that the Whitebird Army attacked at the beginning. The Whitebird Army adopted a two-pronged strategy and launched a decisive battle with the Republican Guard in the southern suburbs of Vega City. Whitebird dispatched 100,000 troops successively, and he was sure of victory and there was no problem with the strategy. However, the Republican Guard successively invested 500,000 troops, and crushed the Whitebird Army with absolute numbers and equipment. Therefore, Vega City is still an occupied area of the Republican Guard. The above-mentioned pocket refers to Vega City. The top leaders of the Republic wanted to completely block the Stone Fortress's southward expedition in Vega City. General Hongji of the Republican Guard said, "Whitebird had just stepped 1 foot into the grave, and the Stone Fortress came again." The subsequent Battle of Jiamu was an accident. Chapter 175, Battle of Jiamu Part 2. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lieutenant Colonel Miro and Jacob, the security guard, launched the first charge. Dr. Allen, smoking a pipe and holding a 38mm musket, shouted wildly behind the security guard. His musket was specifically aimed at Libeoke's hiding place. How much hatred is this? Dr. Allen's circus, his human experiment career and his future were all ruined by Libeoke's team. Now, he has no remorse, never reflects on his mistakes, and even blames Libeoke for losing money. The reason he blamed for losing money on the street was simple: if Joseph hadn't disrupted his life, he wouldn't be in a bad mood. When he was in a bad mood, he was inevitably careless. Once he was careless and lost a bag of coins, he naturally blamed Joseph, that is, Libeoke. From a logical point of view, his reason was correct. After a few shots and panic, Libeoke, Oscar, and the remaining 3 bodyguards gathered together and resisted in the mud house where the raw materials were piled up. Miss Margaret and Mrs. Anna were also in the room, hiding behind the wardrobe, along with the workshop owner's family and several female workers. The wooden door was propped up with furniture, and several people took turns shooting out of the window. After a while, Oscar said he had no ammunition. Libeoke was extremely depressed. He happened to think of Zhou Xianmin, an old man from the Ming dynasty, who said that when Li Zicheng broke into Beijing, Emperor Changzhen was afraid that his relatives would be humiliated, so he killed the princess and concubines. Anna. Listen carefully. If we are defeated, before I die, I don't want to kill you. I hope you choose to commit suicide, Li Baoke said sadly. Okay. Dear, you and I, like Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingte, both turned into butterflies and flew away. Anna still held Miss Margaret's hand and spoke to Li Baoke in Chinese. Her Chinese was taught by Li Baoke, and she was quite fluent. As early as her Egyptian period, she consciously learned Chinese, could recite 1,000 characters and 3-character classics, and had a certain understanding of Chinese allusions. Anna's words softened Li Baoke's heart, and there was tenderness and sweetness in them, like a long-lost love. Anna. If we are rescued, I, Li Baoke, swear to heaven that I will only have you in my life, he said in Chinese. He heard a burst of gunfire outside, in the southwest direction. Li Baoke was overjoyed, knowing that Colin's friends had come. There were not many friends who could be called, and even fewer friends who were willing to die for their friends. He brought more than 30 brothers, but unfortunately there were too few people. They attacked the guards from the south gate, but were quickly repelled. The encirclement included not only the guards, the gendarmerie, and Jacob's security guards, but also the inspectors of the city defense headquarters, the secret police plainclothes, and so on. It was a great achievement to capture the number 1 figure in the Luanchi fortress, and the credit could not be monopolized by the gendarmerie. Other forces also wanted to share a piece of the pie. The city defense headquarters received a handwritten note from the highest officer of the district: anyone who captures the rebel leader Li Baoke and his wife alive and reports to the headquarters will be promoted 3 levels and rewarded with 10,000 gold cloth. The reward for capturing Colin, Oscar and other leaders alive is slightly lower. The head of a bodyguard is worth 500 silver cloths. When the time comes, the people in the workshop will also be unlucky and use it to make up the number. As soon as Colin and his gang showed up, they were chased by thousands of musketeers. When the time came and the city gate was about to close, a cannonball landed accurately at the city gate, killing 2 soldiers who were about to retreat on the spot. Damn! What happened? The officer on duty stood on the wall and looked through a telescope, but in fact, it was enough to use the naked eye. There was a black belt in the horizon, pressing in a half-moon shape, and the noise of mechanical gears turning could just be heard. The tens of thousands of troops in the stone fortress turned west from the highway and attacked Jiamu City in an all-out manner. Before closing the city gate, the last group of civilians entering the city were intercepted by the checkpoint. This group of civilians were dressed as a group of brothers led by Wang Shoren. They scattered the guards at the checkpoint with shoulder-carrying cannons and muskets, and then all the cannons fired directly at the wooden gate. The checkpoint guarding the gate withdrew and started a fierce battle with them. The wooden gate dropped straight down from the top of the city wall to the ground, controlled by a capstan. Wang Shoren pushed a wheelbarrow left behind by someone and ran wildly in the rain of bullets. When the giant gate was about to reach the ground, the wheelbarrow was blocked. The giant gate pressed the wheelbarrow and it collapsed, leaving a gap with the ground. The officer on duty found the obstacle under the city gate and quickly sent a platoon of soldiers to clear it. The sound of gunfire continued, forming a crossfire network at the city gate, and the rebel team suffered heavy casualties. On the other side, the city defense headquarters received the news and urgently sent a division of troops to reinforce the west gate. Dozens of artillery batteries fired continuously, and deafening artillery sounds rang out. Karen's cavalry artillery brigade successfully arrived within the range and repeatedly bombarded the castle and artillery batteries. On average, 3 shells destroyed a gun battery. Li Baoke's artillery should be the best in the other world. The entire Jiamu city fell into a state of panic, and all the shops were closed. The city hall was empty, and the senior administrative officials evacuated in a hurry and fled from the south gate. The headquarters placed their hopes on the gendarmerie. As long as the gendarmerie could capture the leader of the rebels, they could use it to threaten the attacking army. At 5:01, the west gate was forcibly blown open. Li Baoke and several others were captured after running out of bullets, and Mrs. Anna did not commit suicide. As mentioned above, Li Baoke was determined to die, and his companions had no objection. Why did he change his mind again? In fact, we have to thank the workshop owner's family and female workers. The owner of the dye processing workshop is a local Colorado native, with a skin color similar to that of Indians in the previous world. He has a certain prestige in the tribe. When Li Baoke and several others loaded the last bullet and pointed it at themselves, they all knelt down and begged. They did not want to die, even ants are greedy for life. If Li Baoke and others were captured, they would not be executed immediately, and the workshop owner's family would also have hope of survival. Once the rebel leader committed suicide, the situation of this family and female workers, together with their relatives, can be imagined. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it, Li Baoke said 3 sentences in a row and threw down his gun. For the sake of the Colorado people, they could not die for the time being. If they died, they would be remembered forever. According to the criminal law at that time, this family would be punished with thousands of people for sheltering the rebels, and it is possible that a caste would be eradicated. There are no more than 10,000 Colorado people now. After 3 genocides in history, the total number has dropped sharply from the once glorious 5 million to more than 10,000 today, and most of them exist as inferior people. In the present era, no similar incidents of genocide have occurred in all the territories of the other world. Because the system, policies and laws of the authorities have formed a perfect constraint on the inferior people. To sum it up in one sentence, I don't beat you, I don't scold you, and I can make you live a bad life. Enough of small talk. The rebel leader gave up resistance and saved the workshop owner, which was equivalent to saving the entire Colorado people. Li Baoke and his group appeared on the street, with thousands of guns pointed at them. Civilians were peeking through the cracks in the doors of their houses, talking about it. Look! Those people are rebels, they will be put to the stake, a husband said to his wife. The wife snorted, I admire them very much, they did what we wanted but didn't dare to do, shh. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear, the husband covered his wife's mouth. It was said that Colin and his friends were chased by thousands of people and walked through the civilian area. As a bounty hunter, no one could catch up with him. In the process of chasing and escaping, Colin and his group successively killed 175 pursuers. At this time, it was dark, and the streets were full of soldiers holding torches. Colin and his group picked up the ammunition of the dead soldiers and continued his war game. On the streets, officers and soldiers were shot and fell to the ground at any time. The city defense headquarters was quite troubled by them, like lice in the hair, which could not be caught or thrown away. In a big city with a population base of nearly 1 million, it is difficult to catch all these local snakes in one fell swoop. So, someone suggested that the commander order Jacob's security company to take charge of this matter. The head of this security company directly assigned the task to the second in command, Dr. Allen. Allen and his men had to gather a small team, and the hunting game kicked off. Here, the headquarters escorted the rebels to the front line, and the siege troops stopped the attack. Chief of Staff Li Jia guessed correctly that the administrative officials and military families who escaped from the South Gate were captured by the cavalry battalion of the Stone Fortress. More than 300 old, young, and women were captured, and countless gold, silver, and coins were seized, all of which were looted from the people. History is always surprisingly similar. The Stone Fortress proposed to exchange prisoners of war, but who would have thought that the Supreme Commander disagreed? There were no relatives among the prisoners of war. So he didn't care about your bird. The Supreme Commander had a clear purpose, and wanted to delay time, so he sent out more than a dozen messengers to request reinforcements. There was one thing he forgot. The large forces of the nearby city-states and fortresses all assembled in the direction of Yaga City in accordance with the orders of the military, and every messenger who returned empty-handed. The Jiamu battle was an accident. Those great men in the military had made the wrong decision. It was too late to mobilize troops now. The army of Luanchi Fortress was strong and powerful, and the Jiamu defenders were no match for it. Time passed late at night. Most officers expressed dissatisfaction and proposed to exchange prisoners. Their relatives were captured, so they could only put pressure on the highest commander. The envoys of the two parties who participated in the negotiations went back and forth more than a dozen times, and finally reached an exchange agreement after dawn. After discussion, Bond and others decided to order their envoys to tell the Republican Guard garrison that if they did not see anyone before dawn, they would order a massacre of the city. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.